Chapter 1 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Celine Major. The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. Chapter 1. An incomplete narrative resumed. An unexpected blessing. Preparations for happiness. The philosophy of resemblance. All persons tolerably well read in biography are aware that the amiable Mrs. Barnaby, ci-devant Miss Martha Compton, of Silverton, after having lost her second husband, the Reverend Mr. O'Donagough, from the effects of an unfortunate accident which occurred to him near Sydney in New South Wales, bestowed her still extremely fair hand on her former friend and favourite, Major Allen. But the events which followed these third espousals, though unquestionably of as much general interest as any which preceded them, have never yet been given to the public with that careful attention to the truth of history which they deserve. And it is to remedy this obvious defect in English literature that the present narrative has been composed. The existence of Mrs. Barnaby, this name is once more used as the one by which our heroine has hitherto been best known, the existence of Mrs. Barnaby, up to the hour in which she pledged her vows to Major Allen before the altar of the principal church in Sydney, had on the whole been a very happy one. She had, in fact, very keenly enjoyed many things, which persons less fortunately constituted might have considered as misfortunes; and to the amiable and well-disposed reader a continuation of the history of such a mind can hardly fail of being useful as an encouragement and example. Mrs. O'Donagough, on the day she married Major Allen, was exactly 38 years of age, at least she only wanted 2 days of it; and it is possible that her wish to enhance the festivity of every scene in which she was engaged might have led her to name her birthday as that on which her third wedding should take place, had it not been that a sort of dislike which she had taken, while still Martha Compton of Silverton, to the unnecessary dragging forth the date of the day and hour at which people were born, still continued. She therefore said nothing at all about her birthday, but prepared for the solemn ceremony with as much tender emotion, and as delicate a bloom, as when she first pledged her virgin troth to Mr. Barnaby. Born under a happy star, a pleasure yet awaited Mrs. Major Allen, the want of which she had often lamented, and of which her hopes had long since withered and faded, till at length they assumed the worn-out aspect of despair. But in due time, after her third marriage, Mrs. Allen communicated to the Major the delightful intelligence that he was likely to become a father. Major Allen behaved exceedingly well on the occasion, professing his entire satisfaction at the news, and adding with newly awakened paternal forethought, "If that is the case, Mrs. Allen, we must mind our hits as to money matters, and take care that our little evening card parties answer." To this Mrs. Major Allen had not the slightest objection. But how powerful is maternal feeling in a woman's heart! Though she failed not to render her little Sydney soirees as attractive as ever, though she walked about the room and behind the card players as usual, never forgetting a single instruction given to her by her ingenious husband, notwithstanding she did all this, her heart was almost wholly in her work-basket. It was really beautiful to watch the development of a mother's feelings in a heart which had never yet been awakened to them. For instance, Mrs. Major Allen had never shown herself, in any country, particularly fond of poor people; but now she never saw a woman in her own interesting situation without feeling her heart, or at any rate her attention drawn towards her; and many a question did she ask, and many a copper coin did she bestow, in consequence of this most amiable species of solicitude. During the first months of her residence at Sydney she had not perhaps chosen her intimates among the most domestic ladies, but now the case was entirely altered. There was an excellent woman, a Mrs. Sheepshanks, the wife of an attorney enjoying great business in the town, who had more little children than any other lady in it, and with her Mrs. Major Allen now sought to form an intimacy of the most familiar kind. She delighted in nothing so much as stepping in to call upon her as soon as breakfast was over, and entering with her, even while her nursery avocations rendered everything like regular conversation impossible, into a sort of zigzag intercourse between saying and doing, that to any one less delightfully alive to the innocent attractions of little children, must have appeared exceedingly tiresome. Mrs. Sheepshanks, poor woman, like all the other ladies in the settlement, found it very difficult, not to say impossible, to keep any decent servant in her family; the few young women who deserved the epithet getting married themselves with such certain rapidity as to give every reason to suppose that Mr. Hood's interesting anecdote of an offer of marriage being made through a speaking trumpet to a vessel approaching the coast with young ladies aboard must have been founded strictly on fact. At the time Mrs. Sheepshanks and her little family took such hold on the affections of Mrs. Major Allen, the only attendant the attorney's lady had to assist her in the labours of the nursery was a girl of 17, whose domestic education not having been particularly attended to, left her with rather less knowledge of her duties in such a situation than might have been wished. The confusion, therefore, which sometimes ensued in this department of the household was considerable. But Mrs. Major Allen bore it all. Nay, she rejoiced at the excellent opportunities this afforded of obtaining information concerning many infantine facts, of which she had hitherto lived in total ignorance. Mrs. Sheepshanks, who though sometimes a little fretful, was in the main a good-natured woman, always received these visits very kindly; and indeed her respect for Mrs. Allen was so great that she considered them as an honour. For Mrs. Allen had, with friendly confidence, mentioned to her how near she had been to marrying a lord, of which indeed her beautiful shell necklace gave the most convincing proof; and she also explained to her the very foolish bit of fun formerly recorded about the old clothes, by which she offended her wealthy aunt, and so lost the chance, or rather the certainty, of becoming her heiress. These, and many other anecdotes of her former life, she had recorded in a manner which left no doubt on the mind of Mrs. Sheepshanks respecting the distinguished rank of the society in which she had mingled in the mother country. " Dear me, Mrs. Major Allen, only to think of your doing all that with your own hands !" exclaimed this kind-hearted mother of many colonists. " I am sure if it was not for the interest which I know you take in all these little matters just at present, I should be actually fit to die, to see you do such things." " Never you mind, Mrs. Sheepshanks," returned the major's lady. " I can't tell you how it all interests me. Pretty little darling! It shall do everything it likes, that it shall. Laugh a little bit then, that's it. Laugh again, baby. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Blessed sweetheart, I am sure it knows me." And again Mrs. Major Allen applied the pap boat to the last-born Sheepshanks' mouth, though the overfed and intelligent infant immediately returned the superfluity without ceremony. " How do you think I hold a baby, my dear? " demanded the anxious aspirant to maternal dignity. " Oh, very well indeed, considering. Only you must mind about the pins. Little Van Diemen is pursing up his mouth now, very much as if he were going to have a cry, and he mostly cries when he gets a pin into him," observed Mrs. Sheepshanks. Little Van Diemen here gave the most unimpeachable testimony in favour of his mamma's sagacity, for they had a cry, and such a long and lusty one as might have daunted any novice of less firm spirit than Mrs. Major Allen. She, however, hugged the little screamer tightly to her bosom, and though it did not seem at all to comfort him, held him there very close indeed for many minutes, swaying her person backwards and forwards incessantly, while one widely extended hand pressed firmly upon the upper joint of the vertebrae, and the other upon the lower part of the infant's person, kept it in a position as likely as anything, short of suffocation, to still the sound. " It is no good, my dear Mrs. Allen," said the mother. " He'll go on that way till he's undressed again, I'll bet anything. Just stop till I have finished combing these two, and I'll look him over myself." " Oh, do let me undress him from top to toe !" cried Mrs. Allen eagerly. " I have never done that my own self yet, and I cannot tell you how I long for it. Will you let me try, Mrs. Sheepshanks? "" Yes, sure, if you like it. Stand still, Eliza, can't you? I am only afraid you'll find it a great plague in him screaming so." " Why, I should like it better if he didn't, to be sure, because it frightens me, and in my situation that is not exactly the thing. However, it is quite needful I should get my hand in ; not but what I shall make the major give the highest of wages, and that, you know, if anything can, will get me a nurse ; so that I shan't have more to do than what my maternal feeling naturally leads to. But nevertheless, it is quite right and proper that I should know all about it myself. There's a darling now," continued the fond mother expectant, addressing the still screaming baby. " There's a love. Just let me untie these strings, only these strings, my beautiful darling. There, there. Now, donty wanty." These last words being uttered in the coaxing idiom of her native country, attracted the attention of the nursery maid of all work, who at that moment entered the room. this girl having some years before accompanied her mother in a voyage from London under circumstances that, by skilful management, had rendered the excursion, young as she was, equally necessary for both, was apt to boast of her metropolitan education, and particularly prided herself on her parts of speech. "Well now, what does Donty Vonty mean, I should like to know? You'd better give over the child to me, ma'am. I knows his vays, and he knows my words." The style in which this dainty damsel, who was frightfully marked by the smallpox, approached, was not conciliatory, for her red arms were stuck akimbo, and her nose, always of the retrousse order, turned up in very evident contempt. "Mind your manners, Phoebe," cried her mistress, but Phoebe strode on towards the low rocking chair on which Mrs. Major Allen was seated, and placing herself before her as close as it was possible to stand, while a pair of squinting eyes, that were intended to look boldly at her, seemed wandering, heaven knows where, repeated in no very silvery tones, "You'd better give over the child to me." Upon every former occasion when Mrs. Major Allen had mixed herself up with the nursery arrangements of her friend, the scene of action, however active and interesting the business going on, had always been the parlour. But this happened to be washing day, and the absence of Phoebe being absolutely certain till dinner time, Mrs. Sheepshanks gave herself up altogether, as she said, to supply her place, and nothing less than the pertinacity of Mrs. Allen could have obtained an entrance into the house. Once pursued, however, into that receptacle of all litter, her nursery, the poor lady was perhaps not sorry to have some one as willing as Mrs. Allen to nurse a baby, for she had made up her mind that day to have a general review of all her children's heads, and accordingly the major's lady was put in possession of the nursing chair, and permitted, as we have seen, to revel in the delight of handling a baby to her heart's content. So earnestly was she engaged in unravelling the manifold mysteries of baby buttons and strings that, notwithstanding Phoebe's abrupt address, Mrs. Allen did not raise her eyes towards the girl till she stood close before her face; and when at last she did so, she pushed the chair violently back, very nearly let little Van Diemen fall out of her arms, and uttered, "Oh, good gracious me!" in a voice that almost amounted to a scream. "Lord have mercy, what's the matter, Mrs. Allen?" cried Mrs. Sheepshanks, pushing aside the head upon which she was operating. "Van isn't taken with a fit, is he?" By this time the agitated Mrs. Major Allen had risen from the nursing chair, and having hastily laid the baby in the cradle beside it, she approached her friend with strong symptoms of agitation. "For heaven's sake, come into the parlour with me for one moment, my dear Mrs. Sheepshanks," she said. "I will not detain you more than a moment. I am going home directly, but indeed, I must speak to you first. Dear me, I don't know what to do, I'm sure, with the butter and beer, and all lying about in this way. Wouldn't it do, Mrs. Allen, if I was to come in and hear what you want to say after dinner? Good heaven, no! You have no idea of the state of mind I am in. Indeed, you must let me speak to you directly." Thus urged, poor Mrs. Sheepshanks, though looking exceedingly distressed, resigned her sponge and her combs, placed everything upon the chimney piece, as much out of reach as she could, wiped her hands upon her linen apron, before she took it off, and then followed her terrified looking guest to the parlour. "Oh, my dear friend, tell me your opinion honestly and truly. I conjure you not to deceive me. You have had great experience. You must be able to form a judgment. Do you think there is any danger of my child's being like that dreadful girl?" "What girl, ma'am? What is it you mean, Mrs. Allen?" said Mrs. Sheepshanks, looking a little cross, and as if she did not as yet perceive any good and sufficient reason for her having been forced to abandon her important avocations in the nursery. "What girl? Oh!" with a violent shudder, "that frightful, frightful girl that you call Phoebe. For heaven's sake, Mrs. Sheepshanks, don't be out of temper. Don't be angry with me, but consider my situation. Though I have been a married woman, as you know, for some years, this is the first time. In short, you know what my condition is, and now I implore you to tell me if you think there is any danger, nervous and delicate as I am, that my looking up so very suddenly close under that horrid girl's face is likely to mark the child." "What, with the smallpox, Mrs. Allen?" said Mrs. Sheepshanks with great simplicity. "I don't know. Mercy on me, how should I know? Smallpox, squinting, that dreadful nose too. Oh, Mrs. Sheepshanks, Mrs. Sheepshanks! All the happiness, all the delight I have promised myself will be lost and destroyed for ever if my child is born in any way like that horrid girl." Here Mrs. Major Allen burst into a very passionate flood of tears, and wrung her hands so piteously as she fixed her streaming eyes upon her neighbour's face, that the good lady, though thinking her cause of grief rather visionary, could not refuse her sympathy, and answered very kindly, " No, indeed, Mrs. Allen, I don't think you have got the least bit of reason to fear any such thing. It is much more likely, depend upon it, that your dear babe should resemble its good looking papa, or your own self, Mrs. Allen, who have got such good, striking features, than a girl that you never happened to look at but once." " That's it, Mrs. Sheepshanks, that's just the most shocking and provoking part of it. If I did not know that the major had always been considered as exceedingly handsome, and myself too, I won't deny it, for why should I? I was always counted something out of the common way in that respect, and if I did not know all this as well as I do, I should not mind the thing half so much. But why should your child be like Phebe Perkins, Mrs. Allen? The girl is no beauty, to be sure, I'm not going to say she is, but yet I can't understand why her ugliness should put you into such a way as this," replied Mrs. Sheepshanks, with some little severity of emphasis. " For mercy's sake, don't be angry with me, my dear, dear friend. For mercy's sake, don't reproach me. Something very unfortunate will happen, I'm quite sure, if you do. You can't think, I am certain you can't, how I feel. 'Twas the suddenness, Mrs. Sheepshanks, the shocking suddenness with which I looked up, that made the danger as I take it. Tell me, for pity's sake, without being hasty with me, did any such thing ever happen to you?" "What thing, Mrs. Allen? The seeing Phebe?" "No, no. That I suppose you got accustomed to a little at a time, as I may say, and by degrees. So unlike poor unlucky me. But what I mean is, if any of your children were ever marked in any way." "Dear me, no, Mrs. Allen," replied this fond mother of many children with a very natural air of displeasure. "Can't you see that they are not?" "Oh yes, to be sure, not in sight, certainly," sobbed out the agitated lady. "Nor out of sight either, I assure you, ma'am." "Oh, my dear, what a happy, happy woman you are, and so many of them like you too," rejoined Mrs. Allen in so very flattering and conciliatory a tone, that her friend's little feeling of displeasure vanished at once, and cordially seizing her hand, she said, "Don't you worry yourself about any such nonsense, my dear Mrs. Allen. You go home and look in the glass, and there it is that you'll see what your dear baby will be most like." There was something in this assurance so calculated to touch the heart of Mrs. Major Allen that she could not resist it. With an emotion over which she really seemed to have no control, she threw her arms round the neck of the kind prophetess, and bestowed upon her a very fervent kiss. "Heaven grant that your words may come true, my dear, dear Mrs. Sheepshanks," she exclaimed, with her eyes once more flashing through her tears. "I do declare that if I could have a girl exactly like what I was when Captain Tate first came to Silverton, I should be the very happiest woman in the world." "Well, then, I'm sure I hope you will. But I suppose you'd like it to be a little like the major too?" said Mrs. Sheepshanks playfully. "Oh, about that I don't know, my dear. If you could know what I was at the time I talk about, I don't think you'd advise any alteration, unless it was to be a boy, indeed. And then I suppose you would be better pleased still. Most ladies like to have a boy first." "But I don't, though," replied Mrs. Major Allen, rather sharply. "That's all very well for people who are never celebrated for having anything particular about them. But where there is beauty, and great family beauty particularly, it is certainly most desirable to have a girl, because it's likely to answer best." "Well, then," returned Mrs. Sheepshanks, rising hastily, for she heard sounds alarmingly indicative of a general nursery riot, "well then, dear Mrs. Allen, go home, sit down before your looking glass, and take my word for it, there is a deal better chance that your child will be like what you see there, than to poor pock-fretten Phebe. Good bye, good bye." Mrs. Major Allen delayed not a moment longer, but took leave as briskly as Mrs. Sheepshanks herself could desire. There was certainly something like superstitious respect in the reverence with which Mrs. Major Allen listened to every word apropos of maternity which fell from the lips of this lady. Looking neither to the right hand nor to the left, and terribly afraid that some acquaintance might stop her ere she reached her home, Mrs. Allen hurried forward with as rapid a step as she considered prudent under existing circumstances, and the moment her door was opened to her, hastened upstairs without pausing to make any of the little domestic inquiries which usually followed her return. For a moment she sat down to recover breath, and then slowly and carefully, and without too much exertion, permitted herself to draw the table which served her for a toilette, into what she considered to be the most advantageous light. Not the strongest, perhaps, but that which by former experiments she knew would show the most favourably to her own eyes that large portion of her charms still left unscathed by time. Having hazarded this active but unnecessary exercise, Mrs. Allen placed herself in a soft and ample chair, and sat for some minutes of complete and soothing repose, with her mirror at the right angle, and her own still bright eyes very fondly fixed upon it. The motive for the occupation in which she was employed perhaps gave an additional charm to her expression, and she thought she was almost as handsome as ever. There was, however, none of that dangerous confidence of self-conceit in Mrs. Allen, which leads some people to fancy that they are quite handsome enough, and need no improvement. On the contrary, in her very best days, she had never encouraged the belief that her beauty, remarkable as it was, required no assistance from human ingenuity and skill. She knew the contrary, and even now, alone as she was, and under the influence only of motives the most pure and sublime that can elevate the heart, or the art of women, she shook off the feeling of fatigue with her exertions that Mrs. Sheepshanks had occasioned, and ceased not to add touch to touch, and divide, and subdivide ringlet from ringlet, till as she gazed on the finished picture, she felt that there was no more to be done. A poet has said that industry to beauty adds new grace. And though it is probable that this expression originally alluded to labours of another kind, it is impossible not to perceive that it may be beautifully applied to the charming woman whose image is now before our mind's eye. Nothing, surely, can be imagined more touching than the occupation and appearance of Mrs. Allen at this time, and a painter would do well to seize and embody a moment of feeling so calculated to find sympathy in every female heart. We all know that pretty women love to adorn themselves for conquest, and we smile, though with no very harsh satire, at the vanity that flutters the while around their fair bosoms. But how different was the spectacle offered by Mrs. Major Allen as she sat in her lone chamber in Van Diemen's Land. Her whole soul occupied, it is true, with the idea of her own beauty, but in the hope, not of slaying whole hecatombs of lovers with that beauty, as perhaps she might have dreamed of in the giddy days of yore, but of transmitting it to a dear pledge of wedded love who should carry it down through unnumbered generations of posterity. Callous must be the heart, and lifeless the imagination, that does not kindle at this image. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Pride and Pleasure, Portrait of a Mother, Domestic Anecdotes, Affectionate Reminiscences, Confidence Promised. At length the happy hour arrived, and Mrs. Major Allen became a mother. Only those who have waited as long as this lady had done for the honoured blessing can be capable of appreciating her feelings on the occasion. It is not, nevertheless, recorded of her by those who knew her best, that any very remarkable development of the organ of philoprogenitiveness was perceptible in her formation. The triumphant gladness of her heart arose from a complex variety of intellectual impressions with which this sort of mere animal organization had, in truth, very little to do. It was the consciousness that, while almost all other married ladies had children, she had none, which had galled her. It was the idea that her well-secured money would have to go to somebody who did not belong to her, that rankled at her heart. And it was a vague suspicion that her gay husband occasionally alluded to her childless condition, and quizzed her ignorance of all nursery concerns in his conversation with other, and perhaps younger ladies, which irritated her spirit. It was, therefore, the cure for all these gnawing griefs that she blessed and hailed with rapture when a bouncing, stout, screaming little girl was put into her arms. Most ladies love a little fuss upon such occasions, and it is not very wonderful if Mrs. Major Allen coveted a good deal. Though feeling as little like an invalid as any lady ever did under such circumstances, she would not abate an hour of the regular stipulated month's confinement, which she had heard repeatedly spoken of as the proper period of retreat for ladies of delicate health. Not, indeed, that she desired to live alone till the baby moon's evolution was complete. On the contrary, not only her friend and constant preceptress, Mrs. Sheepshanks, but all the other genteel ladies of Sydney were given to understand that they might come to look at Mrs. Major Allen and her beautiful baby every morning if they liked it. And as very sufficient caudle and vast quantities of plum cake were daily distributed, they all did like it very much, and came accordingly. Any lady of any land might, indeed, have found much in Mrs. Allen's Sydney dressing-room at this time to repay the trouble of a visit, provided, that is to say, it was within tolerably easy reach of them. It might not, perhaps, have been worth while to sail round half the world in order to enter it, yet there was a vast deal there both to see and to admire. Reading people already know that Mrs. Major Allen was remarkable for her taste in dress, and that wherever display was called for, her peculiar genius appeared to the greatest advantage. The retirement of a sick chamber might, by many, be considered as likely to check, at least for a time, this propensity for striking decoration. But such was not the case with Mrs. Allen. And though in a different style, her toilette was as distinguished during her first month of maternity as at any period of her existence. From the hour she quitted her bed, which, feeling herself exceedingly strong and well, she insisted upon doing with as little loss of time as possible, her costume was perfect. This part of the business had been long meditated upon, and the preparation for it, having commenced at a very early stage of her hopes, was persevered in with unwearied industry to the end. Her long-loved satin stitch was, upon this occasion, as heretofore, of the most essential use to her. Indeed, without it, she never could have reached that perfection of attire for herself, her room, and her child which became the admiration of Sydney and all its neighbouring villas. Where a great effect is produced by very delicate touches, it is not altogether easy either to follow the process or do justice to the result. But what is both original and beautiful should never be passed over in silence from the doubting timidity of those whose duty it is to describe it. The curtains of Mrs. Major Allen's apartment were, upon this occasion, of full rose-coloured calico, covered with a species of muslin so open in its texture as to be exported for mosquito nets. Upon the draperies of these she had, some weeks before her confinement, affixed some white scallops of her own invention, each one having a little tassel of rose-coloured calico cut into slips attached to it. Her sofa, removed from the parlour for the occasion, was clothed in the same style, and elicited an exclamation of wonder and delight from every one who approached it. 3 small cushions, carelessly balanced on the back and arms of this extensive couch, were also of the same gay and happy hue, and not a corner of them but showed in patterns of labyrinthine grace and intricacy the powers of a skilful needle. Mrs. Major Allen herself was habited in a robe of white, which, though not of a particularly fine texture, was really exquisitely elegant, as all the Sydney ladies agreed, from the profusion of elaborate satin stitch bestowed upon its cuffs and collar. " I always said so," observed Mrs. Major Allen to her nurse, the first time she put on one of the 2 beautiful robes thus prepared. " I always said that there was nothing in the whole world like satin stitch for giving an elegant finish. And I will tell you what, nurse, you may depend upon it, that amongst all the things that a woman does, there is nothing, positively nothing, that answers so well as satin stitch." It is no use to talk of the cap of Mrs. Major Allen upon this occasion, for she not only wore a succession of caps, all more or less indebted to the same favourite decoration for their superiority to all other caps, but, moreover, with a refinement of taste and ingenuity of arrangement only to be equalled, perhaps, by the manner in which progressive sunshine is made to steal upon the pictures of the diorama, almost every day was made to chronicle her approach to convalescence by some delicate strengthening, if I may so say, of her beauty. The rouge, which long habit had made so habitually a part of her daily puttings on, that within 24 hours of Miss Allen's birth, the maternal cheek had received a little red, was nevertheless used with such forbearing moderation, that the lady looked, as she ought to do, considerably paler than usual. And it was only by increasing, day by day, the skilfully modulated bloom, that at the happy termination of her month, Mrs. Major Allen appeared as glowing a representation of youth, beauty, and health as before. The copious quantity of ringlets, too, which, excepting that they happened to be of a somewhat softer texture, differed little from those which had fanned the dusty air of the Silverton ballroom, when she danced with Captain Tate, appeared in like manner by degrees, and, to use Voltaire's charming words, returned to enchant the world. Pas à pas, comme un jour d'eux dans les yeux délicats. When first she sat up in bed, one shining black corkscrew peeping forth from each side beneath the embroidered nightcap, was all that she deemed congruous to her condition. On the morrow a second came, and then a third, till at length the whole pendant mass, black as night, yet lustrous in its rich and oily glossiness, once more spread its lurid glories on each side her radiant face. As to the dress and general appearance of the baby, it varied according to the hours of the day. Its admirable mother, who piqued herself on being an excellent manager, was a great economist in all that appertained to the laundry department, and before it was many hours old she discovered that care must be taken as to its dear little expenses in that line, as well as in papa's and her own. So the darling poppet was not always prepared for company. But when it was, the fullness of the mother's heart might easily be read in the elaborate decoration of its attire. In a word, New South Wales had never before seen such a mother and child, and nothing could exceed the admiration they inspired, or the high consideration in which the Allen family, one and all, were held. Meanwhile the Major kept his word, and did take care that all the little parties in which he was engaged, either at home or abroad, should answer. Nevertheless, his parental prudence kept pace with his success, and his lady's tightly settled and regularly remitted income continued to supply all their expenses; so that the Major's steady winnings went on accumulating in a manner that spoke strongly of the fundamental improvement which had taken place in his character and morals since the period when the reader and Mrs. Barnaby were first introduced to him at Clifton. These winnings, indeed, particularly if stated night after night, or day by day, would, to European ears, appear mere bagatelles, hardly worth recording in a professional gamester's account. But to an inhabitant of Sydney, the yearly aggregate, if roundly named, which, however, never happened to occur, would have been considered as enormous. In this case, as in every other, unremitting perseverance does wonders. Nulla dies sine linea is a receipt to fill volumes; and on the same principles a purse of no small dimensions may be filled by one who, playing with assured success, never suffers any hour in the day and night to be passed in idleness, when it is possible to put a pack of cards in action. Such was the system of Major Allen; and though on a small scale Sydney was no bad field of action for him. Assuredly there was no Crockford's, where within the space of half a night a man, without quitting his chair, may be sure of finding an opportunity, if he seek it, of beggaring himself for his neighbour. But there were little quiet corners where, by day or night, small hazards might be played for among the idlers, of which the more industrious part of the population knew little or nothing; and a taste for that tempting seesaw, the gaming table, generated perhaps in the brilliant salons of Paris or the club houses of London, may find wherewithal to keep itself alive, even in the deep retreats of New South Wales. Major Allen was, therefore, by no means an idle man, neither could he fairly be called an intemperate one. The glass of rum and milk that greeted the morn, and the tumbler or two of whisky toddy that hailed the genial hours of night, cannot be justly quoted in contradiction to this, for nobody ever saw Major Allen drunk. Moreover, his habits, in all things appertaining to expenditure, were exceedingly careful; though he by no means denied himself the constant comfort of a good dinner or the occasional gratification of a little display; so that he and his lady were decidedly classed among the very first people in Sydney. In temper and general domestic demeanour, as favourable a report may be made of him as most gentlemen under similar circumstances would be likely to deserve. So on the whole, it is to be hoped that the character of this individual, who, from his near connection with my heroine, must make an important figure in the drama of her future life, may be considered in all respects as improved rather than the contrary, since the reader parted from him. But notwithstanding all these excellent domestic qualities, Major Allen was not what could be called a confidential husband. Indeed, there were some circumstances connected with his first appearance in the colony which his wife was never fully able to understand. It was evident that he had some powerful friends among the persons in authority, and the deference and very strict observance he paid them proved him to be of a most grateful temper. But he never entered with his charming lady into any explanation of the origin of this close connection between them. Neither did he appear to deem it necessary that she should be troubled with any statement respecting the little sums he was accumulating. Nay, his notions of a well-regulated family economy might have led him to prefer taking his lady's income under his own immediate and separate control. But here, after a somewhat spirited trial on occasion of the 2 first quarterly payments, he gave in, Mrs. Allen not being a woman to give way easily where she felt herself to be right. So thenceforward he contented himself with knowing that all household expenses, of every kind whatever, including of course his own dress and little personal appointments, were defrayed regularly, and in the most creditable manner, that is to say without credit, by this fund. Now and then, indeed, thinking the little occasional assistance which her quick faculties enabled her to afford whenever his favourite amusement went on in her presence, gave her some right to inquire, she ventured to question him respecting his winnings. But the following short specimen of such dialogues will show that he well knew how to answer them. " For heaven's sake, major, what do you do with all your winnings?" she said to him one day, when she would greatly have liked to have got hold of a portion of them to assist in the purchase of a little finery. " I see you pocket lots of cash night after night, and when am I to be the better for it?" " Don't put yourself in a flurry, my love. I often lose money, of course ; though God knows, and you know too, my love, that I always take every possible precaution to avoid it ; but nevertheless it will happen." " You have not got the face to tell me that you do not make money by playing," said Mrs. Major Allen, with some appearance of excitement. " No, my love, I know my duty both to myself and you too well, to continue playing if such were the case. But it is an amusement that I like, and I take the most scrupulous care that it shall never become an annoyance to you, my dear angel, which you know it must do did I not care, when I win, to lay by the amount to be in readiness for the time when I may lose." Mrs. Major Allen snuffed the air with a slight appearance of agitation, but only said, " I hope you do lay it by, Major Allen." This occurred some months before the birth of the little Martha ; and it was then she was exactly 3 months old that a snug small evening party at home, attended with a run of very obvious good fortune, led to a renewal of the subject. " A pretty sum you must have pouched last night, major," said his lady, as she poured out his tea on the following morning, while their infant heiress lay sweetly slumbering in a cradle at her side. " Yes, my love, pretty well." " Then I do trust our poor child will be the better for it," said Mrs. Major Allen, putting down the teapot, and placing her right hand on the top of the cradle, while with the other she fondly dallied with the little coverlid, as if it wanted more tucking in than she had given it a dozen times over already. " I do hope, Major Allen, that for the first time in your life you will do something to assist in the maintenance of your family." " My family," replied the major, cherubing very affectionately towards the cradle, " have not been very long in want of maintenance." " Why, we have been married," replied Mrs. Allen, " above a year, sir ; and except just furnishing the place, and giving me that trumpery necklace, which is no more to be compared to my shells than light to darkness, you have never spent, to my knowledge, a single farthing of your own from that hour to this. If it had not been for my own fortune, your family would have been pretty much in want of a maintenance." " My dearest creature, can you imagine that a man of my knowledge of the world, and general savoir vivre, would ever have been guilty of that most unpardonable of all human actions, the marrying a woman without fortune ? No, my beautiful Mrs. Major Allen, I adore you far too vehemently, ever to have been guilty of such treacherous, unmanly baseness as to have seduced you into marriage in short, my love, with myself, had I known that, though not so rich as I once thought you, there was no danger of your actually starving in consequence of your affection for me." " And you probably thought there might be no danger of your own starving either, dear major," replied the lady, laughing a sort of experimental laugh, as not quite certain how the hit might be taken. However, her excellent husband was in extremely good humour, and only laughed a little in return, buttering his toast the while as pleasantly as possible. This, of course, acted as an encouragement upon the lady, as she again hinted that she should like a little money. " Upon my word, I shall be delighted to oblige you, my dearest Mrs. Allen," he replied with every appearance of gravity ;" but the birth of this darling babe furnishes the very strongest motive a man is capable of feeling for prudence and economy. I cannot give you money, my dear love. It is the greatest possible grief for me to be obliged to say so, but I should never forgive myself, never. nor ever, I truly believe, should I sleep in peace again, did I for a moment yield to any temptation that might affect the future fortune of our dear little daughter." Here again the Major chirruped at the cradle, and Mrs. Allen, heaving a deep sigh, only muttered in reply, " Then it is quite impossible I should buy any feathers for her bonnet." The tone of this very happy New South Welsh couple to each other was, in more respects than one, rather singular. There was occasionally a vast deal of fondness displayed on both sides, yet a sharp observer might sometimes have fancied that there was some latent feeling of suspicion and reserve at their hearts. If this, however, was really the case, they conducted themselves on the whole with great discretion, and might not unaptly have been quoted as a proof that all feelings, with proper schooling, may ever be made subservient to will. This indeed must always be the case where motive is strong ; and motive was strong enough both in the Major and his lady to produce a line of conduct in each, running so parallel to each other that there was little or no danger of their ever producing a concussion by crossing. Thus Major Allen never, even in his most playful moments, nor when the whisky toddy had been the most seductive, hazarded the slightest allusion either to his friend Maintry, or to his excellent servant William, or to the cause or manner of his voyage out, or to the beautiful Isabella d'Almafonte, or even to the Duke of Wellington. While, on the other hand, Mrs. Major Allen appeared totally to have forgotten Silverton Park, and her beautiful set of greys; never gave the slightest indication of remembering such a place as Clifton, such as an abigail as Betty Jacks, such wretches as the tradesmen of Cheltenham, or such an extraordinary dull place as the Fleet Prison. There can be no doubt in the world that this was the best plan they could follow, for without it there would have been so remarkable a discrepancy between their confidential reminiscences and the dignified strain of their ordinary bearing as must have made their lives appear, even to each other, like one long drawn-out conspiracy. Whereas, under the existing system, everything went on smoothly, that it might almost be doubted whether they had not really and truly undergone some Lethean process which had cleared off effectually and for ever all the heavier shadows that hung upon the background of their past existence. In a word, bygones are bygones would have been the most expressive and appropriate motto that they could possibly have adopted. Mrs. Major Allen was certainly in many respects a very clever woman. Having acutely enough found out what the Major's tactics were and were likely to be, respecting the past, she not only adopted the same with very excellent feminine tact, but taking the fullest advantage of the general amnesty thus granted by memory to all former faults and follies, she gazed at her black-eyed little daughter with renewed hope, and renewed ambition, and felt as fresh in spirit, and as ready to set off again in pursuit of new plots and new projects, as if she had never met with a disappointment in her life. But if she wisely cast a veil over what it was disagreeable to remember, the same wisdom led her, as much as it was possible to do so, to keep for ever before her husband's eyes, her own, and those of everybody who approached her, the recollection of all that was creditable in which she could claim a share. Those who know the character of the man can feel no doubt that here too the happy sympathy of disposition existing between the married pair would have manifested itself, if the thing had been possible; but herein it would seem that the lady had the advantage of the gentleman. For while she discoursed pretty considerably at large concerning her aunt Compton of Compton Basset, her dearly beloved niece, Mrs. General Hubert, and above all of her great friend and great connection, Lady Elizabeth Norris, the Major, though now and then in General Sydney society echoing the affectionate family allusions of his wife, was never heard to obtrude the mention of his own relations upon anybody. It was impossible for a woman so acute as Mrs. Major Allen not to perceive that these frequent references to the old country increased their consideration in the new one, and this indeed so evidently, that at length it struck her as being well worth while to make an effort towards renewing some intercourse with those the far-off sound of whose names was so advantageous. One afternoon that the Major, who not unfrequently passed his soirees from home, had declared his intention of remaining during the entire evening in his own mansion, where he hoped a friend would call, and perhaps play a quiet game or two at piquet with him, he happened to say, after giving his lady instructions about making the toddy and one or two other little particulars, "I like to think, dearest, that whatever I do win will be sure sooner or later to help out the fortune of our darling baby." Nothing was so sure to put Mrs. Major Allen in good humour as an observation of this kind from her husband; for the charming buoyancy of her spirits was such that she already, though her young daughter was little more than a 12-month old, had determined in her own mind that the third Martha should do better in life than either of her beautiful predecessors had done. With a degree of contentment to which no words can do justice, she perceived in the features, hair, and complexion of her child, that she had not gazed upon her own image in vain; and blessing the prescient tenderness which had dictated her doing so, she prophesied, as she contemplated the black eyes and dark hair of the darling, that in her the race of Compton should rise higher than all Aunt Betsy's economy had ever yet contrived to place it. Mindful, however, of the many proofs which had met her in the course of her career, that money was an important auxiliary in all affairs of love, she became, perhaps, almost immoderately anxious as to everything that concerned the little Martha's pecuniary interests. It is possible that the major was in some degree aware of this; for it is certain that whenever particularly desirous of ensuring the concurrence or aid of his lady in any of his little schemes, he now invariably hinted that it was probable their result, if well managed, would be favourable to the future prospects of their daughter. On the occasion above alluded to, his reference to this produced the happiest effect. Mrs. Allen smiled with the greatest sweetness, and even playfully pinched his cheek as she replied, " Never fear me, dear. Hoard away, major, and when you have got enough to take us back, why back we will go, won't we?" The major returned the pinch, nodded his head, but said nothing. " I suppose you are afraid to promise, major, for fear I should plague you about it? Eh? Don't be afraid. I shall know how to mind my hits, and shall not be over stupid, I dare say, in giving a guess about the when and the how too, though I may not happen positively to know anything about it. However, if you will take my advice, you will turn your thoughts that way, let it be as long as it will, before you can turn yourself; unless indeed there is any particular reason why you should stay here for life." " For life? Oh no, my love, decidedly not for life," replied the major rather eagerly. " But I don't quite understand, dear, what you mean by turning my thoughts that way," he continued with a musing air ; and then after a moment's pause added, " To say the truth, my dear Mrs. Allen, my thoughts seldom turn for long together in any other direction. The doings here, my dear, let a man be as persevering as he will, are pitiful in the extreme ; and it is impossible to think of what's going on every night on the other side of the water, without being devilishly provoked, I promise you, particularly when a man feels that he improves every day he lives." Mrs. Major Allen listened to this with the greatest satisfaction. It was the first time she had ever heard her husband distinctly declare an intention of returning to England ; and though at the very bottom of her heart she had determined to do so herself one day or other, even if she found herself obliged to leave him behind, the discovering that his wishes accorded with her own was highly gratifying, and she immediately determined upon opening her mind to him concerning a scheme that had for some time past occupied her head. " My darling major," she exclaimed, " how delighted I am to hear you talk so ! Remember the saying, where there's a will, there's a way ; and do you only give me your promise, that when you can go you will, and I will give mine to push on in every way possible to the same delightful end. I will spend just next to nothing, dearest, in any way. I will buy no feathers either for baby or myself, and almost no flowers neither. I'll promise not to think of any more satin dresses, if it is for almost a dozen years to come. And I will trust, for making a decent appearance, altogether to turning, trimming, and satin stitch. In short, my dearest major, there is nothing in the whole world that I would not do to get back." " I am glad to hear all this, my love, very glad. There is nothing like having a few rouleaux beforehand, my dear, depend upon it. Stick to the saving plan about clothes and all your own little expenses, and it is quite impossible to say what may be the fruits of it one of these days." " Oh, but you don't know, major, what else I have got in my head," replied his wife, with a gay glance that reminded him of Clifton. " When we do go back, it shall not be my fault if we do not find somebody worth introducing our child to." " Who will that be, my dear ?" said he with a glance almost as gay as her own. " To my Lord Mucklebury?" For with a degree of generous confidence, which really did honour to her heart, Mrs. Major Allen had confessed to her husband how very near married she had been with that nobleman, and how completely it was owing to a mere accidental misunderstanding between them that the match had been broken off. " It is by no means impossible that I may do that good service both to you and to her, my love," answered the lady ;" for I have every reason to flatter myself that what was love, very fervent love certainly, has now mellowed into friendship and I have little doubt that by the time we return he may be able to see me and even my child without pain, though he may perhaps have a guiltless sigh that he is not the father of it. But it was not of him, Major Allen, I do assure you that it was not of him I was thinking." "Of whom then, Mrs. Allen? Of those Clifton people? Pray do not let us talk about them. For in the first instance I hate them all particularly, and in the next they are not in a station of life that can do me or any man of fashion service." Mrs. Allen was not at all displeased at hearing her husband thus class himself. But her change of colour would have been visible had she not worn rouge when he named Clifton. The emotion passed, however, and she resumed without any trace of embarrassment. "No, no, 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 Major Allen. I am not so humble-minded as you imagine. It is not my brother and sister Peters, nor any of my nephews and nieces in that very commercial district that I am thinking about, but of persons in a very different station, I assure you. Be patient for a moment, and I will explain myself." The Major was at that moment smoking a cigar, and continued the operation with as much composure as she could have desired, while she rose from her chair and opened the drawer of a work table at the further extremity of the apartment. From this drawer she took what might be recognized at the first glance as an English newspaper, and which, though of no very recent date, was the last thing that had been received in the colony. "I have promised never to be extravagant again, my dear," said the lady, advancing up the room, and searching the precious columns as she walked, for the article she wished to show him, "and therefore you must not scold me for having bought this newspaper. I really could not resist it when I found this paragraph concerning the very nearest relations I have in the world. Let me read it to you, shall I?" The Major smoked on, but graciously nodded his head. "It is the account of a drawing room held at St. James's Palace, Major Allen. I was always fond of reading those sort of articles even in England, for nothing keeps up our acquaintance with the fashionable world so well. Besides, the insight it gives one into dress. And here, of course, it is 10,000 times more valuable still, to prevent one's forgetting the very names of one's relations, and all other persons of rank." Here Mrs. Major Allen began reading a very long list of persons present at the drawing room, and at length came to the names of General and Mrs. Hubert, as being among them. "I suppose you know who she is, Major Allen, if you do not remember him?" "Not I," said the Major. "What, my dear? Don't you remember my darling niece Agnes? The girl that I devoted myself to so completely before she married?" "What? The little Willoughby, who was so skittish that she would never let one speak to her? Oh dear, yes, I remember her perfectly." "Well, Major, it is she who is now Mrs. General Hubert, and who has been, as you perceive, presented at court." "Oh, she married the stiff-backed colonel, did she? I forgot all about it, my dear. And is it to the General's lady that you are going to introduce me?" There was a comic sort of leer in the eye of the Major as he said this, which his wife did not altogether understand; but after looking at him for a moment, she replied, "To be sure it is, my dear. My darling Agnes, Mrs. General Hubert, as of course I must now call her, will be beyond all question the most fitting and proper person to introduce our daughter into society. Nor is there the slightest reason why she should not be presented at court when she is old enough. And it is just because she is not old enough yet that I am content to wait so patiently till it may suit you, my dear Major, to accompany us back to Europe. But though there might be no particular use in our going as yet, it will, as I have lately thought, be extremely proper for me to write to my niece, and I certainly shall do so immediately." "Depend upon it, my dear, I shall make no sort of objection," replied the amiable Major. "But you don't think it just possible that she may not answer you?" "No, Major Allen, I do not. I know better than any one else can, except herself, dear child, how devoted was the attachment I showed her, and it is not in nature to believe that whenever I choose to recall myself to her remembrance she should be otherwise than delighted at hearing from me. I will not deny that some trifling circumstances occurred previous to her marriage, and to mine, which displeased me. However, everything was made up, most affectionately, before I left England, and a very touching scene it was, I assure you, with poor dear Willoughby, her father, who suddenly returned from some place like this, I don't know where, abroad, and brought another daughter with him. A charming creature she is, not quite so lovely and elegant looking as my niece, but very pretty, and married to an extremely rich young son of a baronet. So you see, Major, the connection throughout is most extremely desirable for our Martha, and when the time comes for our return, will unquestionably be one of the greatest importance to her. So write I shall, most decidedly." The indifference with which the Major at first appeared to listen to her relaxed by degrees as she went on, and when at length she paused, he said, without any sneer at all, "Very well, my dear. You are perfectly a woman of the world, which is exactly what I would wish you to be ; and nothing could be more desirable than that our little girl should in due time be introduced to such very near relations. But I believe I have hinted to you before that there are 2 or 3 reasons which should render my immediate return to England inconvenient. I have hitherto never entered upon any explanation of them; because, in fact, they possessed little interest in themselves, and were of no consequence whatever to us in our present situation. But if it should prove that there really is any chance of our getting among the set you mention when we get back, it may be as well to make you understand the affair sufficiently to prevent any awkward blunders on your part, which might be inconvenient. Not that the thing, in point of fact, is of any great consequence. But nevertheless, as it involves some trifling etiquette that some sort of people think a great deal about, it may be as well to put you au fait of the business. And I shall have great pleasure, I am sure, in giving you this proof of my confidence. But here comes our friend Belmaine. Remember, love, all our established hints and tokens. And remember also, that whatever I do chance to win will be added to the fund, which I trust we shall be able to lay up for our dear girl's benefit. There! He is obliged to knock again. Why does not that stupid girl open the door? We will finish our talk to-morrow, dear. Only remember that you are not to write to England till I have explained myself." The worthy Mr. Belmaine here made his appearance, and was received in the most friendly manner, both by the Major and his lady. He was not an old acquaintance, but appeared to be a very valued one, for nothing was omitted that could make their substantial tea-drinking agreeable; and the little Martha, who with almost precocious strength of limb already waddled fearlessly over the floor, was induced to add her note of welcome by a wonderfully articulated ta-ta. Soon after the meal was concluded, Mrs. Major Allen retired for a few moments to superintend the coucher of her beautiful child, and ere she returned, the 2 gentlemen had very rationally sought and found consolation for her absence in a pack of cards. Whenever Major Allen indulged himself in the presence of his wife with a game at piquet, whist, or écarté, the only amusements of the kind he ever ventured upon, his lady had the appearance of being in what is vulgarly called a fidget; for she walked about the room, looked at the different hands, and, in short, seemed in search of amusement for herself which she could not find. On such occasions it was usual for the Major to say, "Pray, my dear love, do sit down. You have no idea how you worry me by moving about so." And she replied, "Well then, my dear, I will take my work and amuse myself now and then by looking at your hand." And then she did take her work, and sat down behind him, very close indeed, sometimes twitching his hair in a lively manner, and sometimes playfully running her needle into his shoulder, always permitting her animated eyes to invite his partner to take part in the jest. After enduring this for about 5 minutes, it was usual for the Major to lose his patience, and to exclaim, "Upon my word, my love, I cannot play if you go on so. You are as frolicsome as a kitten, dearest, and I give you my honour I can't bear to check you. But upon my soul, I am such a nervous player, that I don't know what I'm about for 2 minutes together while you are playing your monkey tricks. Could you not take your work a little further away, love?" Mrs. Major Allen could never stand this reproof, but constantly replied, rather in a plaintive tone, "And pretty dull sort of work I shall find it. I dare say Mr. This, or Mr. That," whoever the Major's partner might be, "will not be so cross as you are, dear, so I will go and sit by him." And she did go and sit by him, or rather behind him, but so quietly that it was next to impossible that he should be churlish enough to make any objection to her remaining there. This little domestic scene was repeated on the present occasion with just sufficient variation as to the phrase and frolic as might suffice to prevent its appearing stupidly repetitive. But when it had been gone through, and Mrs. Major Allen had established herself exactly in the place she wished to occupy, her attention involuntarily wandered from the game she overlooked at the present moment, to the greater one in which she flattered herself she should be engaged at a future time. The mysterious words of her husband, too, haunted her rather painfully. The spelling and putting together which her active intellect rendered inevitable produced a result which, if not quite new to her imagination, appeared at this moment more than usually important; and, in short, it was with the greatest difficulty that she conducted herself throughout the very long evening according to her husband's wishes. She really exerted herself, however, to do the best she could; and when at length the beefsteak, sweet potatoes, and whisky toddy were called for, she performed all the duties of a careful hostess perfectly; so that at last, at about 2 o'clock in the morning, the snug little party broke up, under circumstances perfectly satisfactory to the major, who gave his weary wife the reward she well merited by saying, as he drew up the strings of his inflated purse, "Thank you, my dear, everything was very nice and very well managed. Now let us get to bed, and to-morrow morning we will have a talk about the best way for you to write home to your relations. It would be a fine thing for our little missy, to be sure, and I think it may be done if we manage well. People talk of good fortune and bad fortune, but depend upon it, my dear Barnaby," it was thus he ever addressed her when in particularly high spirits, "depend upon it that it is human skill which regulates human affairs, and that when some great misfortune befalls us, it is because we have committed some great blunder; while, on the contrary, if some striking blessing, as it is called, rewards our endeavours, it proves, beyond the possibility of any reasonable doubt, that we have known how to set about what we had to do, and perform the task skilfully and well. There, don't let us talk any more to night, because that last glass of toddy has made me very sleepy. Good night, dear. Good night." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Promised Confidence Bestowed. Interesting Narrative. Conjugal Harmony. Renewed Correspondence. That nothing might interrupt the conversation which Mrs. Major Allen was quite determined should not be delayed, she would not even suffer her daughter to appear at the breakfast table the following morning; but though the young lady was crying pretty lustily at the other end of the house, ventured to assure her papa, when he kindly inquired for her, that she was fast asleep. Having set all things in such order that no further assistance from without could be required, Mrs. Allen thus began: "Well, Major Allen, I have made up my mind not to let this blessed day pass over my head without writing to my dear niece, Mrs. General Hubert. I have been looking over the paper again. There is the whole account of her dress at full length, which I quite forgot to show you, my dear. Such taste, such splendour! Don't you think, my dear Allen, that it is our bounden duty to leave not a stone unturned that might help to place our dear child among such cousins as these?" "We will leave neither sticks nor stones unturned, as you call it, my dear. But the matter must be managed very judiciously. There is no doubt in the world that the relationship is quite near enough to render our entering their circle perfectly natural and proper; and considering all you did for that girl, Agnes, it can hardly be doubted that she will welcome you with open arms. She must be a monster indeed if she did not. Nevertheless, strange as it may seem to you, my dear creature, there will be a good deal of caution necessary in the manner in which you introduce me to them." Mrs. Major Allen put down the portion of buttered roll which she was in the act of raising to her lips, and turned rather faint. However, as she by no means wished the major to guess what was passing in her mind, she made an effort to recover herself, which was as successful as such efforts always are. And then she replied with great apparent composure: "Well, dearie, you said I should know all about it to-day, so get on, there's a good man. I am afraid of nothing, not I, so speak out, and you shall never see me flinch." "You are a charming creature, my love, and deserve all the devoted attachment I have shown you. Now listen to me then, and join your excellent judgment to mine as to the best mode of conquering the difficulties which lie in our way. But first, I must ask you if you have written at all to England since the death of O'Donagough, or since your marriage with me?" "Why, no, my dear, to say the truth I have not," replied the lady; "for, to speak honestly, I felt half afraid of being laughed at, for the facility with which I suffered my former passion to regain its hold upon me." "You were right, perfectly right. I am exceedingly glad of this, for reasons which I can easily explain to you. Then, in fact, dear, you have never sent any letter to Europe signed with my name, nor any announcing your last husband's death?" "No, I never have." "And you never shall, my darling," returned the Major, in an accent of very ardent tenderness. Mrs. Major Allen looked very much as if she wished to say, "Why?" But she conquered the wish, as she felt it, deeming it best to let her husband tell his story his own way. After a pause, sufficiently long to permit his finishing his first cup of tea, the Major continued: "No, my love, never. This declaration must, I am sure, astonish you, though your sweet reliance on me will not permit you to say so. Believe me, darling, this noble confidence is not misplaced, and the time will come, doubt it not, when you will thank me for the prudence which thus anxiously seeks to spare you all alarm. The fact is, my love, that an affair of honour, which ended fatally, was the cause of my leaving England." Mrs. Major Allen did not believe one word of this, but she was an admirable wife, and instead of contumaciously expressing any doubt, meekly replied, "Really?" "Yes, my love. My unerring hand sent the leaden messenger of death too truly, and nothing but the conscientious conviction that the wretch who thus fell deserved his fate could console me for being the author of it." As the Major said this, he concealed his agitation, or at any rate his face, by his extended hand, leaving room, however, between his third and fourth finger, to peep at the face of his wife and see how she bore it. Fortunately, that excellent and intelligent lady perceived that he did so, and immediately checked an inclination to smile, which might have been disagreeably interpreted. So instead of this, she blew her nose, and then said, very gravely, "Oh, my dear, there is no good in fretting and vexing about those kind of things. They must happen, you know, occasionally. And to say the truth, I did not think that any gentleman of your profession, any military gentleman, I mean, would have thought much about it." "You are quite right, my dear, quite right in a general way. But there were one or two very unfortunate circumstances attending this affair. In the first place, we had no surgeon on the ground. This of itself, you know, though purely accidental on my part, lays one open to the most abominable constructions. Then my adversary's second ran away. Stupid fellow! As if any harm could have come to him. In short, I was advised by my lawyer himself, as well as by all my military friends, not to run the risk of a trial. This, sweetest, is my history. And now you will be at no loss to understand why I should never wish you to send a letter to your friends in England signed with the guiltless but unfortunate name of Allen." There was the struggle of a moment in the heart of Mrs. Allen, as to whether she should have the pleasure of telling the master of her destiny that she was a vast deal too clever to believe a single word of all he said, or suffer him to lie his way, unchecked, out of the very disagreeable predicament in which she was pretty confident he was placed. But luckily she remembered the weakness of a divided bundle of faggots, and at the same instant determined at once to swallow whatever her spouse, in his wisdom, thought it convenient to administer, and, moreover, to the very best of her power, to make all others swallow it likewise. "You may depend upon it, my dear, I shall sign the letter I am going to write to my dear Agnes, with whatever name you bid me," was the gentle and generous answer of Mrs. Allen, as soon as she had made up her mind to keep her cleverness to herself; and perhaps she gave this promise the more readily from remembering, as she spoke the name of Agnes, how very little honour, either in her eyes or in those of General Hubert, that of Allen was likely to confer on the young cousin she was about to announce to them, even if unaccompanied by any of the adventures which she thought it possible might have become connected with it since they last had the pleasure of hearing it pronounced by her. "No man was ever blessed with a more charming wife than I am," cried the Major with sudden gaiety, and probably well pleased at having got through the business of explanation so happily. Then, after a moment's consideration, he added, "Why, my dear, should you not continue your late name of O'Donagough? Upon my honour, I have no prejudice whatever against it, if you have not, and the doing so might, perhaps, be less embarrassing for you than taking any other." This proposition evidently took the lady by surprise, and the manner in which she now looked up in the Major's face was without any premeditation at all. "Perhaps you have some objection to this, my dear. Perhaps the name of Allen is dearer to you than all others," said the Major. "Oh, I don't know, I'm sure, anything about that. It would be foolish, you know, my dear, to take fancies when we are talking about business. replied his high-minded wife. "I only look so because I don't quite understand what it is you would be at. Am I to tell my niece and my nephew, the General, and my brother-in-law, Mr. Willoughby, and all the rest of them, that you are a relative of my late husband, Mr. O'Donagough?" "By no means, my love. That must inevitably create confusion. What I propose is merely that you should state yourself still to be the wife of the respected Mr. O'Donagough himself." "But good gracious, Major, how could I do that when we go back, after every one of them has seen Mr. O'Donagough, and has been regularly introduced to him in person? And besides," she added, somewhat in a lower key, "they have most of them seen you into the bargain." "True, dearest, true, all quite true. Nevertheless, I do not anticipate the slightest inconvenience from this. I have had the honour to see some of your amiable relations, certainly, and I question not but they have also seen me. They may likewise have seen your late estimable husband. All this I grant you. But it will make no difference whatever, my love. Do not be uneasy about that. It will give us no trouble worth naming, I assure you." "I must confess that now you do puzzle me," replied Mrs. Major Allen with great naivete, "and I don't know the least bit in the world what you mean." Major Allen smiled with great complacency upon his charming wife as he answered, "My lovely Barnaby, you are, without flattery, one of the sharpest witted and most intelligent women I ever met with; and it is only on points where nothing but experience and a more extended knowledge of the world has assisted me that I can assume any sort of superiority to you. And even here, you have only to open your own charming eyes a little in order, if not exactly to overtake me, at least to lessen the distance between us. This business of identity, dear love, is a mere bugbear. A man of any tolerable degree of talent snaps his fingers at it. The late O'Donagough was tall, was he not?" "Yes," replied Mrs. Major Allen succinctly. "And so am I, my love. This, believe me, is the only point of difference between man and man which is really of importance, and even that may be greatly modified. Of course, dearest, I do not speak of cases of daily intimate intercourse. This, I know, does create difficulty, and yet—" Here the Major smiled, and seemed to have some amusing anecdote at the tip of his tongue, but he checked the wish to utter it, and only said with a very matter-of-fact gravity, "Neither Mr. O'Donagough nor I were ever very intimate with these great folks whose favour you now wish to propitiate. Therefore, on that score, there can be no fear of mischief, and now I want your opinion. Speak out, dear. Have you any personal objection to this plan, independent, I mean, of any fancied embarrassment in putting it into execution?" "No, I think not," replied Mrs. Major Allen, with considerable promptitude and sincerity of tone; for, during the Major's last speech, she had run over in her mind all the reasons which existed against her particularly wishing to introduce the father of her intended peeress as the Major Allen of Clifton, and had come very decidedly to the conclusion that she had much rather call him by any other name under heaven. The Major at once saw that whatever objections might in the first instance have occurred to his proposal were already removed, and in the fulness of his contentment he gave his lady a kiss, and once more called her his charming Barnaby. The mind of this charming Barnaby was never idle, and even in the short interval which had passed since the moment when she first fully conceived his project, such a varied multitude of reasons had crowded one over the other into her active brain in favour of it, that she was by this time quite as well pleased by the notion as himself. Many minor details, however, remained to be settled before they could act upon it; but these were all discussed with the most laughing good humour, and such a multitude of droll, lively things were said on both sides, that it may be doubted if they had ever enjoyed each other's conversation more, since the first happy hour of confidence at Clifton, when the Major related the history of his former life. The great question seemed to be, whether Major Allen's transmutation into Mr. O'Donagough should precede his departure from the colony, or follow it. In all letters to England, it was of course to be immediate, and it was easy enough to desire that all answers should be directed under cover to Mr. or Mrs. Somebody. But how were they to explain to their South Welsh friends this singular metamorphosis, if they decided upon its taking place immediately? And what were they to say to their little daughter about it if they put off this alteration of her name and family till she was old enough to ask questions about it? Besides, who could answer for it, as her mother very judiciously observed, that the little angel might not tell tales on the other side of the water, without intending to do any more harm than a playful lambkin when it says ba? " Hush !" said Major Allen, holding up his forefinger as a signal that he desired silence. His wife obeyed, and they both were silent for at least 5 minutes. He then altered his position in his chair, setting an elbow firmly on each arm of it, and fixing his eyes steadfastly on his fair lady's face, delivered himself of the valuable result of these 5 minutes' cogitation in a tone as decided and free from all the weak vacillations of doubt, as if he had been listening to the voice of an oracle during the interval. " My dear love," said he, " the thing lies in a nutshell. You will find upon looking through a box of papers left by the late Mr. O'Donagough a testamentary paper, by which he bequeaths to you a small landed property in the south of Ireland. I say the south of Ireland, dearest, because if the acquisition produces no visible alteration in our manner of living, nobody will be surprised at it. A small landed property in the south of Ireland, but bequeathed upon the condition that any husband whom you shall marry, as well as all children whom you may have, shall take and bear the name and arms of O'Donagough. The said estate to be forfeited if the said conditions be not complied with within 1 year after the bequest is claimed. If you will leave me for a few minutes, my dear, I think I shall be able to find this document." These last words were accompanied by a smile which brought the major's left moustache very nearly to the off corner of his left eye, a conjunction of features that denoted a most happy and facetious frame of mind. Mrs. Major Allen replied by a laughing and intelligent nod, but said, " You must let me finish this beautiful bit of hot buttered toast first, my dear. I have almost burnt my eyes out to do it. I remember the time, Major, and not so very long ago either, when it was no less a person than Mrs. General Hubert, this identical grand lady that we read of at court, who knelt down before my fire to do this job for me. Mercy on me! To be sure, who ever would have thought of poor Sophy's girl coming to the wife of a general and presented at court? And what, if you please, is to prevent our girl from doing as well? I'll answer for it she will be 10 times handsomer than that pale-faced Agnes ever was. All she had in the world for her was her youth and her eyes. I ask anybody to look at our Martha's eyes, and say if they don't beat those of Agnes out and out. And as to the article of youth, which, by the by, I do think is very necessary to the making a really great match, as to that, you know, my dear, it will be our own fault if we do not let her begin early enough." " Most assuredly," was the satisfactory reply, upon which the lady stood up, swallowed her last mouthful in that attitude, and with another sprightly nod, prepared to leave the room. " Stay one moment, dearest," said the major. " Do you happen, my love, to have any of the late Mr. O'Donagough's handwriting by you? " Oh yes, lots of it. He was a great writer, you know." " Do you think you have got his signature, dear? "" Most likely, love. I will go and rummage his old writing desk." So saying, Mrs. Major Allen left the room, and in a very few minutes returned to it with a handful of MSS. " Here are all sorts here," said she, " and a bushel more if you want them upstairs, with plenty of signatures amongst them. Here's a sermon, look ; and here's a calculation of odds about some horse race. He was such a queer man, poor O'Donagough. I shall always think he was half mad." " Very likely, love. There, lay them down. That will do perfectly well. Now you may go and write your letter, if you will, while I look through these papers in search of the document, you know." And now, leaving Major Allen at one writing table, we must follow his lady to another. The last letter Mrs. Major Allen had addressed to her niece Agnes was from the Fleet Prison. She remembered this and smiled. " Mercy on me !" she exclaimed in muttered soliloquy. " What a deal has happened to us both since then ! Little hussy ! She was then in the very best of her bloom, and she made the most of it. I suspect she was quite right in not coming to me. 10 to 1 she would have lost the proud colonel if she had ; and it is just because I see she is up to a thing or two that I will take the trouble of writing to her now. Little fox ! She was deep as deep. And I don't think her aunt Barnaby was such a very great fool either. Now then, Miss Agnes, let us see if I can't come round you. If it answers, if I can contrive to make her grandeeship useful to my girl, I know who will be the cleverest yet. Now for it then. My dearest Agnes. I am not quite sure about that, calling her by her name at first setting off. Agnes, Agnes, thou art mine, as the song says. But that will only put her in mind of 50 things that it would be just as well she should forget. I'll begin again. My dearest niece, I will not believe that the 3 short years which have passed since we parted can have sufficed to make you forget the nearest blood relation that you have in the world, for unless a grandmother is nearer to us than a mother, which I am sure no one in the world can think, a real aunt, your own dear mother's own sister, must be nearer to you as a relation than all the Aunt Betsy's in the world, let her be ever so rich, Agnes." Having proceeded thus far, Mrs. Major Allen put her pen into the ink bottle, and there let it remain while she read and reread this exordium. Yes, that will do, thought she. That is just the right way to bring in her Christian name familiarly. Then she resumed her pen and went on. It would give me more pleasure in my distant home than anything else in the world if you, my dear sister's own child, would just give me a line now and then, to tell me how you are going on, and above all things whether you are as happy as I wish you to be. Short as the interview was, it was a great pleasure to me to have got a sight of your dear father. Oh, Agnes, how the sound of his voice did put me in mind of times, gay, happy times, my dear child, before you were born. Pray give my kindest sisterly love to him, and tell him that he would do me the very greatest favour in the world if he would only write a few lines to me. I am sure that if he will but turn a thought back to his pretty, pretty Sophy, when she used to sing to him so sweetly, he will not have the heart to refuse me. I am sure, my dear niece, that you will be glad to hear that I am very happy and fortunate in my last marriage, and moreover that at length you have a little cousin born. A beautiful little girl she is, I must say, though to be sure a mother's judgment is apt to be partial. But I really do think if you were to see your little cousin Agnes, you could not help being very fond of her. She is so very clever and intelligent, besides being so particularly beautiful, that everybody who sees her takes notice of it. I have called her Martha after myself, and my dear mother, who was your grandmother, you know, my dear Agnes. God knows if circumstances will ever enable myself and my truly excellent husband to return to our native land. I fear, indeed, that the chance is a very remote one, but it would be a happy moment for me if I could show you and your dear father my child. Can't you fancy, Agnes, what a pleasure it would be for me? But it is no good to think about it, at least for a great many years yet, so many indeed that she would no longer be a little child. You too, my dear Agnes, may perhaps be a mother also. If so, you will be the better understanding my feelings about my darling little girl. I enclose you a lock of its dear little hair, by which you will see that it is as dark as mine, and that already it curls naturally like yours. Though we are so many miles asunder, I hope you will think of me and your little cousin sometimes. I am sure she will be brought up to think often of you. My excellent husband, who is decidedly a person of the first consideration in the colony, sends his affectionate compliments, and his blessing to you and yours. And with every good wish, my beloved Agnes, for yourself and all who are dear to you, I remain ever and for ever your most affectionate aunt, Martha O'Donagough. She was in the act of folding this letter when her husband entered the room. He too had been far from idle, and held in his hand the proof of it. "I have found the document, my love," said he, with his smiling moustache. "Here it is. I shall immediately go and show it to everybody I know in the town, and shall tell them that though I am by no means sanguine as to our ever deriving any benefit from the little out-of-the-way bit of property bequeathed by it, I am nevertheless determined that our darling child shall lose nothing by any folly or indifference of mine. I shall let them all know, the authorities and all, that henceforth, for the sake of the chance it may give my dear little one, I shall never call or sign myself by any other name than that of O'Donagough. This is a capital notion of mine, depend upon it, in many ways." "I really think it is," said his wife, examining the papers he had laid before her. "But, good gracious, Major, how very like you have made it look to poor O'Donagough's writing." I do declare I could no more tell them apart than I could fly. How very clever you must be with your pen." The Major put his hand before his mouth, caressed his moustache, but said nothing. "And now read my letter to Mrs. General Hubert, will you, Major, and tell me what you think of it?" "You must leave off calling me Major, my darling. Remember that," said the gentleman. "That will be difficult at first, my dear," replied the lady. "But I dare say I shall be perfect enough at it before the time comes for our going to England. But do pray read my letter." Without further delay he did so, and most cordially expressed his approbation. "The devil is in it, my Barnaby," said he, giving her a very hearty kiss, "if we cannot between us contrive to sail before the wind. Why, here is a touch that is worthy of old Talleyrand himself. This blessing, I mean, that I send them down here in the corner." "Of course I did not forget, my dear, that you were the Reverend Mr. O'Donagough when I introduced you to my family at parting. It won't do to forget that, you know." "Upon my soul, you are an angel," he exclaimed, "and I do not believe the whole earth could furnish another woman to suit me as admirably as you do." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Old acquaintance and new ones. Paternal wisdom and maternal folly as generally displayed in well-regulated households. A good-natured venture. Prophetic warnings disregarded. Parental pride and parental hopes on the other side of the world. Preparations for a homeward voyage. It was at an unusually late breakfast table one bright morning, in the very height of the London season, with windows opening upon Berkeley Square and letting in through their Venetian blinds so rich an odour of mignonette as to make the heat and dust without forgotten, that General Hubert and his lady were discussing the brilliant party of the evening before, when the postman's speaking dissyllabic signal gave notice of the arrival of a letter. "From Aunt Betsy, I am very sure," exclaimed the lady. "From your sister, with a few more raptures about Calabria," said the gentleman. Their suspense was not of long duration. The silver salver addressed itself to the fair hands of Agnes, who took from it a letter bearing most decidedly neither an Italian nor a Devonshire postmark. "Who in the world is that from?" said General Hubert. "Heaven knows. It is excessively dirty," replied his wife. "It is a ship letter," observed the general. "But the postmark illegible," answered Agnes. And then, having, like many other wise people, wasted a little more time in examining the interior of her despatch than it would probably take to read it, she broke the seal and looked within. The delicate cheek of Mrs. Hubert was instantly mantled with a bright blush. "Whoever your correspondent may be, Agnes," said the general, meeting the distressed expression of her eye with a look of surprise, "he has no reason to complain of your indifference." "Indifference!" she exclaimed. "No, not indifference. But how, Hubert, will you endure even upon paper the reappearance of my Aunt Barnaby?" "Your Aunt Barnaby?" replied the general with a smile. "Never mind, Agnes, she will not harm us now." "Oh, thank heaven!" cried his wife fervently. "If you can bear it so philosophically, Hubert, I shall declare presently that I am glad to hear from her." "Especially by a very way-worn, distant-dated ship letter, my love," he replied, laughing. "But if the request be not indiscreet, for kindness' sake read it aloud." She did so, and the general's commentary was far from unfriendly. "I declare to you, Agnes," said he, "that I am very glad indeed to hear so good an account of her." "Thank you 1,000 times, my own dear Hubert," said Agnes, stretching out her hand to him. "If you had looked at sight of this epistle as I have seen you look in days of yore at sight of herself, I should have been— oh, I won't say how unhappy, because, poor foolish woman, what she says is true. She is my own mother's sister, and though she is, or at least was, all that I believe you thought of her, it would have made me sorry almost as I could now be for anything that did not absolutely interfere with my own dear menage, had you wished me not to answer it. But you will let me answer it, dear husband, will you not? Poor thing! Only fancy her having a child, Hubert. What will it be like?" "Very like herself, I dare say, Agnes," replied General Hubert, laughing. "That is, you know, excepting all this. indicating the well-remembered rouge and ringlets by an expressive flourish of his fingers around his face, " such finished charms cannot appear at once ; and, indeed, I should not be at all surprised if Miss Martha O'Donagough were to turn out a very bright-eyed little beauty." " Nay, I trust she will, or my poor aunt will break her heart. I cannot say I have a very distinct recollection of the papa. Have you?" " Not the least in the world ; and yet I shall never forget their entree. How incomparably well your father behaved ! I assure you it was a lesson which I hope, if the good lady were actually to appear before us in person, I should not forget. It was the most gentle and gentlemanly reproof to our beloved aunt Betsy's severity that ever I witnessed ; and I am rather proud to confess, Agnes, that, notwithstanding my very strong inclination at the time to sympathise with the harsher faction, I felt that he was right then, and have decidedly loved him the better for it ever since." " If ever there was a perfect ...." began Agnes, raising her beautiful eyes to the face of her husband ; but the sentiment or opinion she was about to pronounce was lost to the world for ever, by the general's very unceremoniously closing her lips with a kiss. " We are despicably late this morning," said he, on looking at his watch after perpetrating this audacity, " and I must go to the Horse Guards about young Belmont. But let me see my boy first, Agnes." Whatever emotions the lady might feel on being thus unceremoniously treated, they were not such as to induce her to refuse his request. The proper signal was given, and two young things entered the apartment, one carried in the nurse's arms, and the other dawdling before her, whose aspect might really have excused, if any thing could, the vehement fanaticism of Mrs. Elizabeth Compton concerning them, as well as some undeniable symptoms of weakness on the part of General Hubert himself. That their mother should be firmly persuaded that no children in any degree approaching within reach of a comparison with them ever did, or ever could exist, is a circumstance of too constant occurrence to merit an observation. But the little boys were, in truth, very pretty children, and it was no unpardonable vanity which made their mamma exclaim, as they entered, " I really should like for aunt Barnaby, Mrs. O'Donagough, I mean, — I really should like for her to see them, Hubert. But perhaps, if her little girl is in another style, she might hardly thank me for showing them to her." " Silly woman ! Silly woman !" said the brave general, going on all fours to accept the challenge of his firstborn to a game of romps. " Don't you know better than that yet ? Why, your sister Nora thinks her little flaxen headed dolls quite as handsome as either Montague or Compton." " You are quite mistaken, I assure you, General Hubert. She neither does nor could think any such thing. The little Stephensons are charming children, beautiful little creatures, but "" Good morning, Agnes !" cried her laughing husband, springing up from his station on the carpet. " Don't finish the sentence, but just tell me if aunt Barnaby herself could be more preposterous in her estimate of our young Van Diemen's Land cousin than you are of these young gentlemen ?"" Nonsense, Montague ! You don't deserve to look at them. Let Compton alone, if you please, sir. I do not choose to have his cap taken off. I know how I could revenge myself, General, for your impertinence. I should be perfectly justified in shutting your two sons up for a month, where you could by no device obtain a sight of them. How do you think you should bear it, General Montague Hubert?" " It would be a prodigious relief, my love. Let it be all arranged before I return," said he, kissing his hand as he retreated towards the door. " Away with you, dull jester !" replied his wife ; but ere he had passed the door, she added, " Stay one moment, though, and speak seriously if you can. Have you really no objection to my answering my aunt's letter?" " Most certainly not. Indeed, I should be sorry if you did not answer it, for it would not be acting like yourself, my Agnes. Answer it by all means, and join my name with yours in the expression of all civility." " Then I will write directly. Poor aunt Barnaby !.... Only think of her sending me this lock of her baby's hair. I think I must send her a scrap of these bright chestnut ringlets in return," continued the young mother, twisting the silken curls of the eldest boy round her fingers. " Take care how you use your shears upon that head, dear love," replied the general, in an accent of considerable alarm. " Silly man ! Silly man !" retorted the laughing Agnes. " Don't you know better than that yet?" " No, seriously, Agnes, jesting apart, I should not like to have you cut a monstrous cantle out of these most dainty tresses, which are as like your own as it is possible for infant tresses to be." " And that is the reason you would not have them cut ? Oh, you false flatterer !" replied his wife. Besides, to say the truth, rejoined General Hubert, putting aside her admonitory finger, I really think, Agnes, you might hit upon something more welcome in the way of a dutiful niece-like offering than a bit of this newly spun silk. Your aunt used to love a fine gown. If I were you, I would make a shipment to Sydney of sundry ells of rich satin or velvet, or something of that kind." " Are you in earnest, Montague? I should really like to do so very much." " Indeed I am in earnest. Your father is coming to dine with us to day. Let him see Mrs. O'Donagough's letter, and I dare say his heart will be moved to comply with her petition about writing, and perhaps to send her a coral and bells for her daughter into the bargain." After this conversation, it will be readily believed that such a packet was dispatched from Berkeley Square to Sydney, as threw Mrs. O'Donagough, Allen no longer, into a perfect state of ecstasy on receiving it. " Now, my dear O'Donagough, I mean," with her eyes blazing up again with all the renovated brightness of youth. " Now, what do you think of the chance of our Martha's presentation? You talk of saving and saving, and scraping a few pounds together, and it is all vastly well as far as it goes, but what will it amount to in point of advantage to our daughter, compared to her being presented at court by Mrs. General Hubert? I trust, O'Donagough, you are now sensible of the benefit we are likely to derive from the notice and affection of my family." " This is an extremely handsome dress, my dear, there is no doubt of it," replied the ci devant major. " You will look perfectly divine in green velvet ; and your brother-in-law, Mr. Willoughby, has really acted with great politeness and attention in sending this handsome frock and coral ornaments for the child. It all speaks well, both for the wealth and goodwill of the parties. You must answer these letters punctually, of course, and we may find out some little production of the country that will not cost much to send in return. I am quite aware, my dear, very perfectly aware, I assure you, of the possible value of your connections. By the way, did not that dashing gay young Stephenson, whose fortune, they said, was a great deal larger than his elder brother's, did not you tell me that he has married another niece of yours?" " Not exactly a niece, Major." Here her husband seized Mrs. O'Donagough rather suddenly by the wrist, and stopping short her speech, said, " Bad habits are bad things, Mrs. O'Donagough. You must, madam, immediately cease your foolish trick under the circumstances, your incredibly foolish trick of calling me Major. Don't oblige me to remind you of it again, if you please. It is no child's play we are upon, remember that. I could make up my mind in 5 minutes not to care a straw about your stiff-backed cousins from one end of the list to the other ; but if I do for the advantage of the child, and to oblige you, if I do determine to give myself the trouble of getting amongst them, it must be done in a manly, decided, business-like spirit, and in a style that may hereafter enable me to turn it to account. Mrs. O'Donagough, do you understand me?" " Yes, to be sure I do," she replied, disengaging her arm by a stout tug. " You need not claw one in that way, I am not a bit more likely to spoil a good scheme than yourself, Mr. alias O'Donagough." The ci devant major looked as black as thunder. He liked not this sportive phrase. It grated painfully on his ear, and it was not till he had twice paced the length of the room that he felt able to renew the conversation. At length, however, he said, and apparently with recovered good humour, " This is silly work, my love, squabbling about which of us is capable of carrying on the war with the most skill. I don't believe we should either of us prove deficient if we were fairly tried ; and that it is likely enough we shall be, and on a very handsome scale too, if we ever really get launched among the people you talk of. I can assure you, my Barnaby, that to a man like me it is a devilish bore to be kept fiddle-faddling amongst such a set as there are here. Come, let us talk 'em all over a little. First, there's that giant of a general. He is just the sort of man, I take it, to make a great bluster beforehand, and then be led by the nose by his wife when she has caught him. So if you contrive to keep well with your niece, he won't be much in the way. Then there's that sort of a wandering Jew of a man that you told me such a long story about, Agnes's father. He is come home, isn't he, as rich as a nabob?" " He did not enter into any particulars, my dear Donny, but he said something about being at last in comfortable circumstances, if I remember rightly. And I am sure no poor man could have sent out such a present as he has done to Patty." " Well, then, that's all right. But I'll tell you who it is that I reckon most upon in this affectionate family reunion that you promise me. For the truth is, I remember a little about the young fellow myself. I mean Stephenson, the younger brother, Frederick Stephenson. I happen to know that his fortune was about half as large again as his elder brother's. Didn't he play sometimes? I am almost sure I have heard so." "I don't know about that, my dear, but it is very likely. Almost all men of fashion do. At last I have heard Miss Morrison say so over and over. But if you ask, because you think that one of these days you should like to play with him yourself, on account of his being rich, which makes it so easy for him to lose, I'll answer for it there will be no difficulty about that, so intimate as we shall all be together. For I well remember he was the most obliging, good-natured creature in the world. Dear me! I am sure I shall never forget our famous walk to Bristol, when I was obliged to roll myself over and over in the dust to save my life from that beast. Don't you remember how excessively kind he was, running back to Clifton with Agnes to get a carriage for me?" This was the first direct allusion to any of their Clifton adventures which had been made since their marriage, and a perceptible frown agitated the eyebrows of Mr. O'Donagough. His sharp-witted wife smiled aside as she remarked it. She and her husband had been, as we know, vastly fond lovers; but there is a process which chemically takes place when sweets to the sweet have been incautiously laid together, that renders sour what, before such too closely pent-up union, had been altogether the reverse. And it occasionally happens in married life that something analogous to this will occur. Mrs. O'Donagough was still, perhaps, a little on the fret, and it was certainly no very sweet feeling which caused her to set down a private leaf of her memory's tablet, a N.B. to the effect that she knew how to plague her husband when he deserved it. At that moment, however, she willingly let the subject pass, and turning again to the copious waves of green velvet which flowed from chair to chair, reiterated her thankfulness that among all the other good gifts which nature and fortune had bestowed on her, she possessed for a niece a Mrs. General Hubert, who knew so perfectly well how to suit her taste and dimensions in the purchase of a dress. Of course, a correspondence so auspiciously begun was not permitted to drop by any negligence on the part of Mrs. O'Donagough; and the same good feeling which produced the first reply from Berkeley Square continued to dictate many more in the same kind spirit of forgetfulness as to everything that it was disagreeable to remember. It is certainly possible that both the General and his sweet wife indulged in this benevolent sort of oblivion the more readily, from feeling a comfortable degree of security as to the continuance of Mrs. O'Donagough's residence abroad. Both knew, though neither of them talked about it, that it was next to impossible any man should have married the Aunt Barnaby from any other motive than a wish to appropriate her little fortune. It therefore followed that Mr. O'Donagough was poor, and if so, it was equally certain that what she possessed would not suffice to permit his leaving the new country where he could inhabit lax, the paradise of corn and mutton which spread around him, in order again perhaps to be jostled while in search of a dinner in the old one, ergo, they would stay where they were. With this persuasion to sustain and stimulate their good nature, aided too by the kind-hearted sympathy and co-operation of Mr. Willoughby, they continued for many years to testify their goodwill by letters and by gifts, the expectation and reception of which formed the glory of Mrs. O'Donagough's Van Diemen existence, while her letters and presents in return were occasionally the source of very harmless amusement among such as remembered her. Mrs. Elizabeth Compton alone must be excepted, for she ceased not to declare with unvarying pertinacity, and it may be with something of undying bitterness, that the having half the globe between them was by no means a sufficient security against the possibility of annoyance from such a source, and that nothing short of treating Mrs. Barnaby as if civilly dead could suffice to protect them securely from the horrors of a reunion with her. Most Cassandra-like, however, was the fate of the old lady's pungent eloquence. Everybody listened to her with an incredulous smile, and General Hubert seemed even to enjoy the vivid picture she sometimes drew of scenes ensuing from the alarming lady's possible return. "She will not come, Aunt Betsy," he said, "but if she should, where would the sting be now? Gone, drawn, and harmless for evermore. Can she divorce us, Aunt Betsy? Do you think that likely?" "Agnes, your husband is quite young enough," was the old lady's reply. "I never in all my reading met with a stronger instance of the false reasoning of wrong-headed young love. May Providence keep you from this terrible woman, my dear General, for it is quite clear you have not wit enough to guard yourself. Think if your sufferings from a Barnaby would not be increased tenfold by seeing them shared by your wife." But General Hubert shook his head, and only laughed at her. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Prosperous condition of Mr. Allen O'Donagough. A breaking out of fatherly affection. Early indications of character in Miss O'Donagough. Resolutions for the future. Agreeable news from England. Preparations for departure. Years wore away. Mr. Allen O'Donagough, as the good people of Sydney persisted in calling him, derived very essential advantage from the widely boasted and letter and present proved patronage of such connections. During the last years of his residence in New South Wales, he obtained, probably from the consideration this procured him, a place in one of the public offices, the salary of which was its least profit; for it enabled him to import advantageously various articles which he knew how to dispose of at enormous profit, so that he became by every day that passed over him a richer man. The benefits which this same forgiving kindness on the part of Mrs. Hubert conferred on her some time Aunt Barnaby, might perhaps be considered as greater still. For, wishing to be on confidential terms with my readers, it must be confessed that, had no such connections as the Huberts existed in England, it is more than probable that Mr. Allen O'Donagough, notwithstanding his advance in all steady economical financial habits, might still have been tempted to exhibit some immoral laxity of opinion on the subject of marriage. But for the hope that the one of all his professions which he loved the best, might be followed on a higher ground than had ever yet been within his reach through the influence of his charming Barnaby's connections, it is pretty nearly certain that, when the time arrived at which he deemed it convenient to recross the ocean, he would have found some means or other of leaving his lady and daughter behind him. These roving thoughts, however, gave way as the time approached to feelings of a nobler and more ambitious kind. Even Miss Martha O'Donagough, his little daughter, began by degrees to take a stronger hold upon his paternal affections. Whether arising from prolonged habits of celibacy, or a feeling of doubt as to how long their personal intimacy might last, or from any other cause, certain it is, that for the first 9 or 10 years of the young lady's life, his fatherly tenderness towards her limited itself to chirrupings while still in the cradle, about 1 pat on the head per week in the go-cart, and pretty frequent notices that she was not to make a noise afterwards. But a few weeks after the celebration of her 10th birthday, it chanced that a large packet arrived from London. Among other articles it contained a complete walking dress for Miss Martha, the bonnet being lined and trimmed, contrary to the usual quiet style of Mrs. Hubert's offerings, with particularly bright rose-coloured satin. The turkey cock is not more susceptible to the hue of red than was Mrs. O'Donagough. The instant that this well-packed article was cleared of its moorings, her rapture at the sight of it became vehement. " Matrimony has improved Agnes in one thing, that is certain," she exclaimed. " It is plain that she knows how to choose colours now, whatever she did formerly. I remember when we were at Cheltenham together that she perfectly pestered me with her recommendations of dull-coloured silks and ribbons. But look at this, O'Donny," an affectionate abbreviation, this adopted since the use of Major had been abandoned. " Look at this lovely bonnet, O'Donny, and then fancy how Martha will look in it." This enchanting bonnet, by the way, was chosen to gratify a whim of Aunt Betsy's. She chanced to be present when the purchase was made, and begged so earnestly that this one might be sent instead of any of its more delicately tinted fellows, that her niece consented. " Thank you, my dear, you have given me pleasure," said the old lady. " It is agreeable to me to paint to my mind's eye the face of a daughter of Mrs. O'Donagough's, when enlivened by that glowing red. I have almost a mind to pay for it myself, Agnes, that I might have the pleasure of pointing out to you how truly the gift might assume the character of mercy, by blessing her that gives, and her that takes. Can you not fancy how your Aunt Barnaby will look when it glories open upon her?" And the image which the old lady had just conjured up was as near as possible to the truth. The ci devant Aunt Barnaby did appear to be in a state little short of ecstasy, as she turned and returned it upon her clenched fist. " Let us have her in this very moment, my dear. Do just go out and call her, will you?" " No, my dear, I certainly will not. replied Mr. O'Donagough deliberately, and at the same time thrusting his arm to the bottom of the box in search of newspapers, or anything else he might chance to find. " What a brute you do grow into !" retorted his wife. " And if I go myself, how prettily I shall find all the things rummaged about, shan't I?" Mr. O'Donagough deigned not to make any reply, but having found 2 or 3 newspapers, was either really or seemingly entirely absorbed in their contents. Happily for the preservation of Mrs. O'Donagough's temper, and the continuation of her enjoyment, the young lady in question at this moment entered the room. Her eye instantly caught sight of the rose-coloured ribbons, and every one who had observed her countenance at that time must have been forcibly struck by its resemblance to that of her mother, although in features, perhaps, she more resembled her father. The little girl had large, wide-opened black eyes, which easily kindled into considerable vehemence of expression. The shape of her face was like that of her father's, which was large and long. Her mouth and teeth, however, were those of her mother, of ample dimensions, bright in colour, both as to the white and the red, but having a sort of coarseness in the smile, which might perhaps enhance its beauty in the judgment of some, while it wholly destroyed it in that of others. The nose again was that of her father's, high, hooked, and threatening to become of a size more advantageous to a male than to a female face. Her hair was dark, and curled naturally and closely, while her complexion was brilliant almost to excess, being literally, and with no allowance made for figures of speech, composed of white and red. In person she was stout, strong-limbed, and very tall for her age, and on the whole presented an appearance which her mother had the comfort of feeling was very little short of perfection. " Oh my, what a beautiful bonnet !" exclaimed Miss Martha, darting forward to seize upon it. " It is no good, mamma, your holding it up that way out of reach, for it must be mine and nobody else's, because I am certain you could not poke your great head into it." " It is for you, my precious queen," replied her mother, " but it is I must have the joy of tying it under your beautiful chin. Don't crush the ribbons, darling, for your life." With great docility, and manifesting considerable powers of reflection, the child stood still while this operation of tying was performed, and then made an effort to bound from beneath the hands of her mother, in order to view herself in a little glass which hung between the 2 windows of the apartment. " Stay one instant, my angel !" exclaimed Mrs. O'Donagough, holding her. " I never did, no never in my whole life, Mr. O'Donagough, see anything 1/4 so beautiful as Patty looks in that bonnet. For God's sake, leave the news for one moment to look at her, and tell me how you shall like to show off such a face as that in London." Mr. O'Donagough graciously condescended to lift his eyes, and fix them on the little Patty, and for the first time in her life really thought her very well looking. There is something, even at 10 years old, in the consciousness of having a large quantity of bright rose colour reflecting itself upon one's complexion, which, together with a maternal assurance that one is the most beautiful creature in the world, tends to harmonise the features, and give a very sweet expression to the countenance. Little Patty stood peaceably for a moment with her hands before her, and her long eyelashes modestly cast down, so that when unable to resist the longing desire to look at herself for another moment, she bounded away to the further end of the room, her father said, with great feeling, " Yes, by heaven, I do think she will make a devilish fine girl after all ; and it will be a good thing if she does, I can promise you." " A good thing ? I believe so, indeed. Fancy such eyes and complexion as that, with a general's wife for a cousin, to take her out, and I don't know how many ladies of title to talk of to all her partners and everybody besides. My dear Donny, if we can but contrive to manage our affairs so as to make a tolerable show when we get to England, take my word for it, that girl will make a match that will perfectly astonish you. I am quite sure of it, perfectly certain. I have seen a great deal of life, and what is of more consequence, I have reflected a great deal on what I have seen. When I talk of Mrs. General Hubert's bringing Martha out, I mean nothing more, I assure you, than the merely taking her to court, and to a few other topping places, where just at first, perhaps, I shan't manage to get invited. But as to everything else, everything that concerns her general introduction among young men of fashion and large estates, I would not accept the services of anybody in the whole kingdom of England." During this first burst of conscious excellence from his wife, Mr. O'Donagough continued his assiduous study of the newspapers, and Miss Martha an almost equally assiduous study of her own little person in the glass. The difference between the degrees of intensity with which these occupations were carried on was this: the gentleman really heard not a single word that was said, whereas the young lady did not lose one. " I am taller than Kitty Jones, ma," said Miss Martha, standing on tiptoe. " Yes, yes, my dear, you will be tall enough, and beautiful enough too, you darling angel. Only you must always mind every word I say to you, for else neither beauty or tallness either will do you any good in getting a husband. Now take off the bonnet, Patty. Take it off this instant when I bid you." Nevertheless, Patty persevered in retaining her station before the glass, first making a pendant bow hang a little on one side, and then trying its ever charming effect when preponderating on the other. Considering the age of the little girl, it was really curious to watch her ; and any observing student of natural history who had done so, would have perceived precisely the same phenomena which it is so interesting to follow in the young of all the countless tribes which form the animal creation, from man to a polypus. In each, the leading instinct of the species peeps out as easily, and with the same providential and unerring certainty, as the distinctive peculiarities of its organic formation, furnishing to a rightly constituted mind the most satisfactory proof that each is provided with exactly that sort of acuteness most necessary for its safety and well-being. But it was not in such subtle reasonings that the intellectual energies of Mrs. O'Donagough exhausted themselves. She marked the more obvious trait of disobedience in little Patty's delay, and, stepping with unexpected suddenness towards her, with one decisive hand removed the bonnet, and with the other bestowed on the offender a very effective box on the ear. In many respects this promising little girl appeared advanced beyond her age ; and one proof of this was her having exchanged the childish scream with which little girls usually indicate their averseness to being cuffed, for an indignant frown, which spoke as great an inclination to cuff again as it was possible for a young lady to demonstrate to her mamma. This was a great relief to her father and mother, for before this incipient sturdiness of character appeared, it was by sturdiness of voice that her vigour, both of body and soul, declared itself, often rendering the needful castigations of Mrs. O'Donagough a sort of public nuisance in the street where she lived. But this was entirely over. Little Martha O'Donagough had cried her last cry for being beat, and now flashed her great eyes at her mother in a style that clearly foretold what their powers would be hereafter. But though Patty did not scream, the concussion roused the attention of her papa. " What's that for, ma'am? " he said hastily, and thereby for the first time evincing such an inclination to take the part of his daughter against his wife, as showed that the little lady's good looks in her new bonnet had produced a very powerful effect upon his mind. " Put on the bonnet again, Mrs. O'Donagough," said he. " She looked exceedingly well in it, and I want to see it again." It was impossible that the anger either of mother or daughter could resist this novel and very pleasing ebullition of paternal admiration. They both recovered their good humour instantly. The bonnet was tried on, again did little Patty look beautiful with all her might, and a general feeling throughout the family of that beneficent arrangement of nature which binds a whole race together, let distance separate them ever so widely, caused the father to say, addressing his wife, " Well, old girl, I won't deny that nieces and nephews are good for something." While she rejoined, " You may depend upon it, Donny, that blood is always thicker than water." And the youthful Martha completed the accord by exclaiming, " I am sure as I should like the people that sent this bonnet better than anybody else in the whole world." From that day forward, Mr. Allen O'Donagough continued to demonstrate a very marked degree of attachment to his young daughter. He even in some degree exerted himself to cultivate her mind and improve her manners. Not, indeed, that he, at any time, submitted himself to the drudgery of giving regular lessons ; such an attempt would have been altogether inconsistent with his habits, whether of pleasure or of business. But, apparently, he knew the value of that best mode of education, which consists in the constant and gradual inoculation of a parent's principles and opinions into the mind of a child ; and as far as it was possible to judge of one so young, the result of this system, in the case of Miss O'Donagough, confirmed its often attested efficacy most completely ; for in mind as well as in body, she bore a splendid resemblance to both her parents. The last year of their long residence in New South Wales passed rapidly, for its term seemed within reasonable reach of hope and expectation. The bringing to a settlement and close all Mr. O'Donagough's very profitable speculations left him little leisure for idle repinings that the desired hour did not approach more quickly; and the pushing forward the ornamental part of their daughter's education as completely occupied his wife. Both parents were anxious to take advantage of her premature height and womanly appearance in order to introduce her in the very first opening blossom of beauty. " She is but 13 and a bit, Donny," said Mrs. O'Donagough to her husband one evening that they were sitting tete-a-tete before retiring for the night. " I know that as well as any one can tell me. But I am not going to let her pass for a child for all that. There are some mothers of my age, and looking as I do, who would see her a nun before they'd make themselves older than needs must, by seeming to have a grown-up daughter. But I'm above any such nonsense. There is nothing to be got by it now, whatever there might be if I was to happen to be left a widow again, and therefore I am quite determined that Patty shall be dressed at once like a young woman." " I shall not make any objection to that, I promise you," replied her husband. " She is a most uncommonly fine girl, just the right sort, full of spirit and cleverness. Not that I'll promise you, Mrs. O.D., to marry her to the first man that asks. If she turns out as I expect, it will answer a great deal better to let her take time." Mrs. O'Donagough was about to make a somewhat lively reply, but checked herself, wisely remembering that if a good match offered, she and Patty between them could manage matters easy enough, let all the fathers in the world do what they would to prevent them. And now the last busy month arrived, and fatiguing enough was the work they had to go through in selling to the best profit all that was to be left behind, and packing in the least space all they intended to carry with them. In the midst of all this bustle, however, Miss Patty found the way to escape from doing anything she did not like, and having somewhat wilfully spoilt every article upon which her mother had attempted to employ her young fingers, she was permitted to escape from amidst the hampers and boxes which filled the house, in order to enjoy some farewell gossiping with the young Sheepshanks, and make their hearts ache by the lively contrast she set before them between their prospects and her own. It was during her absence that the last English newspapers they were likely to see before they left Sydney arrived. Notwithstanding the bustle he was in, Mr. O'Donagough set himself down upon the corner of a trunk, while, with his usual eagerness in the perusal, he began to run through the interesting columns. His lady, meanwhile, occupied at the other end of the room in carefully packing the stores which were to console them on their voyage, hardly lifted her eyes from the huge hamper she was filling, but with exemplary perseverance went on adding pickle pot to pickle pot, and sweetmeat jar to sweetmeat jar, without ever pausing to ask if there were any news. She was presently rewarded, however, by her husband crying out, " My Barnaby, our plottings prosper. The father of O'Donagough is dead. That old fellow was positively the only person living of whom I was much afraid. I can now undertake to prevent man, woman, or child from recognising me against my inclination ; and may snap my fingers, for instance, at the idea of any of your kith or kin remembering that they had ever seen me before. But I did not feel so sure, nor anything like it, about that old man's natural affection, as folks call it. 'Tis a weight off my mind, I promise you." " It's all the better, there's no doubt of that," replied his wife, pushing lustily to insinuate a salted tongue between two choice specimens of Sydney cheese ;" but with your cleverness, I can't say I should have been much afraid either of the old lord or of any one else." " Thank you, my dear, for your good opinion ; and perhaps you are not much out either. But I will tell you what this news will make me do, which I should not have ventured upon without. I shall always call myself, for the future, Allen O'Donagough. If anything unaccountable did happen, it might serve to prove that I did not pass under a false name ; not to mention that there may be more than one of the Sydney folks who may have need to write to me about sundry little matters of merchandise, which I cannot quite give up as yet, and they will infallibly address me under that name." " But don't you think, my dear, that Agnes and her proud husband, and my sister Peters and her family, if we should ever fall in with them, would be very likely, if they saw you, and heard your name at the same time, to let one remind them of the other somehow ?" said Mrs. O'Donagough, who, in that quarter at least, was fully as anxious as her husband that he should not be recognised. " They may be reminded of me, my dear Mrs. O'Donagough, without knowing me," was the reply. and as it was spoken with one of those peculiar smiles which she often saw on the face of her husband, and always with the feeling that they meant more than she could understand, she turned again her undivided attention to the packing, and by dint of her great exertion and perseverance, found herself on the wharf from whence they were to take their departure, with her husband on one side, her daughter on the other, and not a single packet either missing or forgotten. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby, by Frances Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Sorrows of the Sea, Comfort and Consolations, Baffled Hopes and Natural Indignation, Young Love. Notwithstanding that the wind was favourable, the vessel seaworthy, the crew civil, and better than all, the land towards which they were making such rapid way the very land of promise and of hope, Mrs. O'Donagough and Miss O'Donagough too were, to use a poet's phrase, very, very sick. That they should be very, very cross too was on the whole quite excusable, because it is certain that under the influence of the first feeling, everything in heaven and on earth, and the water under the earth, is sure to generate the last. Mr. Allen O'Donagough, who was totally unconscious of any sensation of the kind, was very civil to his wife and attentive to his daughter for about half an hour after the malady seized them. But he then became weary of the repetition of attitude and so on, which was quite unavoidable on the part of the ladies, but certainly uninteresting, to say the least of it, to everybody else, and he therefore took himself off to the very furthest extremity of the ship from that occupied by the suffering womankind, and there, comfortably seated on a chicken coop, with a cigar in his mouth, he dozed in luxury, half meditating, and half dreaming of Crockfords. Poor Mrs. O'Donagough was greatly to be pitied during nearly the whole of the voyage. It was so provoking to see the pickles and the sweetmeats, over the preparation and the packing of which she had toiled, gradually melting before her eyes, without her having ever been able, for a single moment, to venture them within her mouth. Miss Patty, however, got much better before she had been long at sea, and might soon be seen climbing up upon the taffrail, partly to receive the favouring breeze upon her face, and partly, perhaps, for the purpose of making some of the young sailors come and tell her that she must take care not to tumble overboard, and let the fishes pick out her pretty eyes. Among the crew of the Atalanta, which was the name of the fine merchant ship that bore the Allen O'Donagoughs across the ocean, was a lad apparently about 19 or 20 years of age, who very soon attracted the particular attention of Miss Patty. Nay, even Mrs. Allen O'Donagough, in her intervals of convalescence, more than once honoured him by a stare that decidedly spoke of admiration. This youth's universal appellative was Jack, and, to judge by the multitude of occasions in every day upon which the name resounded from stern to stern, he was a person of very considerable importance in the manoeuvring of the vessel. This circumstance, taken singly, spoke well for the skill and nautical superiority of the boy. Yet there were other circumstances which might have led those who watched him closely to doubt whether he were indeed so very accomplished a sailor. For, in the first place, nobody ever saw him go aloft; and though, as we have said, he was continually called upon by name, more particularly by the sailors than the officers of the ship, whenever they were in want of a hand, it not unfrequently happened, when he obeyed the summons and set to work upon the business assigned him, a roar of laughter from his companions accompanied and followed his exertions. This, however, might have proceeded solely from his great popularity among them, and from the very particular pleasure they all appeared to take in his society. He was unquestionably one of those happy mortals, blessed by nature with the patent privilege of propitiating the good will of all on whom he turned his bright blue eyes. There was no resisting its gay playful glance, nor the smile either, by which he displayed the most perfect set of teeth ever set in a mortal head, almost every time he was spoken to. It is a long voyage from New South Wales to England, and even those who are best in health and gayest in spirits can hardly fail to experience that degree of weariness which makes every person and every occurrence within reach of observation important. Mr. Allen O'Donagough himself, though fully enjoying those best reliefs to tedium, the breakfasts, dinners, and suppers furnished by the careful preparations of his less happy spouse, so far shared this universal feeling as to amuse himself occasionally by joining with Jack in his good-humoured efforts to amuse Patty. No sooner was the breakfast hour past than the young lady, let the weather be what it would, was sure to be seen climbing the cabin stairs in order to get a game at ship billiards with Jack. nor was Jack slow in his efforts to meet her wishes. No sooner did he perceive her bright eyes roving about the deck in search of him, than he sung out to any of the crew who happened to be within reach, "Avast there, Tom," or Dick, or Harry, or whomever else it might chance to be. "Avast there, and hand us a bit of chalk for the young lady." And a bit of chalk, to mark the series of circles that the game required, was never long waited for. Nay, so eager were the good seamen of the Atalanta to oblige either the young lady or their blithe comrade, that few among them failed when thus called upon to use the chalk as well as furnish it. And the ring within ring was often fairly drawn upon the deck, each marked with its respective number, and the circular slices of wood that served as bowls placed ready beside them, before Jack had concluded his first parley with Miss Patty, or answered half the questions respecting wind, weather, the ship's progress, and the flying fish, which she always came ready primed to ask. As soon as the game was fairly begun, Mr. Allen O'Donagough might generally be seen approaching, cigar in mouth, to watch the progress of it. Had he carefully marked the expression of his young daughter's countenance as he drew near, he might perhaps have perceived that she would have been quite as well pleased to keep Jack and the bowls to herself. But probably he did not mark it at all, and accordingly obtruded himself without scruple upon their game, generally proposing to set himself and his daughter against Jack, who was a great adept, and often appearing to take the most lively interest in the result. By means of this constant practice, Mr. Allen O'Donagough himself acquired by degrees very considerable skill in the game, and at length was apt to leave poor Patty out of it altogether, till the amusement was evidently become as important to his daily existence as to hers. It was not long ere Mr. Allen O'Donagough's habit of bringing all his intellect to bear upon every game, whether of skill or chance, in which he was engaged, placed him fully on an equality with Jack in that of ship billiards, and then he began greatly to long for a bet to excite anew the interest. A feeling pretty nearly allied to shame enabled him for a few days to resist the temptation he felt to challenge Jack for a penny a game; but it lasted no longer, and setting all considerations of his own superior rank aside, he fairly addressed the lad in the language of perfect equality. " I say, Jack, what do you say, my boy, to our trying our luck for a penny a game?" " With all my heart, sir, if you will," was the reply, and to it they set, notwithstanding the openly expressed displeasure of Patty, who was fain to console herself by standing very close to her favourite when it was her father's turn to throw, and by romping with him a little now and then for the recovery of the bowl when both stooped together to pick it up. Mr. Allen O'Donagough was unquestionably much too rich a man to make the pennies for which he now played of importance to him. Nevertheless, habit, and a sort of instinctive ardour for success, even where success mattered not, led him to exert himself so effectually, that he speedily became the better player of the two. This appeared to pique the young sailor, and he likewise was frequently seen practising the game alone. At these times no one ever heard Jack called for, nor did any of the necessary duties of his profession appear in the least degree to interfere with his amusement. Poor sick Mrs. O'Donagough, whose greatest comfort was to have a parcel of coats and cloaks placed on the deck for her to lie upon, frequently amused herself by the hour together in watching both the practice and the game also, till at last it struck her that Jack, who, making allowance for his youth, and his wearing neither favoris or moustaches, she considered as decidedly the handsomest person she had ever seen. It struck her, I say, that Jack must either be the very idlest fellow that ever took service on shipboard, or that he was not the mere common sailor he appeared. No sooner had this last conjecture crossed her brain, than her curiosity became roused, and exerting herself vigorously, she rose from her recumbent posture, and dragged her languid limbs to the spot where Captain Wilkins, the commander of the vessel, stood leaning listlessly over the ship's side. Mrs. Allen O'Donagough leant over the ship's side too. " Good morning to you, captain," said she, turning up her veil that she might both hear and see him more at her ease. " How are we getting on to-day? "" Capital well, ma'am," he replied. " 8 knots an hour, steady." " That's good hearing, Captain Wilkins, for one that makes such a bad sailor as I do. And talking of sailors, do tell me something about that young man that they call Jack. I never saw such an odd, irregular young fellow in my life. Sometimes to hear the sailors calling him, first here, then there, as violently as if the whole safety of the ship depended on his coming, one might think he was just the best seaman on board. Then at other times he will do nothing but amuse himself for hours and hours together with tossing along that bit of wood as he is doing now. Do turn round and look at him, Captain Wilkins, and tell me if that's the way for a sailor to earn his wages." The captain turned his head for a moment to look in the direction Mrs. O'Donagough indicated, and then replacing himself in his former position, replied carelessly, " It is only because we go on so well, ma'am. Sailors have but little to do in fair weather." " Humph !" quoth Mrs. Allen O'Donagough, seemingly but little satisfied by the explanation ; but replacing her folded arms upon the side of the vessel, she contemplated the floating nautili, shining with their violet and silver rigging in the sun, as fixedly as if she were really thinking of them ; but it was no such thing. Her thoughts had never swerved for a moment from Jack. His handsome face, and his tall slight figure, which, spite of his canvas trousers and checked shirt, had an air, a look, that seemed so... She was quite at a loss for a word to express what she meant, but had she been blessed with her friend Miss Morrison's familiarity with the tongues, she would unquestionably have added distingue. And then all the sailors, though they called him Jack so familiarly, doing just what he bid them with the chalk every day, and more than all, his flying full gallop to handle a rope now and then, just as if it was done for fun, though as to scouring the decks, or climbing up those horrid dangerous ladders of rope, or any other sailor work, that was anywise disagreeable, he no more seemed to have a notion of doing it than her daughter Martha. All this was puzzling in the extreme, and understand it she would, or else know the reason why. " But I say, captain," she began again, but turning her head a little at the same moment she perceived that, most uncourteously, Captain Wilkins had left her side and was no longer in sight. " Vulgar brute !" murmured Mrs. O'Donagough in great indignation ;" but if he is off because he won't tell me what I want to know, I'll be a match for him yet." On first screwing her courage to this enterprise of further inquiry, she turned her eyes towards the head of the vessel as the point where she was at once the most certain of encountering some of the men, and not of encountering their captain. But, poor soul, the undertaking was greatly beyond her strength, and after making a few tottering steps in the direction she wished to take, she was fain to stop short and seat herself. But though her walk before the mast was given up, her inquisitorial project was not ; and as soon as she had rested herself sufficiently once more to give her poor reeling brain fair play, she bethought her of a scheme worth a dozen of the last, and forthwith proceeded to put it in execution. No manoeuvring was required for this, in any degree at variance with her feeble condition, for it was only necessary that she should confess herself to be as ill as she really felt, and call for the steward to help her down stairs to her berth. Black Billy came at her call, and with his usual ready civility sustained the weight of the lady's heavy arm till he had safely landed her in the cabin. Black Billy was an excellent steward, and to all the multitudinous qualifications essentially necessary to deserving this character, he added a charm without which all the rest would have been imperfect ; for Black Billy was a most accomplished gossip. " Thank you, Billy, thank you," sighed the qualmish lady, as soon as she had placed her uncomfortable person on the black horsehair sofa. " But don't go away yet, Billy. I want to give you $50, because you are always so good natured to my daughter and me." " Tankee, ma'am," returned Billy, his eyes flashing at sight of the dearly loved coin. " Madam want itty drop some at goody goody?" " Why, I shouldn't care, Billy, if I did have half a glass of very, very weak cold rum and water." Billy was rattling amongst his bottles and glasses in a moment, and presently returning from the mysterious hole in which all the materiel for his important office was lodged, he presented the goody goody draught to Mrs. O'Donagough with an air that would not have disgraced the chef of Very's establishment. " Thank you, Billy, thank you," reiterated the kind spoken lady, adding, after a sip or two, " it is very comfortable indeed. But don't go, Billy. You shall have the glass in one moment, and then there will be no danger of its getting broke." Billy obediently stationed himself before her, and respectfully waited, plate in hand, to receive her glass. But Mrs. O'Donagough was in no humour to despatch its reviving contents hastily. " You make the best toddy I ever tasted, Billy. I am sure you are quite a treasure to the ship. How long have you been on board her, Billy? Dis is de first voyage, please, ma'am. You seem to have a nice civil crew on board, Billy." " Yes, please, ma'am, all but nasty, filthy negger cook. And we must put up wid he, ma'am, 'cause you know he be but a beastly negger." " That Jack, as you call him, seems a good-natured lad, with always a merry word for everybody. Do you know anything about him, Billy ?" resumed the lady. " Oh, es, ma'am. replied Billy, with a very broad grin. "I knows all about him." "Do you, Billy?" replied Mrs. O'Donagough eagerly. "I am very glad of it, for I want to hear all about him. Who is he, Billy, and what is he? Something out of the common way, I think, isn't he now, Billy?" This was said in the playful coaxing tone generally used by people who pique themselves upon their powers of cross-examination. Billy, upon this, lowered his voice to a very confidential tone, as he replied, "Now bean't he a rum un, ma'am? He be de oldest boy ever come aboard as couldn't go aloft." "But why can he not go aloft, Billy? That looks as if he had never been bred as a sailor, doesn't it?" Billy shook his head, but said nothing. "Now do tell me, Billy, you must know," continued Mrs. O'Donagough, "why did he come aboard dressed like a sailor?" "Jack stoopy lubber, wery stoopy lubber, ma'am," said Billy, looking extremely sagacious. "Yes, yes, Billy, so he is, perhaps, and something besides that into the bargain." "Es, ma'am, es," replied Billy, putting his finger to his nose. "So he bees." Mrs. Allen O'Donagough now thought the moment was come, and throwing herself forward on her seat, and raising her eager eyes to the face of the negro, she exclaimed, "What, dear Billy? For God's sake, tell me what?" A very comic expression took possession of the shining face that was bent down to meet hers ; but though the fellow grinned from ear to ear, it was with a tone of great solemnity that he replied, "That bees a secret, ma'am." "Po fiddle-de-dee for a secret, Billy, among friends. Tell me what it is, there's a good fellow." Billy grinned again, shut up his eyes very close for about half a minute, and then he said, "Him bees a regular crocodile." "A crocodile, you black fool!" cried Mrs. O'Donagough, losing all patience. "If you think to treat a white lady passenger in that manner, and not get flogged for it, you are altogether out. If you don't tell me this moment all you know about the boy who they call Jack, I'll inform the captain that your behaviour is too impertinent to be borne, and we'll soon see what comes of that, Master Billy." Billy tried to look dismal, but his ivory teeth would make themselves seen in spite of him. However, he very soberly took up the glass which the lady had just before set down empty, and very decorously named the number of pennies she was to be pleased to pay for the same. This she knew was inevitable, such being the regulation on board the good ship Atalanta. Fortunately for her feelings, at the moment Mrs. O'Donagough chanced to have the exact sum ready in her pocket, in large copper coin, and drawing the pieces out, she raised her arm, and with all the strength she had, flung them, with a tolerably steady aim, in the face of Billy. Insult to a negro, if the tortured flesh quiver not beneath it, is never very deeply felt; so Billy only shook his woolly sconce as if it had been exposed to a shower of hail, and without any symptom of ill humour, picked up the coin and retired. Mrs. O'Donagough felt very ill indeed. A violent fit of anger is one of the worst accidents that can occur in a case of sea-sickness. It was quite as much as the poor lady could do to get to the state corner, for the best arranged merchant ships can hardly be said to have state cabins, in which her berth was constructed, and having reached it, there she remained quietly enough for at least 3 hours; the latter part of which time, however, was, happily for her, relieved by a tolerably sound nap, the greatest blessing that kind Heaven can send to a sufferer in her condition. She awakened from it greatly refreshed, and sufficiently herself again to slip off her bed, arrange her ruffled garments, add to her dress a wrapping shawl that she knew gave her an air of dignity, and then with her parasol in hand she mounted the companion-way in search of the captain. She found him standing with his arms behind him, still watching Mr. O'Donagough and Jack at their everlasting game; while Miss Patty, as usual, was consoling herself for her exclusion from it by following Jack's every movement with her eyes, and endeavouring with all her might to make him cheat her papa. It might be presumed, from external symptoms, that every emotion of anger disagreed very violently with the sensitive frame of Mrs. O'Donagough, for it invariably caused an appearance of swelling over her whole person, and she now approached the group, who were amusing themselves on the quarter-deck with a gait and movement nearly resembling those of a stately turkey-cock when some circumstance has in like manner ruffled his plumage and his temper. Mrs. O'Donagough had not lost flesh during her residence in New South Wales. On the contrary, indeed, the greatest change which her appearance had undergone during the 15 years of her absence from her native shores, arose from the general enlargement of her person, and there was now, therefore, something exceedingly striking and impressive in her aspect when under the influence of any indignant feeling. Mr. Allen O'Donagough, of course, knew these symptoms well, and, adopting his usual demeanour upon such occasions, appeared, instead of seeing her half as big again as usual, not to see her at all. But he need not have given himself the trouble of feigning, for he had nothing whatever to do with her present emotion, while the captain, who had continued to stand innocently unsuspicious, and without taking the least care of himself, within reach of her arm, was the sole object of her attention. It was gently, however, that she extended that arm, and laid hold of his. " Captain Wilkins," said she, in a tone of voice which, notwithstanding her inward agitation, was more than usually civil, " Captain Wilkins, will you be so kind as to let me speak to you for half a moment?" Though a very good sort of fellow in many ways, Captain Wilkins had less of that devoted and undiscriminating gallantry to the fair sex, which is usually found in men of his profession, that Mrs. O'Donagough could have wished. She was quite aware of this, and did not scruple to confess to anybody who would listen to her, that Captain Wilkins was no particular favourite of hers. The captain, on his side, might have been aware of this also, or he might not ; but be that as it may, he did not like Mrs. O'Donagough at all ; and when, soon after they set sail, the first mate remarked to him that he thought Madame O'Donagough would still be a capital fine woman, if she was not so unaccountably big, the captain replied, " There's no accounting for taste, Mr. Happerton, but to my fancy, she is altogether the most sprawling pattern of a female that I ever looked at on sea or land." When, therefore, he felt Mrs. O'Donagough's gentle touch, and her invitation to a tete-a-tete, he looked as if he would not have been at all sorry if his more easily pleased first mate could have taken the duty instead of him. However, he was much too civil to say so, and bending his head with something between a nod and a bow, replied, " At your pleasure, ma'am." " I must detain you one instant, sir," said the lady, hastening towards the retirement offered by a seat on the opposite side of the quarter deck. " Just sit down here one moment, and you shall hear quietly what I have got to say." " I prefer standing, ma'am, I thank ye," replied the captain, placing himself before her at the distance of about 5 feet. " Dear me, captain, I don't want to bawl out so that the whole ship's crew shall hear me, and I shan't poison you, I suppose, if you do come a little nearer." Upon this Captain Wilkins made a step, but not a very long one, in advance, and again placed himself in act to hear. Mrs. O'Donagough felt as if she would have liked to throw him overboard ; but this did not prevent her again addressing him in a very civil, and almost in a coaxing tone, as she said, " My dear Captain Wilkins, I think it is my bounden duty not to keep you in the dark respecting the extraordinary impertinence of your black steward. I am quite sure, sir, that you were aware of it, you would take instant measures to prevent anything of the kind from ever occurring again ; and therefore it is that I make this point of speaking to you. Is it your wish, sir, that your black negro servant should insult your passengers, your lady passengers, Captain Wilkins?" Now the truth was, that during Mrs. O'Donagough's refreshing slumber, Black Billy had been beforehand with her, and recorded to his master the whole scene which had passed between them ; a statement in which the captain, without any undue partiality towards his steward, felt entire confidence, both from his knowledge of the parties, and from all the circumstances connected with Mrs. O'Donagough's curiosity, and Billy's resistance to it. However, his answer betrayed nothing of all this, for he only replied, " Oh no, ma'am, neither black nor white, we must have no insultings." " You had better not, sir, I can tell you, as far as regards myself. I presume that you are in some degree aware, though not so much as you might be, perhaps, that my daughter and myself are not to be looked upon at all in the same light as any other person on board ; nor my husband, Mr. O'Donagough, either, of course. My family and connections, sir, fill the very highest rank in English society, and a young lady who is going home, I may say, for the express purpose of being presented at court, is hardly to be considered as the same sort of thing as a Sydney Grazier's wife, or the daughter of a felon consigned to her cousins in England, like that flaunting miss that is always trying to parade the decks with Miss O'Donagough, only I won't let her." " As to that, madam," replied the captain, " I never in my life was guilty of making any difference whatsoever between one passenger and another. If they all pay me honestly, they are all honest people to me, and I care not a straw about their grandfathers." " I have not asked you, sir, to make any difference. Any lady treated as I have been by an insolent blackamoor ought to know that he was punished for it. And what, if you please, madam, do you think I ought to do to Black Billy for not answering your questions about the young fellows of my crew?" This sudden and unexpected retort again made Mrs. Donagough feel very unwell, and she heartily wished herself lying upon the cloaks and coats again. Nevertheless, her spirits did not desert her entirely, and she continued to say, " Upon my word, Captain Wilkins, you would consult your own interest better if you did take a little notice of the difference of station between one passenger and another, instead of treating them all alike with the vulgarity that seems natural to you. My interest, madam, is not very likely to be touched one way or another by my passengers. The Atalanta is no wise like an American liner, or a steamship moving between Dover and Calais. For, you know, madam, if any of my customers was to cross back again, it would most likely be the king, God bless him, and not me, who would have the bringing of them." Here Mrs. O'Donagough became too ill to hear another word, and catching hold of a sailor who was passing, to take his turn at the helm, she got him to help her down stairs. When crawling again into her berth, she continued to lie there in no very comfortable position for several hours, till at length Miss Patty came to look after her, and by the help of a little coaxing induced her to get up and show papa in which package the other jars of pickled onions could be found. For the rest of the voyage Mrs. O'Donagough continued on very unsatisfactory terms both with the captain and Billy, seldom indeed exchanging a word with either, and remaining altogether too sick and too much out of temper to make any further efforts for the discovery of Jack's secret history, if any such were in truth attached to him. A point upon which, happily perhaps for her own tranquillity, she began to be considerably less sanguine than when her researches commenced, for the youth satisfactorily proved his plebeian origin by never appearing conscious that so distinguished a person as herself was on board. " How can you bear to play every day with that vulgar boy as you do, you and your father too, Martha? It is perfectly wonderful to me how you can endure his manners. But any amusement, I suppose, is better than none, as long as we are confined to this beastly, horrid ship. Only you must remember, my dear, that when you get to England all things will be different. We must have no more vulgar acquaintance, if you please. But now you must go on playing, I suppose, with anybody you can find, for God knows I am too ill to amuse you myself." Such was the harangue uttered by Mrs. O'Donagough to her daughter when their voyage was about half completed; and to avoid all unnecessary concealments, the soliloquy which followed it on the part of the young lady, as she turned from her mother and hung over the blue waves as they lashed the vessel on her course, shall be given likewise. " Vulgar boy ! That's your notion of a vulgar boy, is it? I don't care whether he is a sailor boy or a prince, not 1 single cent." It was thus that she deliberately murmured forth her steadfast mind. "But this I know, that if my dear, dear, beautiful, lovely Jack will only consent to marry me as soon as I am 15, and that's old enough for any woman, if he will only have me for his wife, I won't care neither for father nor mother, nor uncles nor aunts, no more than if they were so many brass buttons." Such were the sentiments of Mr. Allen O'Donagough's heiress when she had traversed half the briny space which divides the old world from the new. And ere the remaining half was halved, her young heart was more thoroughly devoted still. But as the adventure which led to this is perfectly novel and highly interesting, it must have a chapter to itself. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. A romantic adventure which does now and then occur at sea. Its sentimental consequences. Mr. Allen O'Donagough shaves himself. A discovery, but attended with no relief to curiosity. A farewell. It happened one morning after rather a squally night, that the youngest boy on board having been sent out to the extremest point of the bowsprit, for the purpose of setting to rights something that the blustering wind had made wrong, became so entangled in the tackle, and by his own unskilful attempts to set it right, as to become too thoroughly puzzled to handle it in the usual way, when, taking an unsailor-like hold of some rope or other, it failed him, he lost his head and his footing together, and with the piercing cry of a shrill young voice, that made itself heard athwart the hoarse grumbling of the fretted sea, dropped into the water. Happily the vessel was upon a tack, and did not pass over him, so that Jack, who heard the cry, and sprung instantly to the ship's side, saw the body rise at the distance of a few feet from him. It is not by the result of that valuable process of mind called meditation that great deeds are done by men or boys either. Had Jack meditated, he would have remembered that he was by no means a very skillful swimmer, and probably come to the conclusion that it would be unwise to put 2 human lives in jeopardy instead of 1. But as he did not meditate at all, an impulse which, if not better, was decidedly stronger than reason, caused him to jump upon the bulwarks and plunge into the sea after him. In an instant 3/4 of the crew were hanging over the ship's side, and eagerly handling ropes to throw after him. The captain, who had been among the first to see both the accident and the bold deed which followed, could hardly have been more zealous in his efforts to rescue the lads, if either or both of them had been his own. With his own arm he seized the helm, and put the ship about so skillfully as to bring her within a few feet of poor Jack, who was evidently struggling with difficulty to sustain the boy whom he had succeeded in catching hold of, while with his other arm he laboured to approach and seize upon the friendly rope that had been sent to help him. But the joint action of the wind and waves made this very difficult, and had not the captain's first order, which was to lower the boat, been promptly obeyed, Jack would never have puzzled or pleased fair Lady more. As it was, however, the adventure ended in the very best style. The young hero and his protege were both laid safely, though perfectly insensible, upon the deck, with all the passengers, and nearly the whole crew, gazing upon them with all sorts of affectionate and admiring looks. But beyond all question, the person most acutely interested in the scene was Miss Martha O'Donagough. Like all other good female sailors, this young lady had a strong aversion to remaining below, and no sooner had the wind sufficiently abated to permit her to keep her feet upon the deck, than coaxing the captain to withdraw, for her at least, his prohibition against the appearance of the ladies in rough weather, she contrived to make her way to the side of the vessel, and rolling herself up in her cloak, with a firm grasp upon the bulwarks, to enjoy the fresh breeze after a very sorry night, together with the pleasant hope that her friend Jack would presently see and approach her. Nor was she disappointed. Jack did see her, and the next moment came laughing to her side, declaring that she must be a mermaid to look so well and happy in such weather. Then followed some delightful fun in watching the frolics of the tempest-loving tribes, who never condescend to visit the surface of the water when it is smooth; and then Jack helped to secure her bonnet more comfortably by putting a silk handkerchief over it, and tying it under her chin. And then her cloak wanted fastening, and very often she was in danger of being blown backwards, only Jack was so kind as to prevent it. In short, Miss Martha was enjoying herself exceedingly, when the cry of the falling boy smote their ears. The violent movement occasioned by putting about the ship, which she had to endure without any arm to help her, threw her down, and prevented her seeing either the floating body of the boy, or the noble effort made by her companion to save him. But no sooner had she recovered her feet and her hold upon the bulwarks, to which she firmly clung, notwithstanding the requests of many sailors that she would stand aside, that she perceived all that had happened, and from that moment ceased not to harass all around her by a succession of screams, till the boat and the 3 men let down in her had done their work, and the 2 rescued lads were stretched before her on the deck. Then she screamed no more. Friendship claimed its rights, and undeterred by any idle scruples, Martha sat down upon the deck and placed the head of poor Jack upon her knee. "Avast, my girl!" cried one of the men, whose exertions had saved him. "He must not be stifled up that fashion." But the cruel interference was of no avail, for at that very moment Jack opened his bright eyes, and began very hopefully to look about him. For a moment he seemed puzzled, and the first symptom of recovered memory was a short, quick question of, "Where is the boy?" "Here, Jack, here," responded from all sides, and the next feeling led, as it seemed, to a momentary communing within, for he put his hands before his eyes, and his lips moved, but without uttering any sound. Some movement of the young girl then caused him to look up, and he perceived where and how he was situated. "My dear little girl, is that you?" said he, in a voice that spoke much grateful feeling. A jovial laugh, and something very like a cheer from the surrounding group, at once seemed to welcome their favourite back to life, and to compliment the young lady upon her kindness. Jack, at the same moment, made an effort to rise, and Martha did the same. So they stood up together, both dripping wet with the sea water, and as neither Mr. nor Mrs. O'Donagough had yet left their beds, the captain took it upon himself to recommend that their daughter should go below and change her wet garments. This tall, stout, and decidedly precocious young lady certainly never looked so nearly beautiful as she did at that moment. much paler than usual, with large black eyes that shone through genuine tears, for she had truly been most terribly frightened, and, moreover, a little abashed at her situation, the young Martha could hardly fail of appearing both fair and interesting to the eyes of her playfellow. Jack looked at her much more earnestly than he had ever done before, and thought that she was not only the kindest-hearted little girl in the world, but very handsome, a fact of which perhaps he had never till that moment been sufficiently aware. " Take care of yourself, my dear child," said he, very kindly, taking her by the hand, " but I must not touch you, Martha, for if I do you will be wetter still." " And look to yourself, Jack," replied Martha with equal kindness. " I'll go and change if you will." " That's a bargain, then," he replied, smiling, but with very gentle feelings at her naivete ;" and when we are all got dry again, it will be something to talk about, will it not?" Martha smiled too, and nodding to him with a look, the kindness of which was no longer veiled by tears, prepared to follow his advice, and by the help of his steadying hand reached the companion way, and descended. This adventure could not easily be forgotten by either. Neither was it. Jack long considered Martha as the kindest hearted and prettiest girl in the world, and Martha considered Jack as the perfection of sweethearts, and the model of everything that was handsomest in the male creation. This occurrence helped on, at least to the young people, the last lingering weeks of the voyage ; for not only did it, as Jack had prophesied, give them something to talk about, but the ardent gratitude of the fine lad he had saved, and the daily increasing interest that Martha testified for all that concerned him, could not but touch so tender a heart as Jack's, who, moreover, always remembering that he was but a poor sailor boy, conceived a strong feeling of gratitude and esteem for the young girl, whose unsophisticated nature led her so completely to overlook all distinctions of rank. To Mr. and Mrs. O'Donagough, indeed, all this produced no good effect, but rather the contrary ; for Jack grew tired of ship billiards, and greatly preferred standing by his little friend Martha, as she sat perched upon the taffrail, and with her strong clear voice sang love ditties to the fishes by the hour together. And poor Mrs. O'Donagough fared not at all the better for this additional leisure of her husband's, for he was getting exceedingly restless, rather bilious, and now and then very cross ; so that, considerably before they arrived at the port of London, they both became aware that they had been shut up together quite long enough. Two trifling circumstances only, both occurring within the last week, caused a short intermission of poor Mrs. O'Donagough's yawns, by giving her something puzzling to think of. The first of these was seeing her husband, Mr. Allen O'Donagough, mount the cabin stairs one fine morning, with his face as cleanly shaved from top to bottom, and from side to side, as it was possible for a razor to do it. Not a trace, not a vestige of either moustache or favori remained, to show that the military glory of that expansive face had once been. The change produced upon his countenance by this operation was very great, and, to say the truth, by no means favourable ; for little as we may some of us admire the flashy look which every chevalier d'industrie can obtain by only restricting the office of his razor, it is nevertheless certain that a great high-boned vulgar face, like that of my heroine's present husband, is in no degree improved by being rendered more broadly visible. At the first glance his wife did not know him, nor was it indeed till he had displayed the whole extent of his large white teeth in a smile produced by her unconscious stare at him, that she did. The time when she had almost worshipped the military insignia of his upper lip, and doted on the copious manliness which veiled his ample jaws, was certainly past, probably never to return, yet could she not look with indifference upon what appeared to her so terrible a falling off in the striking comeliness of his appearance. She had hitherto never ceased to consider him as a remarkably dashing and fashionable looking man, but now her eyes, as well as her heart, told her that he was not so at all. " Good heaven, Major Allen !" was her first involuntary exclamation, " what on earth can have induced you to make such a figure of yourself?" The gentleman suddenly ceased to smile as she spoke, and answered in a low growling voice, which showed that he had not, like Samson, lost his spirit with his hair. " And what, madam, can make you call me by a name which I have commanded you never to utter again?" Poor Mrs. O'Donagough was really frightened, and notwithstanding the high spirit on which she prided herself, condescended to say, " Oh, dear me, Mr. O'Donagough, don't be angry. I will never say it again, upon my word and honour. And nobody heard me, you know, that's a comfort. But what did you cut off your beautiful whiskers for?" "You are a fool, Mrs. Allen O'Donagough," was the short reply, and never again was the circumstance alluded to between them. But it cannot be supposed that Mrs. O'Donagough forgot it, or that she could avoid feeling rather uncomfortably anxious as to what motive could have induced so very handsome a man to disfigure himself so dreadfully. "If it had only been his moustaches," thought she, "I should not have cared. And indeed I know that it would have been perfectly necessary. How else could he possibly pass himself off for the Reverend Mr. O'Donagough? No reverends ever do wear moustaches, that's quite true. But those beautiful whiskers, that gave him so completely the air of a man of fashion, there could have been no occasion to shave them. I know the irregular clergy, like my last poor O'Donagough, wear whiskers quite as often as not. Not little shabby whiskers either, such as a bishop might wear, and no harm done. But just such full noble whiskers as as this foolish man wore. However, it's no good to fret. If anything was to happen to him, and I was to marry again, I'd take good care to know, if 'twas in the old world or the new, whether there was any likelihood of the man's wanting to scrape his skin, for all the world like a pig prepared for roasting. This one only wants singeing a little to make him perfect." The other circumstance which tended in some degree to relieve the wearisome tedium of Mrs. O'Donagough's last few days at sea, was something like a discovery which she at last made respecting the young sailor lad called Jack. By special agreement, Mr. and Mrs. O'Donagough and their daughter dined in the cabin, and at the table of the captain, though like all other passengers on board they furnished their own provender. But a few pounds additional to their passage money had secured to them the dignity of this privilege, which was the more precious because shared by no other passenger. From some suspicious reason or other, which Captain Wilkins had never explained, his dinner hour, and consequently that of the O'Donagoughs, had been changed after they came on board, and fixed considerably earlier than before. Dining, however, is so welcome an amusement on board ship, that nobody complains of its coming too soon, and the alteration was never objected to. The weather during the whole passage having been, with few exceptions, remarkably fine, it was the custom of the O'Donagough family to repair to the quarter-deck as soon as the dinner was over, and there indulge in nibbling biscuits and sipping toddy. Miss Patty, during this hour of systematic gossiping, fared not so well as her parents; for, to do her justice, she was not at all fond of toddy; and Jack, of whom she certainly was very fond, for some reason or other was never visible on the deck at these times. That he was indeed not on deck, little Patty was perfectly competent to declare, for more than once had she vainly traversed its entire length from stem to stern in search of him. She could not, unfortunately, penetrate to any of the mysterious recesses below. That she had with some little difficulty been made to understand was impossible; but she would willingly have ransacked the cabin and all its dependencies in search of her friend, only she found, upon once attempting the experiment, that the door was locked. These efforts to find her playfellow, however, and the disappointment which attended them, were alike confined to her own bosom; and as her father was, as we have seen, very comfortably engaged, and her mother, if possible, still more so, for she took her biscuits and toddy from the luxurious couch of coats and cloaks heretofore described, the absence of the lad at this hour, constant and regular as it was, had never been noticed by either. It so happened, however, the very day on which the Atalanta entered the British Channel, the weather being beautifully calm, and the sea as yet in no degree affected by the narrow and troublesome path it had got into, that Mrs. O'Donagough, feeling herself particularly well and lively, scorned the repose offered by her cloaks and coats, and trotted down the cabin stairs in search of a basket in which many hourly requirements were stowed, and, among others, the last letter of her niece, Mrs. General Hubert. To this letter, it must be confessed, she had made very frequent allusion during the passage, whenever she could get anybody to listen to her; but nevertheless, she wished to consult it again now, because it contained something about her darling great niece Elizabeth, the eldest daughter of her beloved Agnes, and often as she had read the letter, she could not, as she assured Mr. O'Donagough, exactly recollect whether the dear girl was 13, or only 12 and a half. As it was Mrs. O'Donagough's luxurious custom to wear list shoes on board, she went down the companion-way with very little noise, and applying her hand to the lock of the cabin door, it turned and admitted her. Great indeed was her astonishment at what she saw before her. The usual cabin dinner table was covered with a marvellously clean cloth, on which was spread, with great attention to neatness, and even some display, all the requisite for a substantial repast. A single glance, it was to be sure a long and steady one, sufficed to show Mrs. O'Donagough that not only great pains had been bestowed upon the dressing it, but that the articles of which it was composed were of the most delicate quality that a long voyage can permit. 2 bottles of wine flanked the single plate, to supply which the various dainties were prepared, and before that plate sat Jack. Yes, it was Jack, Jack, in solitary state, in his usual nautical, and not over clean exterior garments, but with the air of being most perfectly at his ease, and of feeling himself anything but an intruder in the place he occupied. At sight of Mrs. O'Donagough, however, his colour certainly mounted considerably, and he rose so suddenly, and with an air so vexed and confused, that had she not known the captain's dinner to have been long over, she might have been tempted to believe that the lad was caught in the act of pilfering what had been prepared for his betters. But as it was, she stood perfectly amazed, astounded, petrified, and puzzled. Many weeks had passed since she had ceased to trouble herself about Jack and his unsailor-like ways; for, finding it impossible to discover the secret, she gradually became convinced that there was none, and all interest in him had died away accordingly. An additional reason for which might probably be, that the lad never by any chance came near enough to speak to her, if it could by possibility be avoided. But now all this reasonable and dignified tranquillity of spirit was again destroyed. That there was something very particular indeed in the situation of Jack, it was impossible to doubt, but to discover what was beyond her power. The youth, having mumbled something about having a joke with the captain, passed by her and mounted the stairs, leaving her to all the torments of unassisted conjecture, from which the most accurate examination of the relics of Jack's banquet could not relieve her. In fact, the only thing she could find worthy of arresting her attention was a silver fork. This, she discovered on examination, was made to receive the blade of a knife into its handle, and a little further search enabled her to discover the said knife also, and to ascertain that it not only fitted nicely, but that the style and workmanship of this bit of travelling luxury was of a costly kind. For mere curiosity's sake she would have liked well enough to put the united articles into her pocket; but as the lively thought arose, the recollection that she was on board a ship coming from Botany Bay came with it, and she discreetly laid the pretty things where she had found them, retaining only the interesting fact that they were both marked with the letter S. From that hour to the end of the voyage, which was just 5 days, including the passage up the river, poor Mrs. O'Donagough was never able to obtain from any one the slightest glimmer of light on this mysterious subject. As the vessel passed Sheerness, a boat was sent on shore, in which she perceived through the cabin windows, as the little craft passed astern, that a great quantity of luggage had been stowed. Unluckily for poor Mrs. O'Donagough, she was at the moment busily employed in some necessary packing operations, which the approach to land rendered indispensable, and her view therefore of this parting boat was so indistinct that she did not recognise the brown curls and blue eyes of Jack under the foraging cap that was seated at the stern. Neither did she, from the same unlucky accident, witness the very affectionate farewell exchanged between this provoking boy and the whole of the ship's crew. There was another farewell rather more affectionate still, which also she did not see. But it was not only her being in the cabin which prevented this, for it was behind a heap of canvas which concealed them from all eyes that Jack gave a parting kiss to Patty. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Our Native Land. The Happiness of Returning to It. A Visit to the Custom House, with a sketch of female sufferings not unusual there. Miss O'Donagough's filial feelings explained. At length the boat was alongside, which was to convey my heroine, her husband, and daughter, to those dear dirty steps beside the Custom House of London, the stumbling up of which has occasioned joy and gladness to so many hearts. Our party had, of course, a considerable quantity of luggage to remove, and to this Mr. O'Donagough gave pretty nearly his whole attention. But somehow or other his wife and daughter got safely into the boat in the midst of it, and the whole freight, after the usual quantity of noise and bustle, was securely rowed to the landing place and disembarked. " At last, Patty !" exclaimed Mrs. O'Donagough on reaching the highest step, " here we are. Oh, how glad I am that we have done with that beastly ship ! If the sight of every rope in her did not make me as sick as a cat, I'll be hanged. Come, dear, get on, you must not begin staring yet. Bless you, child, this is nothing but the very nastiest outskirts of London. There is nothing here worth opening your handsome eyes upon, Patty. Come along, come along. There goes your father into the custom house, as I take it, and we had best stop outside and watch the men bring up the rest of the goods. Lord, what a quantity they do carry, to be sure. There goes my bandbox. If your father had not been a fool he might have contrived to smuggle that. But I never will forgive him if he does not bring it out again this minute. Past or not past, as he calls it, have it I must and will." To all this Patty made no answer whatever. She was too much occupied and preoccupied to care for anything her mamma could say. In fact, her thoughts were revolving with the regularity of a shuttlecock between two battledores, from the kiss Jack had given her off Sheerness to the busy throng moving in all directions round her. After an interval, so short as to prove that Mr. O'Donagough was a practised and a skilful traveller, he was seen to emerge again from the portal of the custom house, when his wife, who was stationed close to it, pounced upon his arm with genuine conjugal approbation, a manoeuvre, by the way, well described by Shakespeare when he says, "She arms her with the boldness of a wife," and exclaimed, "What a time you have been, O'Donagough! Where is the bandbox? Why, surely you have not come away without it? You know as well as I do that I must have it, and I'll bet £1,000 that is exactly the reason you have left it." "No, my dear, it was not, I assure you," he replied, with very business-like composure. "It was because the custom house officers would not let me bring it on account of the sweetmeats." "Sweetmeats, Mr. O'Donagough? Then why did you not let them take out the sweetmeats? You know perfectly well, though now you pretend to look exactly as if you had never heard of it, you know that it is not the sweetmeats that I want, but my dressing box. I declare to heaven I would as soon have an owl look after my things." "Nonsense," said Mr. O'Donagough composedly. "I am going to call a coach for you. I shall tell the man to drive to the Saracen's Head, and there you must order dinner and beds. No, upon second thoughts, my dear, you had better order tea. It makes, as I well remember, a monstrous difference in the bill, and we may eat, you know, exactly as much cold meat as we like." Here Mr. O'Donagough held up his finger to a hackney coachman, as readily as if he had not been beyond reach of any such luxury for nearly 15 years. But when, with a hand applied to his young daughter's elbow, he was in the very act of assisting her to mount the uncertain steps, he was startled by the voice of his lady exclaiming within an inch of his ear, "How can you, O'Donagough, be such a fool as to make believe that you think I shall go off without my bandbox? I shall not stir a step without it, and that you know. What a thing it is to have a man belonging to one that can't look after such a trifle as that! But it is no matter, I can do it myself." And with these words Mrs. O'Donagough rushed into the custom house with the aspect of a tigress seeking her young. There was the same thrusting forward of the lengthened neck, the same eager starting of the protruding eye. And who shall say that there was not the same throbbing emotion at her heart? Mr. O'Donagough very improperly gave his daughter a look that seemed to say, "Did you ever?" and having desired her to sit quietly in the hackney coach till they returned, he followed the wife of his bosom with long but deliberate strides, as she won her way to what appeared the most busy part of the vast edifice. He overtook her just in time to hear her say, with astonishing dignity, though panting for breath, "Pray, sir, will you be pleased to inform me if it is here that the passengers' luggage from the Atalanta has been deposited?" "The man who is now passing down the room, ma'am, can tell you," was the reply. Away flew Mrs. O'Donagough after the individual thus indicated; but the man moved quickly, and it became speedily evident that she must raise her voice to overtake him. "Will you tell me where the luggage from the Atalanta is stowed?" screamed the flying lady at the very highest pitch of her voice. But this effort also was in vain, for a multitude of other sounds blended themselves with the voice of Mrs. O'Donagough, and the official hurried on. Vexed, heated, weary, but more determined than ever to perform what she had undertaken, if only to prove how wretchedly inefficient in all such matters her husband must be, she continued to run on with all the velocity that a heavy cloak and the ample volume of her own person would permit, till at length the man she was pursuing stopped, and at the same instant her eye caught sight of the bandbox, the abduction of which from the boatman who brought them on shore had caused her so much inquietude. " This is it, this is the box I want, sir," she exclaimed, extending her arm to seize her recovered treasure. " By your leave, ma'am," said another official, taking hold of it with professional firmness but perfect civility, " it is going this way." " It can't go that way, sir, I must have it. I do assure you it is perfectly impossible for me to get into the coach without it, and I am quite confident that, as a gentleman, you can't refuse to let me take away such a trifle as this one bandbox." " It has been looked into," said another officer, " and is crammed full of sweetmeats. It must pay duty." " Dear me ! Pay duty, sir, for a dressing box. I don't care a straw for the sweetmeats, comparatively speaking, and Mr. O'Donagough must of course pay the duty if he chooses to have them. All I ask for is my dressing box, and I shall think it a most disgraceful thing to the English nation if a lady is to have her very dressing box taken from her the moment she puts her feet on English ground. I am sure the very savages themselves would know better. And what's more, I don't believe it is legal to seize it, for I have used the same and no other for years and years, and you may depend upon it that if there is anything illegal in the matter the thing won't pass without notice. My connections are not in a rank of life to permit anything of that kind. It may be all very well for common people to have their property snatched out of their hands this way, but it won't do for the aunt of General Hubert." Mr. O'Donagough, who had by this time reached her side, stood with more nonchalance that was quite amiable, while his indignant wife thus exerted herself. Nay, some persons might even have suspected that he was base enough to quiz the vehement energy of her pleadings ; for not only did he remain perfectly silent, but now and then exchanged such a look with the individual with whom she was contesting the legality of the transaction, as might have easily been construed into joining in the laugh against her. Fortunately for the preservation of the king's peace on the spot sacred to the collection of his own customs, Mrs. O'Donagough was too completely occupied to be aware of this, and it was only when at length she ceased to speak that she perceived her husband beside her. " I do wonder, Mr. O'Donagough," she then began, " how you can stand there like a statue, without ever uttering a single syllable, good, bad, or indifferent. I do believe you are the only man in the whole civilized world who would let all the trouble of travelling fall upon his wife in this way. Pray, sir, do make the people understand that the coach is waiting for me, and that it is impossible I should go without my dressing box." " Why, my dear, you and I don't do business in the same way. Pray, sir, how long will it be before our things can be passed? These are the articles in this corner, just 12 packages, great and small. When will they be looked over? " Within an hour, sir." " Now then, my dear, make up your mind. Will you wait here yourself 1 hour, till you can see the whole lot sent off? Or will you go on to the Saracen's Head, and leave me here to get it done? Or will you prefer my going with you, and returning here again after I have seen you and Martha safely lodged?" There is hardly anything in the world so provoking when one has worked oneself up to a considerable degree of energy, as to be made to perceive, as plainly as that 2 and 2 make 4, that no energy at all was necessary. Mrs. O'Donagough would at that moment have given anything short of her dressing box, if without danger she could have bestowed upon her husband a good cuff. But she restrained herself, and only replied, " Oh, pray do not trouble yourself to go with us. I am sure I hope there is nothing going to happen in which you could do any good. Stay if you like, and as long as you like, and let all the things be seized one after another without putting out your finger to prevent it. I don't care a straw about it. It would be convenient, certainly, for me to get my dressing box before I go, but as you do not choose to take any trouble about it, of course I must submit. Few gentlemen, I fancy, would like to see their wives treated in this sort of way, particularly about a thing that I took out of England myself years and years ago. However, I shall say no more about it. I know the transaction to be perfectly infamous in every way, and that's all I have to say on the subject. General Hubert or Lady Elizabeth either will be able to tell me whether it will be worth my while to take any further notice of it. The importance of the thing itself is comparatively nothing, but no man of spirit, I presume, would choose that his wife should be treated with fraud and indignity. That's all I wish to observe." This speech was intended for all within hearing, but it is doubtful whether any one besides her husband heard a syllable of it. There is, perhaps, no place in which the constitutional propensity of the gentler sex to relieve their full hearts in words is endured with more unresisting passiveness than in scenes of active public business. The stream is generally permitted to flow on without let or hindrance, and if, as usually happens, no attention is paid to it, the obvious reason lies in the judicious earnestness of the functionaries to perform the ladies' wishes, without pausing even to listen to their eloquent expression of them. Mrs. O'Donagough waited a few seconds for an answer, but receiving none, either from her husband or any one else, she turned suddenly round upon a person actively engaged in the examination of a host of trunks just arrived from France, and said, " Am I to have my dressing box, sir, or not?" The man looked up at her for an instant, but pursued his employment without answering. " What insufferable insolence !" she exclaimed, fronting round again to Mr. O'Donagough. " I am perfectly persuaded that there is no nation in the world where such conduct would be endured except this. And I believe also," she continued, somewhat in a lower voice, and preparing to leave the room, " I believe also that there is not another man in existence who would suffer his wife to be thus treated without resenting it." " You will get these things in the corner looked over next, will you?" said Mr. O'Donagough with the most perfect composure. " Yes, sir, I will," replied the man he addressed, with such unalterable civility, that Mrs. O'Donagough began to suspect no scolding however violent could do any good ; and having fortunately arrived at this conclusion, she condescended to take her husband's arm and walk off; muttering, however, the whole way some very biting observations on the difference between some men and other men. But Mr. O'Donagough was in no humour to make a fuss about it, and continued to whistle, " Oh, the roast beef of old England," and " Oh, the old English roast beef," till they reached the hackney coach in which they had left their young daughter. Many papas and mammas would have felt some scruple, if not a little fear, at the idea of leaving a young lady of 14 in a scene so noisy and so new as the street in front of the London Custom house ; but it is more than probable that they both of them knew sufficiently well the excellent condition of the young Martha's nerves to prevent all notion of such idle alarms. They found her, as most likely they expected, still unsatiated with the delights of staring at all the people, and all the carts, and all the horses, and all the boxes, which were passing in a whirling maze before her view. " Well, chicken," cried her father, inserting his face between that of his wife and the window of the hackney coach, " are you not tired of waiting for us?" " Tired ?" replied the young lady. " Not I. Never saw such fun in my life. What have you been doing, mamma, all this time? It is 1,000 pities you should not have seen all these people pass. There must be some monstrous great arrival in England to day, I am sure." Mr. O'Donagough laughed. " I am glad you have been amused, chick," said he, standing a little aside, while his lady was getting into the coach, " and I should like very well to hear all you have got to say about it ; but you must tell me all when I come." " Lor, papa, you ain't going to stay here, are you? " said Martha, in a voice that betokened disappointment. " How can you be so absurd, child? " said her mother, sharply, drawing up the window of the coach within exactly 1 inch of her husband's nose. " For God's sake let us make him useful if we can. He is by no means too well inclined that way, I promise you." When a factious and rebellious spirit gets possession of a woman, it gives her a degree of courage that is often quite astonishing. Mrs. O'Donagough knew, as well as she did that the sun would rise on the morrow, that however enduringly her husband might receive for a time the rebukes and scoffings of her contumacious spirit, he would settle the account fairly with her at last, and this with a manly preponderance of force which to any woman possessed of less audacious vigour of mind would have been really alarming. Perhaps, indeed, Mrs. O'Donagough herself was not always entirely free from trepidation when these moments of retribution arrived. Yet it was very rarely that the fear of them was sufficiently powerful to check her conjugal vivacities. Mr. O'Donagough did not like having the coach window drawn up within an inch of his nose, and employing the skilful manoeuvre by which servants outside a carriage let down a glass forgotten by the ladies within, he managed to remove the barrier thus interposed between himself and his womankind. " What the devil is the matter with you, madam? " said he, in a voice that caused more than one passing eye to turn round upon him. " Don't tire me, Mrs. O'Donagough," he added in a lower tone, " or by Jove, you may wish I had left you behind at Sydney." Mrs. O'Donagough was at this moment very advantageously situated for receiving the burst of wrath which she knew had been accumulating during the last half hour. She dared not, indeed, attempt to draw up the window again, but raising herself on her feet as nearly as the roof of the carriage would let her, she sat down again in the corner with a degree of vehemence which made the crazy springs of the vehicle dip under her as if never to rise again, and in lieu of her magnificent countenance presented so broad, thick, and seemingly impregnable a shoulder to her spouse, that he felt he was worsted, and showing his large row of still white teeth to his daughter, as with a backward movement of his thumb he pointed to the massive shoulder, he stepped back upon the pavement, calling out at the same time to the coachman to "drive to the Saracen's Head, Snow Hill." Martha made a movement that brought her face parallel to the opposite window, and her shoulders to those of her mamma's, so that the laugh produced by her papa's facetiousness was not observed. " Brute !" exclaimed Mrs. O'Donagough as the carriage drove off. " Oh my gracious ! What a beautiful bonnet that is ! And that, and that !" cried the young lady as they passed a shop window. " Shouldn't I look beautiful, mamma, with those green feathers? "" Perhaps you might, my dear," replied her mother, " and you must be as sharp as a needle, Patty, I can tell you that, to get what you want out of your skinflint father. He'll be smart enough himself, I'll answer for him, for he is as vain as an old peacock ; but as for us and our appearance, he won't care much, I dare say ; and a hard tug we shall have before we can get anything decent out of him. Mark my words if we don't." Of her two parents, Miss O'Donagough decidedly liked her papa the best, but she was already much too good a tactician to let this appear before the eyes of her mamma. She felt, indeed, her daily increasing power over both, and as deliberately determined to make the most of it, as if she had studied the curious and incalculable effect of skilfully applied domestic influence for years. One means she had long ago discovered as beyond all others effectual in promoting this, was the seizing of every safe opportunity of making each fond parent believe that she was quite willing, if she dared, to become his or her partisan upon all occasions against the other. Some idea of her acute and almost precocious talents may be gathered from the fact, that she had already persuaded her father of her perfect enjoyment of all the ridicule he from time to time slyly threw upon his lady, and her mother that she considered her as exceedingly ill used whenever she failed of having her own way in every contest she fell into with her master and her lord. Mrs. O'Donagough had changed but little in her feelings and principles of action since the day when she arrived at the hotel at Exeter, with her niece Agnes and Betty Jacks. She still bore herself as one deserving of all deference and respect, and called about her on arriving at the Saracen's Head, as if nobody so great had ever driven under its awful sign before. The first waiter who met her passed on, exciting thereby her deepest indignation ; but at length her loud and dignified demand, " Can we have beds and supper here?" produced something like the desired effect ; and she was ushered into a little dusky, dirty, upstairs sitting room, from the window of which, however, Martha had the gratification of finding that she could look out upon the street. It was the latter end of the month of August, and no one perhaps but a young lady just escaped from the ship that had brought her from New South Wales, could have found such keen delight in gazing upon the hot and dusty precincts of Snow Hill. To her, however, it was a sort of opening paradise, in which she fancied she could dwell for ever without becoming weary. " What quantities of carriages, mamma ! And oh, good gracious, the men ! And such bonnets and flowers ! If papa won't give us some money, I'm sure we shall grow wild." " Yes, to be sure we shall," replied her mother, who, with her hand on her daughter's shoulder, and her head protruded farther still than that of the young lady, hung over the pavement, enamoured of all the metropolitan splendour she saw passing there. " London is a glorious place, there is no doubt of that, mamma," said Martha. " The finest in the world, everybody says so ; and I am sure it is impossible to stand here and doubt it," replied her mother. " But do you know, Patty, I am dying with hunger. I suppose your father would kill us if we ordered tea before he came?" " I am sure it would be very savage of him to want to keep us starving here, while he is amusing himself with all the beautiful things as he comes along," replied the young lady. " Well, my dear, if you have courage to face it, I don't care. He was in a brutal ill humour when we drove off, but I suppose if you tell him that you were feeling so sick and faint that you thought you should die, he won't say much about it. So if you feel courage for it, I'll ring." " Oh lor, mamma ! I feel courage enough, if that's all. I'm sure I could eat a dozen rounds of buttered toast for my own share. Ring away, mamma." I'll stop papa's mouth when he comes. You see if I don't." Thus encouraged, Mrs. O'Donagough did ring, and her liberal orders given quite in the Silverton Park style for tea, toast, muffins, eggs, cold chicken, and ham, were obeyed with admirable promptitude, and the mother and daughter had got half through the tea urn, and very nearly quite through all the edibles upon the table, when Mr. Allen O'Donagough made his appearance. "Civil and obliging, upon my word!" he exclaimed, with a touch of very natural feeling, as he entered the room. "While I have been fagging like a blackamoor to get your cursed things through the customs, you two sit down and devour everything that is to be had, without troubling yourselves for a single instant to think of me." "If you say that, you are a very wicked man, because you will tell fibs," replied his daughter. "We did think of you and talk of you too a great deal before we set to. And it was I told mamma that I was sure as sure that you wouldn't and couldn't be angry. Just think, papa, the difference of sitting stock stone still up here, longing for a morsel of food to keep soul and body together, and being busy and blithe in the midst of all the beautiful sights like you have been." While saying these words, Martha employed herself in preparing on one fork a huge collop of ham, with a lump of fowl to match it, and on another an equally full-sized morsel of boiled beef daintily covered with mustard. "Now here's what I call 2 beautiful mouthfuls. Open your gills, papa. This one first, 'cause the mustard is strongest. Well, how do you like it? Very good, is it? I thought so. Now this. And that's very good too, it seems, by your manner of munching it. Now say if I hadn't thought about you. I told mamma I'd stop your mouth, and all you've got to do is just say which you like best, and more will come of it, I'll be bound, as soon as you order it." There was something so exceedingly clever and so prettily playful in this device of the young Martha to restore her hungry father's good humour, that both parents were delighted with it. Mrs. O'Donagough got up laughing and rang the bell without being bid; and Mr. O'Donagough pinched his daughter's cheek, called her a saucy hussy, and said that he'd be hanged if there was such another girl of her years in Europe or out of it. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Discussions respecting the future plans of the O'Donagoughs. Pleasant assurances. Brilliant hopes. Mr. Allen O'Donagough takes a walk and returns from it exceedingly well satisfied. It will be easily imagined that Mr. and Mrs. O'Donagough, notwithstanding their occasional little tiffs, had found a sufficient number of tranquil moments on board ship, to discuss very fully the important question of what it would be best to do with themselves on first arriving in London. Mrs. O'Donagough very naturally declared that her first and dearest object would be to throw herself into the arms of her beloved Agnes, and once more to embrace the brother of her fond young memory, Mr. Willoughby; for which reasons Berkeley Square rose, as it were, spontaneously to her lips every time the subject of settling themselves was mentioned. But Mr. O'Donagough, who in one way or another had contrived to learn more facts concerning the movements of the fashionable world than had hitherto fallen within the scope of his wife's observation, undertook to assure her that in the month of August there was no chance whatever of finding either Mrs. Hubert or Mr. Willoughby in London. It was therefore necessary to consider what was most desirable in the second degree, and the affectionate Mrs. O'Donagough hinted, just before they left the vessel, that her feelings were becoming so strongly imperative for a reunion, that what she should best like would be to follow her relatives wheresoever they might be, in town or country, seaside or hillside, amidst the enchanting dissipation of a watering place, or the soberer joys of their own rural home. But Mr. O'Donagough thought it might be more prudent to decide for or against this, according to circumstances, and the discussion had been broken off unfinished by the arrival of the custom-house officers on board. It was now revived again over the substantial tea-table at the Saracen's Head, both parties enjoying the advantage of restored good humour, and the only difference in their mode of treating the subject being, that the lady truly believed the question as to whether they should follow General Hubert to his country house to be in doubt, whereas the gentleman exceedingly well knew that it was not. Mr. Allen O'Donagough certainly had his faults like other mortals, but a positive love of wrangling was not one of them; and though, of course, like all other sensible married men, he felt the necessity of having his own way, he always achieved it with as little quarrelling as possible. He knew that his Barnaby was a high-spirited woman, by no means disposed to trot very easily under the matrimonial yoke, and decidedly preferring a little skirmish now and then, though she knew that she must yield eventually, to the contemptible submissiveness of living as if she had no will of her own at all. It had therefore become almost habitual to him at all family consultations, respecting the subject of which he had made up his mind beforehand, to let her go on arguing as if it were still in doubt, and uttering his fiat only at the moment when he could walk off and hear no more about it. Respecting the immediate manner of their settling themselves in England, however, he had not quite made up his mind. Not that he had the slightest intention of scouring the country in pursuit of General Hubert, and still less of quartering himself upon his household. Any advantages to be derived from that quarter he was quite aware must be sought for cautiously, and on his part at least with considerable tact. But notwithstanding all his boasting on the subject of identity, he had still a few nervous doubts as to the prudence of launching himself once more upon the town. True, his sphere of action would be greatly changed. His age was changed, his beard, with all its fancy et ceteras, was changed, and though not equally important, his name was changed. Moreover, it was exceedingly probable that the set he had left had changed too, so that on the whole he was pretty sanguine as to the possibility of settling himself as a gentleman of fashion and fortune in London. He really believed that his Barnaby might assist him in this, which belief assuredly turned aside many a strong word, which without it might have chanced to wound her ears. And it was now with all possible civility that he listened to her, as she again burst forth with all the vehemence of strong affection on the subject of finding out and following Mrs. General Hubert. " I don't think I can live, my dear Donny, till the time you say they are likely to come to town without seeing her," said Mrs. O'Donagough, laying aside upon the margin of her plate the chicken bone she had been polishing. " Think what a time it is." " Very true, my dear, only we shall gain one advantage that ought to console you. Were Mrs. Hubert in town at this moment, Mrs. O'Donagough, I should deem it very disadvantageous to introduce Martha to her. You may depend upon it, that none of the finery you may have brought over will be of the right sort here." " That, I have no doubt in the world, is true," replied his wife, rejoicing beyond measure at this positive evidence of his intending to " new rig them." " Even Patty herself, dear creature, young as she is, feels that, and was just saying so as we came along. But Lord bless you, my dear Donny, all that can be set to rights in no time, in such a place as London, if you will but let us have the money." " No doubt of it, dear, but we must be exceedingly careful, I do assure you, in all things concerning that most important article. On some occasions it must be spent, and freely too. There is no help for it if we hope to do anything important. But for that very reason, we must keep a tight hand over it, where we may do so without danger. Not that I mean to deny you and Patty fine clothes. Quite the contrary. I know they will be often necessary, and if things go well, you shall have them." On hearing this, Martha left her place at the table where, to say the truth, she had made such good use of her time as to make her remaining there any longer quite unnecessary, and walking round to her father's chair, testified the satisfaction his last words had afforded her by giving him a kiss. " What, you like to hear that, do you, Pat? Well, be a good girl, and do all things as I bid you, and you shall be as fine as a queen. So butter me a piece of toast." " Well, but my dearest O'Donagough," said his wife, quite as well pleased by language so encouraging as her daughter, and altogether in a state of mind the most enviable, " you must not forget my darling Agnes. And you may be quite sure, dear, that where she is, we may show off Patty to advantage. For people in their rank of life never do poke themselves in out of the way places. Therefore, I vote for driving to Berkeley Square, learning from the servants where the family are passing the summer, take a lodging for a week, just for the purpose of getting the things we most want, and then setting off to enjoy the exquisite pleasure, the heartfelt satisfaction of placing my lovely child in the bosom of my niece, and receiving her little ones into mine. Shall it be so, dearest O'Donagough? Tell me, is there any objection to a plan so every way delightful?" "None in the world, my dear," replied her husband, gravely proceeding with his meal. " Ring the bell, Patty, my dear. I must have a slice or two more ham." " Then I may consider it as settled. Only think, in a week's time I shall present my child, my own beautiful daughter, to the wife of a general, to a lady received at court, with dozens of titles among her nearest relations. and nevertheless our nearest relation into the bargain. I'll be hanged, Donny, if it does not all seem like a dream." "I dare say it does, my dear. Give me that backbone, Patty, and thigh along with it, if you will." "Then we may consider it as a settled thing, dear O'Donagough, that we are to follow the Huberts immediately?" "You may consider it as a settled thing, my love, that to set you and Patty off in the very best style is what I intend to do. And your relations, of course, ought to be among the first to see it." Mrs. Allen O'Donagough was wise enough to take counsel with herself before she said any more upon the subject ; and being, notwithstanding all their seeming consultations on the subject, most utterly ignorant of all her husband's real plots and plans, she was, on the whole, inclined to flatter herself that her wishes respecting their immediate destination would be attended to ; for, as she justly observed to her daughter when they were alone, "Clever as Mr. O'Donagough is about most things, it is quite impossible he should know as much about the dear Huberts as I do." Thus, on the whole, their first evening in London was passed in great domestic harmony ; but Mrs. O'Donagough and her daughter both declaring themselves early ready for bed, Mr. O'Donagough affectionately advised them to yield to the inclination, and saying, almost in the words of Prospero, "'Tis a good dullness," bid them good night, with the assurance that though he was obliged to go out for half an hour to get a refractory razor put in order, he should also probably be very early in bed. He then kindly lighted candles for them, nay, even opened the door with a smile so gracious and manner so observant, that Mrs. O'Donagough was forcibly reminded of the fascinations of other days ; and when he again wished her good night as she passed out, she too looked up at him, with a glance as like her former glances as she could make it, at the same time, however, patting his chin playfully, she said, "Oh, why did you cut off your whiskers, dear?" "Why did I cut off my whiskers?" he repeated, as soon as the door was closed behind them. "That I might sally forth, my charming Barnaby, as I will do this night, with the delightful confidence of being recognised by no one." The sensations produced on an Englishman by returning to London after even a much shorter absence than that of Mr. Allen O'Donagough are always powerful ; and if no particular circumstances exist to injure the effect, exceedingly delightful. The stupendous world it encloses is sure to have spread farther and wider still than when he left it. New displays of wealth, new demonstrations of the power it brings, new proofs of that excess of civilization which, for lack of other work, turns the genius of man to the production of varieties in every article he uses, because improvement can go no farther. All this he is sure to see at every step he takes ; and then the aspect of all those he meets, at once so familiar to his memory, yet personally so utterly unknown. The features, the complexion, the gait, bringing to his eye and his heart associations 1,000 times more intimately belonging to him, notwithstanding the individual strangeness of each, than he could ever have felt in the foreign land whence he returned. Of all this Mr. Allen O'Donagough was fully conscious, and the excitement it produced was exceedingly agreeable. As he walked farther and farther westward, these pleasant sensations multiplied. His heart swelled with a well-balanced mixture of national and individual triumph ; and, notwithstanding all the awkward accidents of his past life, he would have been sorry to run the risk of changing conditions with any person he met. He knew he must have been a monstrously clever fellow to be where and what he was at that moment ; and he felt this with a very natural degree of satisfaction at the conviction. After all that had passed, the particulars of which even to himself he did not think it necessary to recapitulate, after all this, at the age of 53, to find himself parading the streets of London, clear as a new-born babe from every taint of civil sin, and with his pockets full of cash that no man could seize upon and cry, "Rascal, that cash is mine," was a degree of prosperity that might well make him feel some inches taller than usual as he walked. It was by an impulse that had as much of instinct in it as will, that he at length found himself among the billiard rooms at Leicester Square and its precincts. The unsightly Palais Royal of London surrounded him on all sides ; and as he looked at its increased glow of gaslight, and breathed the queer mixture with which it has there pleased man to supply his lungs in lieu of atmospheric air, he felt that he was once again at home. It would have required a much stronger effort than he conceived himself called upon to make, to avoid entering beneath one of the many roofs, which by night and day sheltered the devotees who passed their existence in making 3 little ivory balls run about and knock each other He did enter, and mounting the stairs with a step as eager, though less active than heretofore, found himself, not without some emotion, on a spot where he had stood 1,000 times before. There were many persons in the room, but he looked around, and saw not one single face that he remembered, till the marker, changing his place, displayed to him features once as familiar to his eye as the dial on which he scored his games, but with an expression which, though not changed, was marked by lines so much stronger and deeper than heretofore, that the man looked like a caricature of his former self. At first sight of him, Mr. Allen O'Donagough started, and felt half inclined to turn about and make his exit before he had caught his eye. But his better judgment told him that by so doing he would lose an excellent opportunity of testing the effect of his altered appearance on an old acquaintance, and be forced to try it where it might perhaps be much more dangerous to fail. He therefore stood his ground, and when he perceived that the man's eye rested quietly and steadily on him, without the slightest indication of ever having examined his features before, his confidence increased sufficiently to lead him into conversation. The result was all that he desired. His observations were sufficiently scientific to merit even a marker's attention, and the man both looked at and listened to him, but still without betraying any trace of remembrance whatever. While suffering some little anxiety from his doubts how this experience might answer, Mr. Allen O'Donagough probably forgot the great advantage, under existing circumstances, of 15 years which had passed over his curls since he had last appeared before the eyes which so fortunately knew him not. Of all his advantages, perhaps this was the only one of which our ci-devant major was not fully sensible. Nothing could exceed the lightness and gaiety of heart which ensued upon this successful experiment. He felt himself born again into the only world in which he wished to live. His outward skin, somewhat the worse for the wear, cast off, all his talents ripened, and his character and name without a stain. There was one triumph more, a touch of which he was determined to enjoy without further delay. Mr. Allen O'Donagough had played billiards when he left England, but he played so much better now that he could not but fancy his chance with the professional individual who had formerly been the object of his emulation and his envy, would be very different from what it was in days past. He accordingly engaged him as soon as the tables should be at leisure, and when the moment arrived, set about the game with almost as zealous a desire to win it, as if he had staked 10 times the amount they were to play for. The play of Mr. Allen O'Donagough was certainly improved, perhaps that of the marker was improved also, but neither the one nor the other had lost or forgotten any of those little peculiar touches of skill which distinguish one great billiard man from another. The marker's eye had perused the person and countenance of the newcomer, something as an athlete of old might have done the conformation of one about to wrestle with him, and this survey had brought no single trait or movement to his mind, which suggested a suspicion that they had ever met before. No sooner, however, were the balls in full action, than a particular stroke, for which our major had been famous, awakened some long-forgotten manoeuvrings in the marker's mind, and he suddenly turned round and directed a stare pregnant with inquiry into the stranger's face. " Beg your pardon, sir, but may I ask your name? " said the man with great civility. " O'Donagough? What is your reason for asking? " was the reply. But as he made it, the colour mounted over the ample cheeks of the incognito, and he felt he had made a blunder. "Only because that pretty hazard of yours put me so in mind of a chap that used to play here 60 years ago, or more, maybe, and I don't remember to have seen exact the same stroke from any other man." " Do you know this stroke? " demanded Mr. Allen O'Donagough, recovering himself, and performing a very skilful manoeuvre that he had learned from a New Orleans man, with whom he had played at Sydney. " No, sir, no, upon my soul. That is quite a foreign stroke, I take it. You have played abroad, sir, I'll be bound." "I learnt that at New Orleans," replied Mr. Allen O'Donagough. " No wonder, sir, that you're a good player then, for I have known New Orleans men as have beat us all hollow." Mr. Allen O'Donagough won his game and retired, having received a hint which he felt might be very useful to him. " Egad, I must shave my play as well as my moustache, if I intend to remain incog," was the thought that passed through his head as he gaily proceeded to reconnoitre, during another hour or so, the various alterations, additions, and improvements made during his absence throughout all the regions that he knew and loved best. But, like a prudent domestic man as he was, he returned soon after midnight to the Saracen's Head, having just done and seen enough to make him equally sanguine and impatient as regarded the variety of brilliant experiments which lay before him. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. All preliminaries happily arranged, Mr. Allen O'Donagough and his suite set off for Brighton. Emotions produced on the mind of Miss Martha by looking out of the window. Mr. Allen O'Donagough appears in a new dress. He makes a new and rather dangerous experiment, but it answers. If the result of Mr. Allen O'Donagough's experiment upon the memory of the billiard marker had been productive of satisfaction to himself, its consequences were more gratifying still to his lady. Little as he had said about it, his private intention had been to keep as much as possible out of the way of General Hubert, and all the brilliant set in which he presumed him to move till he should be prepared to meet him advantageously. The first step towards this was the ascertaining that his own altered appearance was likely to prevent all danger of disagreeable reminiscences. The second must, of course, consist in preparations for assuming such an appearance and manner of life as might justify the ambitious hope of being received as a relation. To this he attached quite as much importance as his wife, though he said much less about it, and was determined to hazard more and run greater risks to obtain it than it ever entered in her head to hope for. Mr. Allen O'Donagough had ever been a man of spirit and enterprise; and having paid the penalty, almost inevitable in his line, upon indulging with too little caution in the display of his peculiar talents, he now determined, with ripened age and ripened wisdom, to carry on business with that species of boldness and prudence united, which is only to be found in the very highest class of his profession. During many years of his residence in New South Wales, his purpose had been to make Paris the theatre of his future experiments; but he saw, or fancied he saw, in the remarkable accident which had brought him within reach of such persons as his wife claimed kindred with, the possibility of a career infinitely more distinguished than he had ever before ventured to hope for. There was considerable sagacity displayed in the reasoning by which he convinced himself that the very circumstances that seemed to render such hopes almost ridiculously audacious, would in reality make their attainment easy. Had General Hubert and the wealthy and distinguished persons with whom he was connected been less completely above all and everything with which Mr. Allen O'Donagough had mixed himself during his former life, there might and must have been danger, notwithstanding his changed appearance, of such accidental allusions to past scenes as it might have been very difficult to get over. But as it was, nothing of the kind could be at all likely to occur; and having once made up his mind to hazard, as a necessary outlay, a considerable portion of the money he had contrived to make, he became almost as impatient to open the campaign as Mrs. O'Donagough herself. During the course of the following day much business was got through. By inquiries made according to Mrs. O'Donagough's suggestion in Berkeley Square, it was ascertained that General Hubert's family were at Brighton. By boldly parading through all the different haunts where formerly he was best known, Mr. O'Donagough found there was no danger whatever of his being recognised as the flash Major Allen, once so conspicuous among them. By the placing an English bank note for £20 in the hands of his wife, with a declaration that it was to be wholly expended in the decoration of herself and her daughter, he produced in the hearts of both a throb of pleasure which few things in this life can equal, and laid the foundation of 2 wardrobes which were destined for years to be the admiration of many beholders. And by placing himself in the hands of a first-rate German artist in St. James Street, he was not only sure of coming forth from them as near in shape and air to the standard he desired to obtain, as it was possible for mortal shears to make him, but with as much safety as any precaution could ensure of not permitting his person to be studied by any operator who had ever enjoyed that advantage before. In addition to all this, the active O'Donagough contrived, before the day was half over, to have himself and his appendages established in private lodgings in Hatton Garden, where, by the aid of a neighbouring ham shop and a little lodging-house cookery, they contrived to live for a week at very trifling expense. But what a week of ecstasy it was! And how fully was it demonstrated in the case of Mrs. O'Donagough, that mind is omnipotent over matter. Few people enjoyed nice things, as she was wont to call them, that is to say, such eating as particularly suited her fancy, with more keen relish than Mrs. O'Donagough. Yet during this week of strongly excited sensibilities, although nothing of an edible nature was set before her that she could upon reflection approve, she scarcely uttered a murmur. Tough steaks and greasy cutlets appeared, and were consumed almost without an observation, while the soaring spirit enjoyed a banquet in the contemplation of caps, bonnets, gowns, and mantles, not yet perceptible to the eye, perhaps, but of which the intellectual faculties were fully cognizant, which rendered all grosser gratifications contemptible. " I do enjoy my porter, though," uttered after the dismissal of a peculiarly unmanageable specimen of what is called animal food, was almost the only symptom betrayed by Mrs. O'Donagough of her being alive to anything of the kind. At length, industrious man had done his part, and industrious woman also. The things were all sent home, and all that remained to be done before their places were taken for Brighton, was to pack them up, as Patty said, so that they might all come out looking as lovely and beautiful as when they were put in. " And where are we to leave all the rubbish we have brought over, Donny, while we make this delightful little trip?" inquired his lady. Mr. O'Donagough had hired a garret in the house for the purpose. Mr. O'Donagough had secured 3 outside places by the earliest coach. Mr. O'Donagough had, with his own hands, brought home a little basket in which their necessary refreshments during the following day were to be deposited. In short, Mr. O'Donagough had forgotten nothing. " Well now, everything seems smooth before us," said Mrs. O'Donagough, over their last Hatton Garden tea table. " Oh, my darling Agnes, how I do long to get at her! By the by, Donny, I do think it was rather silly of you never to let me mention to her the time of our coming over. If I had, they would be expecting us, and I am not quite certain if I should not like that better than taking them by surprise." " We have discussed that matter already, my dear," replied her peaceable husband. " My notion was that it should be better to take them by surprise, and I think so still." " Well, that's settled now, so there's no good in talking any more about it. But don't you think that if there were any of them to see Patty and me scrambling down from the top of the coach, they might think it did not look as we were really people of fashion, as you have all along promised we should be?" said his wife. Mr. Allen O'Donagough paused a little before he replied. This was one of the points upon which his system of tactics dictated very strong regulations, and though he was very sleepy, and much more inclined to doze than to talk, having secured himself from slipping off the horsehair bottomed chair, by fixing his feet upon the mantelpiece, he roused himself sufficiently to express what he thought the occasion called for. " As to that, my dear, and indeed as to all things of the same kind, it is quite necessary that you, and Patty too, should understand matters thoroughly at once. I do mean that we should appear like people of fashion. I am making immense sacrifices and running enormous risks for this purpose ; but it is altogether childish and silly to suppose that this can be done by people no richer than we are, without a vast deal of very clever management. The real secret is, Mrs. O'Donagough, to keep all our contrivances out of sight ; and if you can find out the way to do that, it don't signify a single straw what saving tricks you practise behind the scenes. As to my driving about the country like your fine cousins and nieces, and I don't know what all, it is a perfect madness to dream of such a thing. I give you my honour that I should be in jail before I was 6 months older. But if we all carry on the war upon the same principle, setting our wits to work, one and all, to save money when nobody is looking at us, and to spend it in good style when they are, we may go on making an excellent appearance, and with no danger of getting into a scrape either. Do you understand what I mean, Patty? "" Oh dear yes, papa, I do indeed ; and I think it is a very good way. I never do care how dirty or shabby my clothes are when I am out of sight, so that I can be smart when I go out to be seen," was the young lady's reply. " Kiss me, darling," said the delighted father, who was really becoming more fond of her every day. " That is exactly the principle on which we must all act ; and I hope, Mrs. O'D., that you intend to be as reasonable about it as your daughter." " Let me alone for that sort of thing, O'Donagough. I don't believe that there is a woman in the world who would be more capable of sacrificing everything to the making a good appearance than I should. I was always brought up from my earliest infancy to think a great deal of it. My poor dear mother, I am sure, never thought of anything else, and I should be sorry if my daughter did not come after me with the same right feelings. All that is to be said, therefore, about this going outside, is just that we must take care not to be seen or known." " That is quite right, my dear, and speaking like yourself. This time, of course, there can be no danger, as nobody that you ever saw in your life before would be likely to find you out on the top of the Brighton coach. However, as a general rule, it may be well to remember that on all such occasions, the best and safest way is to make yourself look as little like what you are as possible. So that instead of being rather better dressed than the rest of the company on the top of a coach, people that understand the sort of thing that we have in view would take care to be the worst. For just observe, now, supposing we sat opposite to some sharp-sighted body, who having scoured us from hat to toe, should make up his wise noddle to believe that we were tallow chandlers, taking our daughter from the melting to get a puff of sea air. Well, suppose that same person saw us afterwards in the very best and grandest society. Would he not be 10 times less likely to know us in our fine traps, than if we had worn something in the same shape and fashion when he met us on the coach? "That's very true, my dear," said Mrs. O'Donagough, "and late as it is, I think I shall take the hint and make some little alteration in what I was going to wear. You understand the sort of thing, Patty, that your papa means, don't you, my dear?" "Yes, to be sure I do, and you shall see if I can't make a good sight of myself," replied Miss Patty, starting away from the tea table, and seizing upon one of the bonnets that lay on the top of a trunk ready for the morrow, she began to take out pins and demolish bows at a great rate. "My dear child, what are you about?" cried her mother. "You ain't going to waste all that good ribbon, I hope?" "Waste it? How can you talk such nonsense, mamma, as if that was what papa wanted? No, I won't waste it, but do just look here. Don't I look like a vulgar dowdy?" "Well, to be sure, fine feathers do make fine birds, there is no denying it," said Mrs. O'Donagough, looking with some mixture of vexation at Martha's very successful attempt to make herself look like a vulgar dowdy. "Capital, girl!" cried her father, chuckling. "She is up to everything." At an early hour the next morning, the active, enterprising, hopeful trio were making as much noise in their sitting room as if a dozen ordinary persons were about to take their departure from it. "Pray, pray, don't set that box up on end. It has got both our best bonnets in it," cried the elder lady. "Oh my! That's all the artificial flowers for mamma and me," screamed the young one, fiercely extricating a deal case from the hands of the maid, who was irreverently jerking it out of the way. "Make the tea, can't you?" bawled Mr. O'Donagough to his wife. "The branch coach will be here in a minute, and I positively will not stir an inch till I have had my breakfast." At length, however, they were snugly accommodated, father, mother, daughter, packages and all, not only on the branch coach, but on the very vehicle itself that was to convey them to the goal of their wishes. But this was not effected without some difficulty. Mrs. O'Donagough was large, and none of her adventures had hitherto accustomed her to such a degree of activity as was necessary to bring her to the place she was to occupy, so that the assistance of a man putting the last touch to the luggage on the roof, as well as that of Mr. O'Donagough, who was stationed below, was required to aid the operation. The young lady had skipped up with great agility, the moment her father indicated to her the place where she was to sit; and while her mamma was mounting, she stood up clapping her hands and shouting with laughter as she watched the difficult process. After this first impediment to their setting off had been overcome, however, nothing could be more prosperous or satisfactory than their journey. The whole family, each in their respective style, ably sustained the incognito which had been enjoined. Mr. O'Donagough during the entire distance preserved total silence. Mrs. O'Donagough talked a good deal, it being an exercise to which she was too much accustomed to leave it off without great inconvenience; but she so cautiously avoided every allusion to her own dignity, and so steadily abstained from addressing either of her companions by name, that a young Sussex farmer, who was the person to whom she chiefly addressed herself, would have been a very clever fellow indeed, had her conversation left information of any kind upon his mind. Miss O'Donagough as steadily kept in view the part she had to perform as either father or mother; but this did not prevent her from looking pretty constantly in the face of the young farmer, thinking, however, all the time, how very much handsomer her dear Jack was. According to his usual system, Mr. O'Donagough, while appearing to consult his wife on many points with the most amiable conjugal confidence, had hitherto uttered nothing definitive respecting his projects on arriving at Brighton; and in this he acted wisely, as before he could be said to know what he intended himself, he had one or two little experiments to make, and one or two questions to ask. The first words he had been heard to utter since he placed himself beside his daughter on the top of the vehicle, were spoken to that young lady as soon as herself and her ponderous mamma were once more safely lodged on the pavement, and they ran thus as he eyed the waiter, who came forth from the hotel at which the coach stopped. " I suppose the thing you would like best to do just at present would be to eat, wouldn't it?" " Well done you for a good guess, papa," replied Miss Patty in high glee, " and you couldn't be more right if I had been a glass case, and you had seen through me. 'Tis good news hearing that word, isn't it, mamma? "" Indeed it is, Patty," replied Mrs. O'Donagough. " I feel perfectly sinking and exhausted. It is no joke travelling from London to Brighton, with nothing on earth to keep soul and body together but a miserable dry sandwich of salt ham." " Come, come, let's have no grumbling," cried Mr. O'Donagough, turning sharply round from the waiter to whom he had been giving his orders. " If you will follow this person up stairs, he will show you into a sitting room, while I see after all your multitude of boxes." " Grumbling !" muttered Mrs. O'Donagough in reply. " I should like to know where the most grumbling comes from." But perceiving her husband to be no longer within hearing, she peaceably followed the waiter into the room to which he led them, and only indulged herself by saying, as he opened or shut the window, drew the blinds up or drew them down, or employed himself on some other of the numerous assiduities which denote the presence of a waiter, " Let everything in the way of refreshment which the gentleman has ordered be of the very best that the place can furnish ; and let it all be brought with as little delay as possible — that is, I mean to say, instantly." " Why, mamma !" cried Miss Patty, who the instant the waiter had quitted the window, flew to throw it open as widely as the sash would permit, " this place is more lovely, 10 times over, than even London itself. My ! what a sight of beautiful full dressed gentlemen I do see crossing along at the bottom of the street ! And such bonnets ! I shall grow wild, I can tell you that, if I am kept in long, either for eating or drinking, or anything else. Why, there's officers by dozens, mamma. Oh my goodness ! What a delightful place !" Her indulgent mother did not long delay to station her own ample person beside the juvenile form of her delighted daughter ; and so much was there within reach of their eager eyes, as they fearlessly thrust forward their heads and shoulders to obtain a view of the point where the street opened upon the Marine Parade, that, hungry as they were, the cold meat and porter arrived before they had more than once turned round their heads to look for them. Mr. O'Donagough entered in the wake of the tray, and for some reason or other seemed in high good humour. " Come along, both of ye !" he exclaimed gaily. " The deuce is in it if you are not ready. 'Tis wonderful how quickly the sea air gets hold of one." And then seating himself before a prodigious mass of cold beef, he began to handle the cutlass-like weapon which was placed beside it, with such skilful zeal, that his fair companion seemed to forget for a while all earthly blessings, save such as he heaped upon the plates before them. " And what do you think of Brighton, Miss Patty ?" said he, as distinctly as his occupation would allow. " It is a beautiful divine glory of a place, papa," replied Patty, " and I'm sure I shall like it a monstrous deal better than London." " It really does seem an enchanting spot, Donny," said his wife, setting down an empty beer glass of majestic size, " and if things go on well here about the Huberts, and everything else, you know, I do hope and trust you will give us a decent lodging and let us enjoy ourselves." " I shall be able to tell you more about it, my dear, an hour hence," replied Mr. Allen O'Donagough, continuing to carve and to eat with a degree of celerity that not only showed his seaward appetite, but proved his time to be precious. " As soon as you have done eating, you must go into the room where I have had all the luggage stowed, and let us see what's what a little. You must unpack right away the trunk that has the things which came from the tailor's for me ; and Patty, when you have done cramming, I'll get you to look out my shaving tackle. I shall want the key of the hat box too. Come along, both of ye, there's good girls." " Lor, papa, do stop a moment. You never do care for tarts, like mamma and me. 'Tisn't fair to take us away in the very midst of our treat," said Patty, making, however, no unnecessary delay as she spoke. " You must stop a little, if you please," added his wife, in like manner continuing her employment with all possible activity. " 'Tis such abominable extravagance to pay for things and not eat them." Mr. Allen O'Donagough listened to reason, and continued to amuse himself with a crust of bread and cheese, till the last tartlet disappeared, when starting up, he exclaimed, " Now for it then. I want to be stirring, I promise you. But to be sure you are not going to dress yourself in new clothes before you go out to look for lodgings, Mr. O'Donagough, are you Patty and I must go as we are, I can tell you that," said Mrs. O'Donagough. " I declare I will do no such thing, mamma," cried the young lady, bursting into open rebellion. " I would no more go out and meet all those beautiful officers in that horrid bonnet and shawl than I'd fly. I would rather be whipped a great deal." " Nonsense, Patty," replied her mother. " It is much better to do that, I can tell you, than to begin the thing half and half. You may be quite sure, my dear, that there is not one of them will know you again when they see you in your pink satin bonnet, and your beautiful pink scarf." " Don't trouble yourselves to squabble any more about it, for you are not to go out with me at present, let your dress be what it may," said the gentleman. " Not go out with you, O'Donagough? " replied his wife, with equal disappointment and surprise. " Why, you don't mean to take lodgings for us without ever letting me see them? "" No, my dear, of course, not for my eyes. I'm not going to take lodgings, Mrs. O'Donagough, but only just to take a look at the place, and judge whether our taking lodgings here at all would be likely to answer or not." Mrs. O'Donagough understood her husband's voice, and knew that he most certainly would go out alone. So, without further opposition, she prepared to obey his behests, and having done her part in finding the various articles he wanted, left the room followed by her daughter, without making any further observations on his mode of proceeding. But though she made the chamber door in some degree slam after her, the sitting room window soon restored her good humour, and she and her daughter continued to recreate themselves by gazing through it, at all things within reach of their eyes, wholly insensible to the progress of time. How long they had remained thus pleasantly engaged they would have been at a loss to say, when at length their attention was drawn from without by the opening of the door behind them. They both turned their heads at the same moment, and saw a gentleman enter the room, whom at the first glance neither of them recognised, yet, nevertheless, it was no other than Mr. O'Donagough himself. He was dressed very handsomely in a suit, which though not exactly mourning, and not exactly clerical, might at the first glance have been mistaken for either. But the circumstance which, though seemingly trifling, made the change in his general appearance the most remarkable, was his having substituted a white muslin cravat, without any shirt collar being visible, for his usual black stock, above which was wont to rise two well stiffened ears, of dimensions considerably larger than common. This, and the metamorphosis his hair had undergone, which when he left the room had been sable silvered, but when he re-entered it presented a wavy yet closely fitted outline of locks, nearly flaxen, made him look so totally unlike himself, that when at length his wife and daughter became aware of his identity, they both burst into violent laughter. " What on earth, O'Donagough, have you been doing to yourself? " cried his wife, as soon as she recovered the power of speaking. " You look 50 times more like a Methodist parson than anything else. Your coat and all that is very new and very nice, certainly, but I can't say I approve the change at all. What with your shaving and all the rest, you have altogether lost the look of a man of fashion, which I used to admire so much in you." Mr. O'Donagough looked steadily in his wife's face for half a moment, and then said very gravely, " I am not so young as I have been, my dear, any more than yourself, and I am inclined to think now that a respectable appearance is more to be desired than a dashing one." The steady look was not removed for another half moment after he had finished speaking, and when it was, his wife had not only ceased to laugh, but said in accents quite as demure as his own, " I am sure I am quite of the same opinion, Mr. O'Donagough. When one is going to mix with families of distinction, there is nothing so important as an air of dignity, and of superior style and character, and all that sort of thing. You look very nice indeed, Mr. O'Donagough, and I promise you, I, for one, shall be exceedingly angry with Patty if ever she gives a look, or says a word, or giggles and titters, or gives any sign whatever of your appearing different from what you used to do." " You may depend upon it, my dear, Patty knows a great deal better than to do anything half so vulgar and silly. She certainly knows very little about most things as yet ; but she is not such a fool either as to laugh at her own father, or try to make other people laugh at him on account of his dress or anything else. If I am laughed at, she will be quite sure that no very great notice will be taken of her." " You need not be afraid of me," said Patty, turning again to the window. " Papa knows how to take care of himself, and what will go down best with the grandee cousins you talk so much about, there's no doubt about that, and so he don't take it into his head that I ought to look like an old quiz too, I shall say nothing to nobody about him." " That's a first-rate girl, Mrs. O'D. And if the fair play is given her, I'll lay my life on it she will make her fortune. said the well-satisfied father. "It is not the first time that has been said of her, my dear," replied his wife, with a nod of the head that meant a great deal. "It is not a little that will content me for her, I promise you. But get along, Donny. Don't waste any more time talking. I shall be dying to see you back again, and know something about what's to become of us next." Mr. O'Donagough obeyed her, but said nothing; and his wife, being rather tired of standing, drew a chair to the window, and seating herself beside the still unwearied Patty, beguiled the time by teaching her how to know colonels, majors, captains, and lieutenants by their uniforms. Mr. O'Donagough, meanwhile, with a hat of rather larger dimensions than was at that time usual, and a stout elderly looking walking stick, sallied forth to perambulate the streets of Brighton, for the first time for rather more than 15 years. Had he, however, been a greater stranger there still, he might have taken less pains in preparing for this expedition. But the time had been when few places knew him better, and before he could conscientiously feel himself justified in indulging his wife of his bosom by once more taking up his quarters there, he deemed it necessary to ascertain how lasting might be the impression he had left on the minds of the permanent inhabitants. Here, too, as in the familiar purlieus of Leicester Square, there were haunts over the nature and destination of which time seemed to have no power. Where billiard balls rolled in days of yore, he found them rolling still; the same sights and the same sounds greeted him in the self-same places; and so little changed was the aspect of these minor features, that till he looked more widely around him, and perceived that unless brick and mortar had obeyed the commands of some enchanted lamp, years must have indeed passed since he last stood there, he could almost have fancied that he had pocketed his last Brighton winnings but yesterday. Though very far, in general, from being the plaything of his own imagination, Mr. Allen O'Donagough stood hesitating for a moment, whether or not he should enter a certain doorway, leading to what he remembered to have been the most approved rendezvous for gentlemen of his own class when Brighton was one of his many homes. It was not because he feared the keen eye of a marker; when much less carefully equipped for such an encounter he had stood this test triumphantly, despite even his pretty hazard. But 15 years before there dwelt in that dusky mansion a pair of the brightest eyes that had ever looked upon him. The light young figure, too, and the gay ready smile of her to whom they belonged were as fresh in his memory as if he had left these also but yesterday. He had made this reckless, thoughtless thing believe he loved her, and in return she had given but too certain proof that she loved him. The house before which he stood had been her father's. Did she dwell there still? And would she know him? These were the questions which caused the middle-aged, respectable-looking Mr. Allen O'Donagough to pause and hesitate before a door which he ought to have entered quickly, or have passed with scorn. He felt that he might be exposing himself needlessly to a great risk, but yet the trial might be worth making, for if successful, he conceived it impossible he could ever be tormented by such doubts and fears again. This consideration at length nerved him to the enterprise, and he went in. There was the same scent of ill-extinguished lamps as he advanced, and as it seemed, the identical much-worn oilcloth under his feet. There was, too, within a glass enclosure at the foot of the staircase, a gaily dressed female. It was there, exactly there, that his bright-eyed Susan used to sit. It was there he had seen her for the first time; and there, little as she guessed it at the moment, and little perhaps as he himself intended it should be so, he had looked upon her the last. He now stared at the stout, gaudily decked woman before him, and though feeling something, perhaps a little akin to disappointment, it was a relief to know that there was not any danger to be run from deep impressions on poor Susan's memory. "They are playing upstairs as usual, I suppose?" said he, stopping before the open window frame at which sat the capacious barmaid. The woman started and looked up, but as soon as her eyes encountered the respectable figure of Mr. O'Donagough, she looked down again upon the page on which she was writing, and quietly replied, "Yes, sir." That glance, however, which had sufficed to deceive her, had undeceived him. They were Susan's eyes, and none other, that had looked upon him; and though girlish delicacy of every kind was sadly merged and lost in most coarse womanhood, he felt perfectly sure of the identity. "Is the room crowded, ma'am?" he resumed, willing again to see those beautiful eyes, so altered yet the same. Again the woman started, and before she answered drew aside a curtain that obscured the light of the window behind her, when the last light of the setting sun fell full upon his face. But this, instead of producing danger, most effectually saved him from it. The Susan of former days again looked steadily at him for a moment, and then slightly smiling, probably at the suspicion to which his voice had given birth, she replied, " Upon my word, sir, I don't know." As if affronted by the abruptness of the reply, he turned suddenly away and walked out. " She does not know me," he murmured as he went, " and if she does not, no one will." There was, perhaps, one little grain of mortification mixed in the full bushel of satisfaction produced by this experiment ; but if so, our adventurer was too wise a man to sift for it. With an alert and active step he repaired to the more fashionable part of the gay town, and within a little more than 1 hour of the time he had left them, Mr. O'Donagough returned to his family with the agreeable intelligence that he had seen some very handsome apartments on the Marine Parade, and that they might take possession of them immediately, if they approved of them. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Unexpected news. Making virtue from necessity. A satisfactory correspondence. Preparation. A morning visit. Dramatic effects. A domestic-looking party, consisting of a very lovely young woman and 2 children with another lady, who might perhaps be their governess, were seated upon one of the rare masses of stone, which, in default of better, are at Brighton called rocks, when the occupation of each was suspended by the approach of a gentleman, who had just descended a flight of steps leading down the cliff. The lovely lady ceased to converse with the more homely one who sat beside her. The youngest child suffered a whole frock load of marine treasures to fall again amidst the shingles whence she had culled them, while she darted forward to greet the intruder; and the elder one, who was too tall to be called a little girl, and too slight and juvenile in appearance to be classed as a great one, shut up the book she was reading, and joyously exclaimed, " Papa !"" How very cool and comfortable you all look here," said General Hubert, for he it was who drew near. "And how extremely skillful you have been in finding out the only coign of vantage that could produce sufficient shade to shelter you." " And it produces sufficient shade to shade you too, Montague," said his wife, making room for him between herself and her companion. " I am so glad you are come before the East Indiaman is out of sight. Did you ever see a more stately creature? How beautifully one half of her canvas catches the sunshine, while the remainder is as dark as night from that little black canopy of a cloud that so mysteriously hovers over her. This is certainly the most beautiful day for lights and shades that we have had yet." " Oh, my poor Agnes !" said the general, heaving a deep sigh, but with so comic an expression of countenance as only to make his wife smile. " What means that tender sigh, my dear? " said she, looking at him with an evident expectation of hearing something that would amuse her. But General Hubert shook his head, and replied in a voice at least half serious, " I am very much afraid, dearest, that I bring news which will vex you." " What do you mean, Hubert? " cried Agnes, a little impatiently. " It cannot be anything the matter about the boys, or you would not look so half disposed to jest as you do." " Probably not, Agnes. No, dearest, I have heard nothing about the boys, but " and here he stopped, turning his eyes at the same time upon the 2 little girls, and then with a smile upon their governess. This lady returning the smile, rose instantly, and stretching out a hand to either pupil, said, " This is lazy work, young ladies. Remember we have had no walk yet." The children, or at any rate the elder one, looked a little inclined to linger and hear what papa was going to say ; but the habit of obedience seemed too strong to be broken, and after one short questioning look that received no encouragement, she accepted the offered hand, and the trio set off together, leaving Mrs. Hubert waiting for the disclosure which her husband was evidently come on purpose to make, with a curiosity that seemed to increase in exact proportion to its delay. " I do not like sending that dear, excellent Miss Wilmot off so cavalierly," said the general, watching the retreating party. "Nevertheless, I am much obliged to her for understanding my looks so readily ; for I should scarcely like to trust to your philosophy, Agnes, the reception of the news I bring while Elizabeth was here." " But nobody is here now, my dear general," she replied, " and I implore you to tell me instantly what this terrible news is." The general put his hand into his waist pocket, and drew forth from it 2 visiting cards and a 3-cornered note. Agnes stretched forth her hand, received them, and read aloud, " Mrs. A. O'Donagough, Miss O'Donagough, Eastcliff," And again on the other card, Mr. A. O'Donagough, Eastcliff. "Montague, are you jesting with me?" were the first words uttered by Agnes after reading these most unexpected names. "No, truly I am not, Agnes," he replied. "I took these cards, and the note you hold in your hand, which was left with them, from the hall table as I entered the house 10 minutes ago, and guessing whereabouts I should find you, set off again instantly to impart the news they convey. But do not look so really and truly frightened, Agnes. Aunt Barnaby is Aunt Barnaby no longer." Agnes shook her head. "Ah, Hubert, you know better than that." "A Rose by any other name." "My dear, dear husband, how will you be able to bear it?" "You shall see, Agnes. Things are most delightfully changed with me, dear love, since the days you seem to remember so distinctly, when the Barnaby, I will not deny it, had power very considerably to shake my nerves. But pray read your note. I am a little curious, I own, to see how she introduces herself." Mrs. Hubert opened the note, and read aloud as follows: "You will easily believe, my beloved Agnes, that amidst all the delightful feelings produced by returning to my native country, the hope of once more pressing you to my heart predominates. Gracious Heaven, what a moment it will be for me when I present to you my darling child, and when I receive yours in my arms! When may this be, my dearest niece? Of course, neither Mr. O'Donagough or myself, or our sweet girl, have any engagements that would interfere for a moment with our ardent wish of seeing you and yours. I shall wait with the greatest impatience till I hear from you, and trust that you will fix no very distant hour, my beloved Agnes, for our meeting. Mr. O'Donagough charges me to present his respectful compliments to General Hubert, and Martha, whose young eyes beam with affection whenever your names are mentioned, murmurs gently in my ear, 'Send my kind love, mamma, to all my dear young cousins.' For some few lingering hours, then adieu, my dear sister's own daughter, and believe me ever your devotedly attached aunt, Martha Compton O'Donagough." Having finished this epistle, Mrs. Hubert put it into the hands of her husband, as if it were impossible that he could have fully received all its terrible meaning from her delivery of it. As she did this, the expression of her fair face was so deplorably tragical, and so humbly deprecative, that the general, though somewhat chagrined himself at this unexpected announcement, could not retain his gravity, but laughed aloud. "And you make a jest of it, Montague?" she exclaimed. "Is that laugh genuine, or is it only feigned to prevent my perceiving how deeply annoyed you are?" "Not feigned, upon my word and honour, Agnes. Nor do I believe that Aunt Betsy herself, though generally grave enough upon the subject of Mrs. Barnaby, could refrain from joining me were she here to see your piteous countenance. How can you be so foolish, my dear wife? How can the elder lady, or her young daughter, or her very reverend husband, possess any real power over our happiness now? Send her word, dear, that you will call upon her at 2 o'clock to-morrow. I will not let you go to-day, for you look fit for nothing but a gallop over the downs. Come along, Agnes, I'll have the horses out directly." The gloom which had rested on her beautiful countenance was chased by a smile as bright and sudden in its influence as the sunbeams whose effects she had just been studying. "Oh, my dear husband, how I do love you!" said she, gaily taking his arm, and moving towards the stairs in the cliff with a step that seemed in unison with the recovered lightness of her heart. "I hope you do not think my dismay at receiving this unexpected news arises from my own personal distaste to Aunt Barnaby's society. I do assure you, that were it not for the dread I feel lest you should be annoyed by her, somewhat in the same style as I have witnessed formerly, I should not feel the slightest displeasure at it. Perhaps, even, I might be almost able to persuade myself that I should like to see her. Her little girl I really do wish very much to see. She must be within a few months of the same age as Elizabeth, and notwithstanding all my greatness, Hubert, as your honoured wife, I have no inclination to forget how nearly they are related." "No more have I, sweet Agnes, and it was precisely for that reason I gave the look to Miss Wilmot which made her lead away the children. I suspected that you would betray a little more wonder and a little less joy on first receiving the intelligence than might be easily forgotten. This would have been unfair. I should not particularly wish Elizabeth to make Mrs. A. O'Donagough her model, but I see no reason why a little girl of her own age, who must have been brought up simply at least, and without any great pretension, in the remote shades of New South Wales, should not obtain such a share of her love and good graces as her near relationship gives her a right to expect. So torment yourself no more, Agnes, about my miseries on the subject. I could feel well inclined to laugh at the vehemence of my own feelings in days of yore on the subject of this poor lady, and do not, I assure you, anticipate the least danger of a relapse." "I often think, Montague," she replied, "that you have some mystical mode of reading my heart. It so perpetually happens that you do and say exactly the things I most wish, even when circumstances would lead me to expect something different. But shall I confess that I now feel perfectly ashamed of myself from the excess of vexation this three-cornered epistle caused me, solely, I believe, from its expressions of familiar affection. I was foolish enough to think, Hubert, that you would not like your daughter to be claimed as a relative by this obscure young cousin." "Why, considering, Agnes, how many superlatively fine relations you have done my daughter the honour of giving her, Nesbits and Stephensons without end, I really think it would be unreasonable to complain of her being claimed as kindred by one humble lassie who has neither learned her steps from a French opera dancer nor her singing from an Italian opera singer. I am by no means certain that our simple Elizabeth may not like her best." This conversation brought them to their own door, on reaching which a servant was dispatched to the stables to order their horses, and while they were waited for, Mrs. Hubert, after a little further consultation with her husband, wrote the following note: "My dear Aunt, accept my best congratulations upon your return to England after an absence of so many years, and let me fix 2 o'clock tomorrow for repeating these congratulations in person. I feel quite anxious to see my young cousin, who must be, if I mistake not, about the same age as my eldest girl. I hope they will be good friends and playfellows. General Hubert begs to join his request to mine, that Mr. O'Donagough, yourself, and Martha, would give us the pleasure of your company at dinner on Thursday at 6 o'clock. Believe me, my dear aunt, your affectionate niece, Agnes Hubert." This note approved and dispatched, Mrs. Hubert, with a lightened spirit, mounted her beautiful mare, and galloped for a couple of hours over the Sussex downs with as much enjoyment as if Aunt Barnaby had not been in existence. Her note reached its destination safely, and was received by the whole of the O'Donagough family in council. Mr. O'Donagough, though not exactly confessing that he remained at home on purpose, contrived to be in the drawing-room when the servant of the house entered with it; and Martha, who, from the reiterated harangues of her mamma on the subject, had conceived a very distinct idea that most of her pleasures and all her consequence depended on the manner in which the Huberts received them, no sooner saw a smart footman, bearing a note in his hand, ring at the bell, then, springing back from the station she constantly occupied at the window, she exclaimed, "Here it comes, mamma, such a footman, all over silver lace. I'll bet $1 it is to ask us to come and drink tea with them." "Be quiet, Martha, don't scream so loud," said Mr. O'Donagough. "Oh, how my poor heart beats!" cried his wife, forcibly compressing that part of her person wherein it was lodged. "Dearest Agnes," she would have added, but a feeling of doubt and caution checked her, and compressing her lips, and assuming an air of dignified composure, she suddenly resolved to express no further affection for Mrs. General Hubert till it was ascertained how she was likely to be welcomed in return. The lively Martha gave a prodigious jump the instant the drawing-room door opened, and clutched the important note from the maid-servant's hand. "Now, who'll know the news first, I wonder?" she cried, triumphantly holding her prize above her head. "How dare you behave so, Martha?" said Mrs. O'Donagough, hastily rising, and approaching her daughter in a manner that made it evident there would be a battle for the note if the young lady yielded it not unresistingly. But the matter was immediately decided by the authoritative voice of Mr. O'Donagough himself, who, with more anxiety than he intended should appear, sat picking his teeth and pretending to read a newspaper. "No nonsense, if you please, Miss Patty. Give your mother the note instantly." And instantly the note trembled beneath the agitated fingers of Mrs. O'Donagough. "Best congratulation. Anxious to see young cousin. Good friends. General Hubert. Dinner on Thursday. Oh, my dear Agnes! My darling, darling niece!" she exclaimed, falling back in her chair in a very violent emotion. "How I dote upon her! Was there ever anything so sweet, O'Donagough?" This demand was addressed to her husband, in consequence of his having caught the note as it fell from her hands as she clasped them in ecstasy after the hasty perusal of it. "What a fool I have been," she continued, with something between a sob and a laugh, "to let all your nonsensical doubts bother me as they have done. Nobody, of course, but myself can possibly know what Agnes and I have been to each other. Let me have the note again, Donny. Dear, darling creature! How touching! How sweet her language is! I am sure you will dote upon her, O'Donagough. And remember, my dear, that all she is she owes to me. I formed her mind and manners, and I think when you know her better you will confess that she does me no discredit." " Dear me, papa !" cried the young lady, " how you do spell it and spell it! Isn't it my turn now, mamma? She's my cousin, papa, more than she is yours, you know." " The lady is my niece, Patty, and not my cousin," replied her father, passing his hand across the lower part of his face to conceal a smile, arising probably from a greater variety of incongruous and amusing recollections than either of his companions could understand. " The note," he added, " is a very agreeable note as far as it goes ; and I presume you have no engagement, Mrs. O'Donagough, that will prevent our having the pleasure of dining with General Hubert on Thursday next." " I rather think not," she answered, in the same tone of comic gravity. " Nor do I intend to be from home at 2 o'clock to morrow." " Mayn't I see the note, mamma? " cried Patty, almost whimpering. " I do think it is the hardest thing that ever was, you two keeping it all to yourselves, and making your jokes about it, and I standing by as if I was a baby all the time." " Give her the note, dear Donny," said Mrs. O'Donagough. " I don't wonder that she is longing for it. There, miss, read that and rejoice ; though you can't know yet 1/2 of the difference it may make to you." Miss O'Donagough received the precious paper from her father, and depositing herself with a good deal of vehemence in the corner of a sofa, for her temper had been chafed by the delay, began to study it. Though not testifying equal ecstasy to her mother, she perused the first few lines with a well satisfied air, and when she came to the phrase, " I feel quite anxious to see my young cousin," she looked up with a smile, and gave a sidelong nod with her head that seemed to say, " I count for something in the business at any rate ;" but when again throwing her eyes upon the note she read the words, " I hope they will be good friends and playfellows," her colour arose to crimson and mounted to her very eyes. For a moment she swelled in silence, and then recovering breath, exclaimed, " Your cousin, or niece, or whatever she is, may be as great and as grand as she will, but she is a born fool, and I know I shall hate her." " Hoity toity, Miss Patty ! Pray what is the matter now ?" inquired her mother, with very sincere astonishment. " Matter, indeed ! I wonder, ma'am, that you can bear to have me treated in such a way. What does she mean by saying that her girl and me may be playfellows ? A precious girl she must be too, if she is as old as me, for her mother to talk in that way, as if she was an idiot or a baby. It is no good for you to fluster yourself in that way, Patty, about nothing at all," replied Mrs. O'Donagough. " There are very few English girls, you must remember, as tall and womanly as you at 14. And another thing is, I can tell you, that it is not every mother that chooses to bring her daughter forward as I do. Most ladies, indeed, keep their girls back as much as possible." "What, the old ladies are jealous of 'em, I suppose?" replied Patty, with an expressive toss of the head. " Nasty, unnatural old beasts ! I tell you, I know I shall hate this good for nothing old woman who tries to make believe that her daughter is a baby, to make herself seem young. It's downright horrid, isn't it, papa?" " I tell you what, Patty," replied her father, laughing, " if all girls were like you, the mothers would find it pretty hard work to keep 'em back, I fancy. However, you had better not put yourself in a passion about nothing. Perhaps your grandy cousin is not so old as you are, and her mother may have forgot all about your age, I dare say." " Elizabeth Hubert is exactly 5 months younger than Patty," observed Mrs. O'Donagough. " But it is like enough she may be but a peaking little girl. Agnes was but a poor thread of a thing when she married." " I don't care the split of a straw what she is," returned her daughter. " Old or young, little or big, it's all one to me ; only I wouldn't advise 'em to set me to be her playfellow, as she calls it. I'll teach her queer plays, if she does, I can tell her." This little puff of disagreeable excitement blown away, a process greatly facilitated by Mrs. O'Donagough's judiciously alluding to the dresses it would be necessary to prepare for Thursday, nothing could be more agreeable than the strain of prophecy into which the conversation fell. All the sanguine hopes and expectations of the parents respecting the numerous advantages they contemplated from an intercourse so auspiciously begun, were freely expressed before their child, who fully proved, by several intelligent remarks, that she was as competent to understand the subject as either of them. One observation alone was muttered with conjugal mystery by Mrs. O'Donagough into the ear of her husband, and it ran thus: " Do you feel any misgivings, Donny, about the sharp eyes of Agnes?" To which he most satisfactorily replied by snapping his fingers with such vivacity as to produce a sound clear as a castanet, while at the same time he returned the mutter by pronouncing the single word stuff. Though the toilette of the following morning did not, as Mrs. O'Donagough observed, signify a cent in comparison of that to be worn at the dinner party, still it was not altogether neglected. At about 20 minutes before 2, they all three met in the drawing room, with eyes that seemed to challenge the examination and judgment of each other. The first expression of applause was elicited by the smooth precision of Mr. O'Donagough's new wig, the full value of which his wife seemed to feel at that moment for the first time. " It's quite perfect, Donny," said she. " I never saw anything equal to it in all my life. Why, your own mother, I mean that you look very nice and respectable indeed, and I like and approve it very much, Mr. O'Donagough," which name, with the emphasis she gave it, as fully explained to her husband all that was passing in her mind as if she had discoursed upon it for an hour. He gave her a nod to show that she was understood, and then a second nod to himself, as he looked in the glass and felt conscious how perfectly well he deserved her approbation, both expressed and implied. The appearance of Patty was the next object of attention, and on this subject Mr. O'Donagough was eloquent, cordially returning the admiration he had received. " I hope you are contented with the looks of your girl, Mrs. O'D," said he. " There is no denying, ladies, that you know how to spend your money. What is this beautiful looking stuff that her gown is made of? Is it satin? "" No, my dear," replied his wife, " it certainly is not satin. £20 between us, though a very pretty present, would not give us morning gowns made of satin. But it is a very beautiful manufacture, Donny, which I like exceedingly, it takes the colour so bright. It is nothing in the world but cotton, with just a few threads of silk, you see, run up and down to catch the eye. But if it was the richest satin ever made, the colour could not be more beautifully brilliant. Darling, she looks like a full-blown jonquil, doesn't she, my dear? "" She looks like an uncommon fine girl," replied Mr. O'Donagough. " Her eyes are like stars. I never saw them look so bright before. And her fine long dark curls are as handsome as your own used to be, my dear, when I first met you at ... the first time I saw you, I mean." " You are quite right, my love, excepting that her hair curls naturally, it is exactly like mine, and I must say she does look very handsome to day." " Egad !" resumed the father, " I don't know what you have done to her. Her complexion looks so beautiful. To be sure you have not," and here he imitated, with his hand applied to his face, the delicate action employed to rouge a lady's cheek. " You must not do that, my dear. It is all very well and very becoming at about twice her age, but she don't want it yet." Mrs. O'Donagough said nothing in reply, but employed herself in settling the collar of her own embroidery that finished the dress of her daughter ; while Patty turned aside her head and laughed. " But you say nothing about me, my dear," said the mother, after having completed the pinchings and smoothings of Patty's dress. " Tell me how you like my cap, and my gown, and my fichu, and my cuffs, and my bag. In short, tell me honestly, Donny, what do you think of me all over? "" Lor, mamma, what an odd question !" cried her lively daughter, laughing, and turning round to assist in the scrutiny. " I'll defy him to say that you ain't very nicely dressed, though perhaps as to all over, he may say that you look monstrous big." " I'll tell you what, Miss Patty, you will be half as big again before you are as old as me, take my word for it," replied Mrs. O'Donagough, a little chafed at the remark. " However," she added with more complacency, " I am not so big as the duchess that we met this morning on the pier ; and I see so many large women here, all in their own carriages, that I am perfectly contented to be fat. I am quite sure it is the fashion." " I am quite sure of it too, my dear," replied her husband. " Besides," he gallantly added, " when ladies are as of fine height and as nobly built as you are, they can carry off a great deal of fat, without being at all the worse for it." At this moment the bell of the house door was heard to ring. Mrs. O'Donagough put her hand to her heart. " Oh, good gracious ! Here they are. Come and stand by me, Patty, that I may present you to her directly. I hope she has not got her husband with her, Donny. I dread the sight of that man." Hold your tongue. Don't be such a fool. They are on the stairs." He was right. They were on the stairs. They were at the door, and the next moment they were in the room. Neither Mr. nor Mrs. O'Donagough would have known Agnes had they met her by chance. Her appearance was indeed most strikingly changed. Yet though in a different style, she was perhaps more lovely than they had ever before seen her. She had gained at least an inch in height after her marriage, and the slight girl was now filled out and rounded into the perfect symmetry of womanhood. "What a delicate creature!" was the exclamation she had often drawn forth as Agnes Willoughby, and "what an elegant creature!" was the phrase which invariably followed her now. The exquisite features, too, though still the same in outline, were changed and even improved as to their general contour; and the expressive eyes, which formerly seemed to covet the shelter of their own fringed lids, and to speak, as it were, but in whispers of the treasure of intellect within, now appearing to gather courage from looking on the husband who was rarely long together absent from her, showed in every glance a sort of ingenuous confidence of mind, by which a physiognomist might read the purity, simplicity, and strength of her character. In her hand she led a slight young thing, as thin as a greyhound, who, though tall for 13 1/2, nevertheless looked perhaps younger than she was. Her silken brown hair hung low, in clusters of thick curls round her neck, and her peculiarly simple white dress, with its plain pelerine, and the seaworthy leghorn bonnet tied closely with a ribbon of its own colour under her chin, gave her decidedly the air of a child. Behind them followed General Hubert, who showed that a fine person, a noble expression of countenance, a military carriage, and graceful address, may altogether constitute a very handsome man, even though the lofty forehead be bald, and the thin curls that are left sprinkled with silver. Notwithstanding the entire absence of every species of affectation or pretension which so remarkably distinguished the manners of Mrs. Hubert, there was something in her general air and appearance which effectually checked all approaches to familiarity in those who were not privileged to use it; and, to say the truth, it would have been difficult to find any gentleman and lady whose appearance would have placed Mr. Allen O'Donagough less at his ease than those who now entered his apartment. He bowed low as he stood behind his wife, but with a movement that caused him to retreat rather than advance. Patty, however, fearlessly opened her large eyes upon the strangers, and having no European scale of classification in her head, felt little daunted by encountering an aspect and demeanour altogether new to her; so entirely, indeed, did she possess her soul as they walked up the room, as mentally to ejaculate, "Well, if that lanky thing is my fine cousin, I shan't mind her a bit. She won't put my nose out anyhow. What a bonnet! My!" But it was not to speculations such as occupied the minds of either her husband or her child that Mrs. O'Donagough gave way. It was, as she would have expressed it, the heart that spoke and not the judgment, when she rushed forward, and opening her expansive arms, enclosed within them the graceful yet embarrassed Mrs. Hubert. So long indeed did she hold her there, that the bystanders felt embarrassed too, not well knowing what to do with their eyes, or how to perform their own parts in a scene of such deep interest. At length, however, the elder lady released the younger one from her strict embrace, and then retiring a step, stood gazing at her with clasped hands, and head advanced, as nearly as possible like a devotee offering adoration before a favourite shrine. "Is it possible?" exclaimed Mrs. O'Donagough. "Do I indeed behold my sister's child?" A very well-looking pocket handkerchief, with its laced corner protruding, as if instinct with sympathy, from her bag, was here drawn forth, and did its duty well. "Oh, my dearest Agnes! I can hardly believe my eyes. So lovely still, and yet so greatly altered. Oh, how my heart has longed for this dear moment! But I must not be thus selfish, thus absorbed. Mr. O'Donagough, let me present you to my dear niece. General Hubert, forgive me, if at first I could see nothing but your charming wife. I hope I see you well. Permit me to present my husband to you, Mr. O'Donagough, General Hubert, General Hubert, Mr. O'Donagough. And this is your child, Agnes. Dear creature! How excessively like the General!" And then, whether tempted by the resemblance, or by the fond feelings of a great aunt, she very nearly caught the young lady from the ground, and pressed her so closely to her bosom as to produce an involuntary "Oh!" from the lips of the nearly spoilt child. This over, Mrs. O'Donagough next turned to her own daughter, though the last, not the least important of her evolutions, and taking her red young hand, placed it in the delicately gloved palm of Mrs. Hubert. That lady, as in duty bound, kissed her cousin ; but her long ringlets and her fine colour, her large bright eyes, and her magnificent gown, altogether brought Aunt Betsy, and all her peculiar notions, to her mind so forcibly, that she almost trembled as she remembered that this most dear relation was expected to pay them a visit at Brighton almost immediately. " But mercy on me, how I let you stand !" cried Mrs. O'Donagough, perfectly satisfied that the earnest look given both by the general and his lady to her daughter, proceeded from admiring astonishment. " Let us sit down, dearest Agnes," and marshalling her and her daughter, who still held tightly by her hand, to the sofa, placed herself on a chair before it ; while the general, bowed into an arm chair beside it by Mr. O'Donagough, found himself under the necessity of making conversation that might suit the habits and prejudices of his host, concerning whose strict conformity to the Methodist persuasion he felt not the least doubt. " You have been long absent from this country, sir? " said the general. A slight twitching might have been perceptible about the mouth of Mr. Allen O'Donagough as he listened to this question, but he instantly recovered himself, and replied, " It has indeed been a long absence, General Hubert." Without either snuffing, lisping, or in any other obvious and ordinary manner altering his voice, there was something in Mr. Allen O'Donagough's manner of saying these few words that made his wife, notwithstanding her earnest attention to what her darling Agnes was saying, look up at him with surprise. But she was a quick-witted, intelligent woman, and half a moment's consideration enabled her to recollect why it was he spoke now as she had never heard him speak before. It was less than half a smile that passed over her face, as cause and effect thus became perceptible to her, but this half smile spoke a whole world of conjugal admiration. Mrs. O'Donagough now obtained sufficient mastery over the first burst of her emotions to look at the daughter of Agnes with some attention. From her youth upwards she had studied beauty, both male and female, too sedulously not to perceive under the close straw bonnet a promise at least of good regular features, and something more than a promise of remarkably fine eyes. Nevertheless, on the whole, the examination awakened no maternal jealousy. She could not for a moment entertain a doubt as to which was the handsomest, her daughter or her great niece. There sat her charming Patty, all glow, all brightness, in the very perfection of that undeniable beauté de diable, which rarely indeed fails to illuminate the features of a womanly girl of 14 ; while beside her sat Elizabeth Hubert, pale, and by no means particularly fair, and with a countenance unawakened to all the thousand little conscious agaceries which are sure to play and sparkle about such eyes and lips as those of Martha O'Donagough. Moreover, she looked such a mere child, that any comparison between them seemed quite preposterous. " What a poor little weasel of a girl !" thought the well-pleased Mrs. O'Donagough as she looked at her. " And her mother reckoned such a prodigious beauty too ! Well, to be sure, it is impossible not to feel something like triumph at the difference." Such were her thoughts, but all she uttered of them was, " Is this dear child your eldest girl, my dearest Agnes?" " Yes," replied Mrs. Hubert, " she is my eldest girl, but we have 2 boys older." " Oh yes, I remember. And this dear creature, then, is your Elizabeth, for whom you told me General Hubert's aunt, Lady Elizabeth Norris, and your own great aunt, Mrs. Elizabeth Compton, stood godmothers?" " Yes, this is Elizabeth." " Is she in good health, my dearest Agnes ?"" Perfectly so." " She is so very pale and thin, isn't she?" " Nothing can be thinner, certainly ; but we do not reckon her particularly pale. None of our children are fresh coloured, but they have all excellent health." " Then, my dear love, you must be contented with that, which, after all, is the first of blessings, and of infinitely more real importance than all the beauty in the world. But, to be sure, she is the youngest looking creature of her age that I ever saw. Who would believe, Agnes, that there was not more than 5 months' difference in age between your girl and mine?" " No one, certainly," replied Mrs. Hubert with a smile. " Is it possible," said General Hubert, who found it rather difficult to keep up a conversation with his sanctified looking host, " is it possible that Miss O'Donagough is not more than 5 months older than Elizabeth?" " That is all, General, I assure you," replied Mrs. O'Donagough. " But the heir of Sydney, you know, is counted the finest in the world, and I think that it is likely to have a great deal to do with the improvement of children. But your dear girl is not very short neither, only she looks so little and childish like compared to Patty. However, that is a fault that will mend every day, won't it, dear?" Elizabeth, on being thus addressed, smiled, though without speaking, and the beauty of that sweet smile perfectly startled the critical Mrs. O'Donagough. " Dear me !" she exclaimed with very blunt sincerity, " how pretty she is when she smiles ! Oh dear ! That is so like poor Sophy." " Is she indeed like my mother, aunt ?" said Mrs. Hubert with some emotion. " The smile is exactly like her," replied Mrs. O'Donagough, " and your mother was very slight too, but nothing like so little as Elizabeth at her age." " We never reckoned Elizabeth so very little," said the general, laughing, " but rather the contrary. Do let the young ladies stand up together. I know that is a very regular and orthodox ceremony, which always ought to be performed when cousins meet for the first time ; and moreover, I doubt if the English lass be not the taller of the two." " Stand up, Martha," said Mr. Allen O'Donagough with much solemnity. The young lady obeyed ; but there was a little toss of the head, and a little curl of the lip that spoke, involuntarily perhaps, the scorn which the idea of any sort of measurement between herself and her cousin created. " Come, Elizabeth !" cried the general. Elizabeth stood up, and yielded herself smiling and blushing to the hands of her father, who, having himself untied her bonnet and laid it aside, placed her back to back with her cousin. Mrs. O'Donagough looked at her again as she thus stood with her head uncovered, and something very nearly approaching to a frown contracted her brow. She said not a word more about her departed sister or the beauty of her smiles, but after a disagreeable sort of struggle with her own judgment, she inwardly ejaculated, " If that girl was my daughter, I should make something of her." The military eye of General Hubert had not deceived him. There was but little difference in the height of the young ladies, but that little was decidedly in favour of Miss Hubert. " You see I am right, ladies," said he. " I have been used to measuring recruits by my eye." " Am I shortest, mamma? " said Patty in a tone that expressed both vexation and incredulity. " Why, yes, you are, my dear," replied her mother. " I am sure I don't know how it can be, you look so very much bigger and older." " Oh, what a Maypole I must be !" said the still blushing Elizabeth, replacing her bonnet, and thereby eclipsing one of certainly the least ordinary faces that ever was looked upon. The rounded contour of the oval, indeed, that might be hoped for hereafter, was not yet there ; and excepting when excited, the delicate cheek was pale. But the forehead, eyes, nose, and beyond all else, the finely cut full lips, with that rare Grecian wavy line, which gives a power of expression possessed by few, were all pre eminently handsome ; and had it not been for the conviction that her niece Agnes never did, nor never would know how to make the most of beauty, the last state of Mrs. O'Donagough's mind, respecting the parallel inevitably drawn between their two daughters, would have been considerably worse than the first. As it was, however, when Elizabeth again sat down with her close bonnet, and her quiet look of perfect childishness ; while Martha, after a momentary arrangement of her curls before the glass, turned round upon her with a throat as white as ivory, cheeks like a cabbage rose, and eyes that darted liquid beams of youthful sauciness, with all the airs and graces of conscious beauty, it was utterly impossible she should feel otherwise than well contented with her. The visit lasted about 20 minutes longer, which, to say the truth, seemed quite long enough to all parties ; yet, when Mrs. Hubert rose to take leave, her fond aunt was almost clamorous that she should stay a little longer. " Oh, dearest Agnes, must I lose you already ? Think what a time it is since last we met ! It is such a treat to see you," etc., etc. " We shall have the pleasure of seeing you to morrow, aunt," replied Agnes kindly, " and of course my cousin will come with you ; unless, indeed, she would like to come earlier," she added, recollecting herself, " and share Elizabeth's 2 o'clock dinner. Perhaps this would be the best way, as it would enable them to take a walk by the sea together afterwards." The operations of thought are proverbially rapid with us all ; but Mrs. O'Donagough was a particularly quick person, and even before her niece had ceased to speak, the pros and cons for this nursery sort of invitation to Martha had passed through her mind. But notwithstanding all this quickness, it was really not a very easy matter to decide. She was perfectly aware that it would make her daughter, what the young lady herself called as mad as fire ; but, on the other hand, it would probably lead to much greater intimacy. Against it was the obvious fact that the beautiful dress projected and already prepared for the occasion could not possibly be worn. But then all the people in Brighton would have an opportunity of seeing the young people together on the beach, exactly as if they were one family. In this dilemma Mrs. O'Donagough wisely took the course which could most easily admit of retreat, and with a countenance beaming with affection and pleasure replied, " There is nothing in the world she would like so well, my dear Agnes. At what time shall she be with you?" " A little before 2, if you please." And then the final adieus were exchanged, and the visitors departed. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Judgments formed and sentiments generated. An animated discussion, followed by a reasonable result. Some folks wiser in their generation than other folks. The cousins, a delightful day, and its conclusion. The O'Donagough family remained perfectly silent till the door of the house was distinctly heard to close after their departing guests, and even then Mr. O'Donagough, who had stepped to the window, and so placed his eyes as to obtain a sidelong glance after them, continued to hold his finger to his nose in token that no word was to be spoken till they had passed beyond the possibility of hearing it. Perhaps this extreme caution arose from a sort of prophetic consciousness on the part of Mr. O'Donagough, that when his daughter did speak, it was likely to be with considerable energy. Nor, if this were the case, did he at all miscalculate. No sooner did his finger quit his nose, and his eyes direct themselves into the room instead of out of it, than his wife and daughter both "cried havoc, and let slip the dogs of war." In plain prose, they both burst forth into the most vehement and unsparing abuse of Miss Hubert's dress, manner, and general appearance. " Isn't it a most extraordinary and unaccountable thing," exclaimed Mrs. O'Donagough, "that such a really elegant looking woman as my niece Agnes should choose to let her daughter go such a fright? Did any one ever see such an object? It is a perfect mystery to me, and that is the truth." " And pray how is she to help it?" replied Patty. " Her mother did not make her, I suppose?" " If she did not make her, she made her bonnet," rejoined her mother, " or at any rate she made her put it on ; and I am sure that if it had been an old extinguisher it could not have answered better for turning her into an object and a fright." " Lor, mamma, what does the bonnet signify? It only looks as if they hadn't a penny in the world. But you won't pretend to tell me that if that lanky monster of a girl was to have as beautiful a bonnet as my pink one on, it would make her look like anything else but what she is? And that's as ugly as sin, and you know it." " Well, Patty," said her father, " and if she is, it's all the better for you, my dear. So I don't see why you should look so put out about it. If what your mother says is to come true, and you are to be taken to court and everywhere along with her, it is a great deal better that you should outdo her than that she should outdo you." These judicious remarks considerably softened the aspect of Miss O'Donagough. She no longer looked like a hedgehog in attitude of declared hostility to all comers. Nay, she almost smiled as she replied, " Lor a mercy, papa, you don't think I'm going to cry because my cousin isn't a beauty, do you?" " I am sure I can't say what may happen about the taking Patty to court, Mr. O'Donagough," observed Mrs. O'Donagough, with rather an anxious look. " That, you know, must depend altogether on the degree of intimacy that grows between us, and of course it will depend in a very great measure upon Patty herself." " Oh my gracious !" cried the young lady, " I am sure I shan't do anything to get intimate with that scaramouche of a girl, so you need not reckon upon it, mind that. I'd see the queen and the king too, if there was one, and all the princes and princesses upon the face of the earth, at the bottom of the Red Sea, before I'd demean myself to lick the feet of such a nasty, vulgar, ugly beast of a girl as that." " Now, Patty, I think you go rather too far," said her father. " Not that I want you to lick anybody's feet, that's not the best way to get on in the world ; but though your cousin is not to be compared with you, as a fine, handsome, bouncing girl of her age, I don't think she is too ugly to speak to either. Do you know, I should not wonder if some people were to think her quite pretty." The quills rose again in the eyes and on the lips of the susceptible Patty. " How can you stand there talking such nonsense, papa," said she, sharply, " as if I cared whether she was pretty or ugly?
But when mamma talks of our getting intimate with her, or of our ever being such friends as Betty Sheepshanks and I was, it is altogether provoking, and I would advise you both to give up the notion at once, for it never will and it never shall be. Nasty, stiff, great baby." "I tell you what, Patty," said Mrs. O'Donagough stoutly, though secretly trembling at the reception her unpalatable invitation to the nursery dinner was likely to receive, " I tell you what, miss, if you choose to set up your back at my relations in this way, I'll never try to make one of them take notice of you, and I should like to see where you would be then, and what good all the nice clothes I have been getting together would prove, without a single soul to look at them. Don't keep knitting your brows that way, Patty. You don't look much handsomer than your cousin now, I can tell you. I only wish you could see yourself." "Well, ma'am, I can see myself easy enough, if that's all," replied Miss Patty, turning to the looking glass, arranging her hair, and then flashing round again upon her admiring mother. " I am not at all ashamed to look at my own face." " It would be rather odd if you were, Patty. I won't deny that," said Mrs. O'Donagough, smiling with a look of very undisguised admiration. " But that's neither here nor there, my dear. We won't talk of your beauty before your face, because that's very bad manners. And into the bargain it is a great deal more to the purpose to determine what it will be the best to do about the time of your going to morrow, my dear. My niece Agnes, who I must say seems inclined to do everything in her power to make you and Elizabeth as intimate as possible, has desired as the greatest favour in the world that you should spend the whole day with her. That is to say, go quite early, Patty, and not ceremoniously like your papa and me, you know, at 6 o'clock, but between 1 and 2, that you may take a long chatty ramble with her by the seaside, after an early dinner. I hope you will like that, my dear. I am sure it is paying you a monstrous compliment." "Like it?" replied Patty, raising her voice to a very shrill tone. " I like playing at being a baby all day long with that stupid oaf of a girl? I can't and I won't, and that's flat." " Nonsense, Patty," said Mr. O'Donagough. " That's not the way to get on, I promise you. I won't have you quarrel with your bread and butter in that style. Go? To be sure you will, and be thankful too, if you know what's what." " And pray what am I to do with my beautiful striped gauze dress and my blue satin shoes? Am I to walk out with Miss Gawky in that fashion?" " No, my dear, that is quite impossible. No, you cannot go full dressed as we intended, that is entirely out of the question for this time," said her mother. " You must just wear your new mousseline de laine, Patty. It is an elegant thing, and yet quite good style for a morning. And your pink bonnet, you know, and the scarf; so that you will be perfectly first rate in appearance, and enjoy, besides, the enormous advantage of letting everybody in Brighton see that you are considered as one of the Hubert family." " I wish with all my soul," cried Patty, " that every one of the Hubert family had been packed off for Botany Bay the day we left it. I see as plain as daylight that you and papa both mean to lead me to the life of a dog about 'em. You will make me run away if you do, I'll tell you that, for I know I can't bear it." " Don't put yourself in such a fuss, Patty, for heaven's sake," said her mother, but more coaxingly than scoldingly ; for she still stood in very considerable dread of a final and positive refusal. " Think, my dear girl, before you say so, of the beautiful fine parties, and the beaux, and the dances you'll be sure to come in for in Berkeley square, if you do but play your cards well now. Think of all this, Patty, and do your very best to get thick with Elizabeth Hubert." " Patty, your mother's right this time," said Mr. O'Donagough, " so go at the time fixed, and say no more about it. I'll take you into a box at the playhouse the night after, if you'll be a good girl." Miss O'Donagough had a phrase which will explain these words produced upon her, namely, " When papa's in earnest, he is in earnest." The promised play, too, undoubtedly helped her decision ; and altogether she was induced, after distorting her much admired beauty by more than one grimace, to reply, " Well, if I must, I must ; but it is as bad as being whipped, I can tell you that." The subject was then judiciously permitted to drop, and the far future of next winter in London, with all the joys it might bring, took its place ; effectually arming the mind of Patty for the endurance of whatever present annoyance might arise, which, acting like Catholic penances, should lead to such a paradise. Meanwhile, General Hubert, his lady, and daughter, pursued their way homeward. It was probably not altogether from lack of a subject that they walked on so silently ; but instead of words, Mrs. Hubert only pressed her husband's arm, to
to which he replied by somewhat of a more caressing pressure in return, and the quietly smiling pronunciation of the word, well? Neither did their daughter say much, continuing to hold her mother's hand in silence till the door-bell of their own mansion had been rung; and then, smiling a little, and colouring a good deal, she said, " Is not my cousin older than I am, mamma?" " She looks a vast deal older, certainly," was the reply. " Do you think she will like to play at looking for shells among the shingles with Emily and me?" " Perhaps not, my dear. You must endeavour to entertain her by rational conversation," said Mrs. Hubert, entering the house, and not sorry, perhaps, to interrupt the discussion by desiring her daughter immediately to get ready for the dinner which was waiting for her. It was tete a tete, therefore, that General Hubert and his wife entered the drawing room, and there was something whimsical enough in the manner in which their eyes encountered after silently seating themselves in two armchairs which faced each other. Agnes pursed up her beautiful mouth and endeavoured to look grave, but the moment her eyes met those of her husband they both laughed. This movement of the muscles, however, was quite involuntary on the part of the lady, and speedily mastering it, she said, " Pray don't, General Hubert, pray don't laugh at it. What can we do?" " I cannot choose but laugh, Agnes," replied her husband, " if you look so comically dismayed. And after all, my dear, I cannot say that we have seen anything that ought greatly to surprise us. Your aunt Barnaby is as little altered as it is possible she could be in the time, I think. Of Mr. O'Donagough I have no remembrance, but he appears to me quite as well looking and respectable a personage as we could reasonably hope for. Rather evangelical, I suspect, but under the circumstances I see no reason to object to this. And as for their daughter, I cannot but think that she is as precisely what Mrs. Barnaby's daughter might be expected to be, as it is possible to imagine. Wherefore, dear wife, look not so despondingly, but thank the gods that matters are no worse." All this was said lightly and gaily, but Mrs. Hubert seemed to have lost all inclination to laugh. " I would not be ungrateful to the gods, Montague," said she, " but I must own I feel the arrival of the O'Donagoughs to be a very great misfortune." " No, no, not so," returned her husband, " not a very great misfortune, Agnes. You must not class it so. Aunt Betsy will be a little outrageous, perhaps, but we must contrive to soothe her ; and for the rest, be quite sure that a little good management to prevent our meeting often, and a little quiet patient civility when we do meet, will suffice to prevent any very serious annoyance." " But our girl, Hubert !.... You take the thing so admirably en philosophe, that I will cease to torment myself about you. But is it not grievous that Elizabeth should ...."" Find a cousin more bright and blooming than herself? We must bear this, Agnes," said the general, " but this is all. Miss O'Donagough will do Elizabeth no harm, you may depend upon it." Soothed, if not satisfied, Mrs. Hubert indulged in no more repinings for the present ; and feeling something like self-reproach at having experienced so much more vehement a distaste for her relations than her noble husband appeared to do, she determined as far as possible to conquer, or at any rate to conceal it. To Elizabeth she said little more on the subject ; but to Miss Wilmot, the daughter of her own early friend and instructress, she ventured to speak with entire freedom. The peculiarities of her aunt Barnaby were already perfectly well known to this lady ; and therefore, without scruple of any kind, she ventured to confess to her, that although she wished every possible attention and kindness to be shown to Miss O'Donagough, she did not wish the intercourse between the young ladies to grow into intimacy. " Elizabeth is so childish, Miss Wilmot," continued Mrs. Hubert, " that though I do not greatly fear her catching the singular manners of this poor girl, I think she may not be capable of disliking them, I believe is the only honest word, as much as I wish her to do." " Not having yet seen the young lady," replied Miss Wilmot, smiling, " I can give no opinion upon this, but if Miss O'Donagough be like what Mrs. Compton describes her mother to have been, Elizabeth will not like her too well." Very punctually at 2 o'clock, Mr. O'Donagough himself conducted his young daughter to the door of General Hubert, and there took leave of her till the evening, his parting words being, " Now, Patty, mind your P's and Q's. I know your mother often plagues you with a monstrous deal of preaching about one thing and another, and you know I never scold you for laughing at it. But she's right this time about making the very best of yourself with those stiff, disagreeable people. Mind that, Patty." " Don't you trouble yourself about my turning 'em all to good account, if anything's to be got out of 'em," replied the young lady, with an expressive wink of the left eye ;" and if I mind my hits that way, I expect you'll let me hate 'em as much as I please. That is fair, isn't it The house door opened as she finished the sentence, and her father departed, replying to it only by an acquiescent nod. Miss O'Donagough was immediately ushered into the back parlour, where the table was already spread for dinner, and her two cousins seated on either side of their governess, who was reading to them Miss Edgeworth's tale of the Prussian vase. All three rose to receive her. The little Emily, as well as Miss Wilmot, was properly introduced by Elizabeth, and the necessary quantity of handshaking performed, while Miss Wilmot, laying aside the splendid pink bonnet and scarf of the gaily dressed visitor, smiled furtively aside, as she remembered Mrs. Hubert's anxiety, lest her pupil should be incapable of judging fitly of the peculiar graces she displayed. There was, however, in Elizabeth's behaviour to her cousin no symptom of her having as yet formed any judgment of her at all, for her manner spoke only the most perfect good humour and civility, a little blended with embarrassment. " Do you like the sea, cousin Martha? " was the first attempt at the rational conversation her mother had recommended. " What, sailing upon it? " rejoined Miss Martha. " No, I meant walking near it and looking at it," replied Elizabeth. " But I should like you to tell me all about sailing too. You have sailed a great way, have you not? And I have never been on the sea at all, except between Dover and Calais, and even that, you know, is not sailing. Did you like your voyage? "" Like it? Yes, to be sure I did. It's monstrous good fun." " I think I should like it too," said Elizabeth. " I never see any large ship passing up and down the channel without wishing to be aboard her." " I don't know about your liking it," replied Miss Martha. " I think you seem too young to take such pleasure in it as I did. And besides, I don't believe — there's no fun, I mean, on board ship. At least I should think so, unless people are nearly grown up. I don't think children would be taken so much notice of." " Do you think so? " said Elizabeth innocently. " I should fancy children might be very well amused. Don't you think, Emily, that you should like to run up and down the deck of a great large ship? "" Yes, I should," said the little one stoutly. " And I should not care if anybody noticed me or not." " I suppose not, indeed, you little thing," said Martha, laughing. " Did the sea disagree with you at all, Miss O'Donagough? " inquired Miss Wilmot. " Oh, lor, yes. I was as sick as a cat for the first week," replied the young lady. " You never saw anything like it in your life. No sooner did I swallow anything — you understand," with an appropriate grimace, " but I had a good friend on board who took capital care of me, and always showed me which side of the ship to walk, and helped me up and down, and all that sort of thing, you know. And so by degrees it went off, and then I was as jolly as a tinker, and such an appetite. Oh my, how I did eat! And then we got to famous fun with ship billiards, and all the rest of the time till we got to Sheerness I liked it better than anything else in the whole world." " And after Sheerness, I suppose you felt impatient to get to land? " said Elizabeth. " Yes, I did," succinctly replied Miss O'Donagough. " I do not wonder at that. I think you must have been so impatient to see England." " Oh no, not I. I did not care a straw about England just then. But we lost one of our best friends at Sheerness, and that spoilt everything." " Had you many passengers on board? "" I am sure I hardly know anything about 'em. They were all nasty people." " All nasty people? " exclaimed little Emily. " Yes, little one, all nasty people," replied Martha, laughing. " I suppose she thinks I mean all dirty people. What a funny little soul! When you are as old as me, Miss Emmy, you'll know what ladies mean when they call people nasty. We don't mean dirty clothes nor dirty faces neither, but just everybody we don't like." " If you don't like me, will you say I am nasty? " demanded the little girl, looking at her rather reproachfully. " To be sure I shall, but I won't dislike you if you'll give me a kiss, for I think you are very pretty." " But if I was not very pretty, should you call me nasty? " persisted the child. " Yes, I dare say I should, for I hate everybody that is not pretty," replied Martha, at the same time making one of her father's peculiar grimaces, in such a manner as to indicate that Miss Wilmot was in her thoughts. Without making any reply respecting the offered salute, the little Emily turned towards the governess, and after leaning against her knee for a minute or two, took an opportunity when she bent her head of putting her arms round her neck and giving her a kiss. " Well now, if she isn't kept in good order, I'll wonder," said Martha, chuckling. " She knows what a whipping is, or I'm much mistaken." This was addressed in rather a low confidential voice to Elizabeth, but before she could reply to it the door opened and the dinner entered.
"That's no bad sight, early as it is for dining. I am as hungry as a horse, Miss Elizabeth. Where am I to sit? What, here? Next to the old lady? Let me sit at the bottom and carve, shall I? You shall see if I don't do it fit to be a married woman. La, what a nice dinner! What a pity it is we have got no beaux."
No opposition being made to Miss O'Donagough's placing herself at the bottom of the table, she sat down, and began vigorously to attack a leg of lamb, intended as the piece de resistance of the entertainment. "Will you not take some fish, Miss O'Donagough?" demanded Miss Wilmot.
"Yes, if there is butter and sauce with it," replied Martha. "But some of you must have mutton, 'cause I've cut this piece off. Here, little one, you shall have it."
Emily looked into the face of her governess, but said nothing. "Send it to me, my dear, if you please," said Miss Wilmot, "but do not cut any more yet. The young ladies both take fish." The dinner, sauce and all, being greatly to Miss O'Donagough's satisfaction, her spirits rose as it proceeded, and she went on in a sort of crescendo movement, eating and talking, till she had got into the highest possible good humour.
"Well, after all, I think we shall be monstrous good friends, Elizabeth," said she, putting a third glass of custard into her plate, "and I don't know but what it may be better fun dining in this way, and eating as much as I like, than if I had come in my gauze frock and sat up doing grand with the old Fograms in the dining room. I do hate old people like poison, don't you?"
To this appeal Elizabeth answered nothing, but almost involuntarily gave such a look to her governess as friends are apt to exchange when something striking occurs, upon which, for the moment, they can make no other commentary. Martha saw this look, and interpreting it in her own way, shook her curls, gave a slight laugh, and said no more, persuaded that her cousin had intended to caution her against being too open-hearted in the presence of that first and foremost of the Fograms, her governess. But although this persuasion silenced her for the moment, it rather added to her good humour; and on setting out for the promised walk by the seaside, she took the arm of Miss Hubert with very cousinly familiarity, and drew her forward with a rapid step, in the hope of outwalking the governess and Emily, and thereby ensuring a little fun and a great deal of confidential communication. Miss Wilmot, who knew her pupil well, and feared not any injury to her from the association beyond its present annoyance, made no effort to overtake them, and contented herself by answering as sedately and discreetly as she could the speculations of the little Emily on their guest, which partook largely of that peculiar vein of observation in which children sometimes remark on what appears ridiculous to them, with a freshness and keenness of quizzing that might be sought for in vain in the sallies of the most practised proficients in the art. On reaching the steps in the cliff, Miss O'Donagough had the extreme delight of perceiving that two gay-looking youths in regimentals had just descended them, and were walking slowly onward the way they were about to go.
"Make haste, Elizabeth, ain't we lucky?" she exclaimed on perceiving them, and setting the example of the speed she recommended, she placed her hand on the rail and ran down with extraordinary rapidity to the bottom of the flight. Though the light movements of her young companion hardly permitted her being very slow, Martha chid her delay, and ere she had fairly reached the last step, seized on her arm, and by a vigorous pull obliged her to clear it by a jump. "What a slow fool you are, Elizabeth!" she exclaimed, again taking her arm, and drawing her rapidly forward. "Let us pass them directly, and I'll bet a guinea that before we have made 5 steps they will pass us." "Why do you wish them to pass us, Martha?" said her companion with perfect simplicity.
Miss O'Donagough looked back, thinking from these words that the governess must be within hearing; but on the contrary, perceiving that she had stopped to fasten Emily's shoe, she began laughing in a tone so loud that the young men both turned round to reconnoitre. The moment their eyes fell upon the young ladies, they stepped aside, and permitted them to pass, raising their hats at the same time in salutation. Miss Hubert bowed and walked on.
"Well done you, Elizabeth," said her companion, strongly compressing her arm, and tittering very audibly. "How beautiful they look, don't they? But they are only ensigns, both of them, I can tell you that. I wish to goodness I knew their names." "Do not speak so loud, cousin Martha, or they will hear you," said Elizabeth innocently. "It is Lord William Southwood and Mr. Templeton." "A lord!" cried the startled Martha, instantly turning round her head to look at them. "You don't say so? And he bowing to us so politely? Don't you think we had better sit down upon that stone? They must pass by it, you see, 'cause of the water coming in so. Isn't this capital fun?" Miss Hubert was by no means a stupid girl, but she no more comprehended her cousin's exclamations than if they had been uttered in Hebrew, and replied very simply, " No, don't sit there, Martha. There is a much better place a little farther on, where Miss Wilmot always lets us sit down, and if you did like looking for shells, you would find plenty there, such as they are." " Looking for shells !" exclaimed Martha, bursting into loud laughter. " Oh my, what a fool you are ! Or is it only put on, Elizabeth? That's it, I see through it. I'll be hanged if I don't. You are a deep one with your bowings, and knowing so well what their names are and all." " What do you mean, cousin Martha ? How can I help knowing the names of those two gentlemen, if it is of them you are speaking?" replied Miss Hubert. " They both dined at our house yesterday." " Gracious goodness ! Is that true, Elizabeth ? Dined at your house ? And one of them a lord ? Will they come there again to day?" " I do not know," replied Elizabeth, laughing in her turn, " but I am afraid not. They do not come every day." " Why didn't you speak to them, you stupid girl, if you know them so well ?" demanded Martha, reproachfully. " I don't know them well," replied her cousin. " I never see them except for a very little while after dinner in the drawing room." " Have they been there more than once ?" inquired Martha. " Yes, several times, I think ; at least Lord William has. I don't remember seeing the other so often." " Oh, how I wish ! I do think it was very " But both sentences, warmly as they flowed from her heart, were cut short ere completed by the prudent Martha, who at that moment recalled her mother's words concerning the importance of an intimate intercourse with the Hubert family. Never did the admonition of a parent come more forcibly upon the heart of a child. " I must keep in with them, if I die for it," was the mental exclamation which followed the remembrance of this maternal warning ; and perceiving, on once more turning round her head, that the officers had changed the direction of their walk, she again took the arm of her cousin, who had quitted her side for a moment to examine a choice morsel of seaweed, and began a direct and deliberate attack upon her affections, by praising her eyes and the handkerchief that was tied round her neck ; hinting that she thought her mamma kept her a great deal too back, and that her governess was already afraid of her ; concluding with an assurance that she never liked any girl so well before in all her life, and that she hoped to her heart they should be very intimate, and stick together like very near relations as they really were. To all this Elizabeth answered gently and civilly, but reached home at last with a feeling of self-reproach for being so very tired of her cousin's company. Their tea table awaited their return, and notwithstanding the sublime speculations for the future which filled the heart and head of Miss O'Donagough, the cherries and the cakes spread before her were sufficiently attractive to keep her tranquilly in the schoolroom till the ladies had left the dinner parlour. " Now we will go up stairs and see your mamma, shall we ?" said Miss Hubert. " Oh yes, if you will. I'm quite ready when I've done eating this one queen cake more. And you really don't know if there's any officers or not dining here?" replied her cousin. " No, indeed I do not," was the unsatisfactory reply. It is very probable that neither the aunt nor the niece were very sorry to have their tete-a-tete interrupted by the entrance of Miss Wilmot and the young ladies. Mrs. O'Donagough had already obtained all particulars respecting the present residence and manner of life of her dear brother in law, Mr. Willoughby, and of the number of grandchildren bestowed upon him by his daughter Nora, had expressed the most heartfelt delight at hearing that she would be sure to see them all during the ensuing season in London, and was by that time quite ready to scrutinize the countenance of her daughter in order to ascertain how the long day had answered. Great was the contentment which attended this examination of a countenance exceedingly capable of showing whether its owner were pleased or the contrary. It was immediately evident to Mrs. O'Donagough that her daughter was in one of her most amiable moods ; and though there had been no party at dinner, and consequently but little opportunity of displaying the studied elegance of her own appearance, still, the style of everything about her darling Agnes was such as to make her feel more sensibly than ever the immense importance of being united to her by the tenderest ties of affection. It could not therefore fail of being very delightful to her to perceive that Martha, whom, as she had told her husband, she greatly feared she should find in the dumps, was radiant in smiles and good humour, and apparently on the best possible terms with that stupid shy looking thing, her cousin.
Not only, indeed, had the dinner, the servants, and the plate of her beloved Agnes excited all the warm affections of Mrs. O'Donagough's heart, but the observations she had made on her husband during the repast tended to convince her very forcibly that he too, cautiously as he had hitherto expressed his feelings on the subject, attached great importance to the connection. Never had she before seen him as he appeared to her on this important day. Quiet, reserved, respectful, rather religious in his language, but with amiable humility abstaining from giving too serious a tone to the conversation, his wife gazed and listened with equal admiration and astonishment, while he developed a degree of talent for which she, even in her fondest days, had never given him credit. " It shall not be my fault," said she internally, " if he is not rewarded for all this cleverness. He knows what he is about as well as most men, and he shan't be stopped for want of a helping hand from me." Accordingly, Mrs. O'Donagough was enchanted beyond the power of language to express, with her little great niece Emily, declared Elizabeth by far the loveliest creature she had ever seen, and was obliged to pull out her pocket handkerchief when speaking of their dear grandmother, and the astonishing likeness which they both bore her. Mrs. Hubert listened to it all with great sweetness, but suffered no great time to elapse between the coffee and the tea, and hinted to Miss Wilmot that she did not wish Emily to be kept up beyond her usual hour. Very soon after her departure, Mr. O'Donagough broke off his mild discussion with the general on the importance of enforcing a pure morality throughout the army, and rising, said, " I am afraid it is getting very late, my dear. You know my habits, and must not suffer even the happiness of this blessed reunion to interfere with what we know to be our duty." On this Mrs. O'Donagough rose too, with a look of meekness that really seemed quite angelic, saying, " Oh no, not for the world !" and as if moved by the most perfect family sympathy, Martha slapped to the volume of engraving she was examining at the same moment, so that the leave-taking was sudden and prompt, and in less than 2 minutes after it began, the Allen O'Donagough family found themselves enjoying the sea breeze on the broad flagstones of the Marine Parade. " Thank God that's over !" cried Mr. Allen O'Donagough, as soon as they had fairly cleared the premises. " I shall not be sorry to get home and have a draught of porter, it has been so dreadfully hot all day," observed his lady. " But, to be sure, nothing could be kinder or more flattering." " Oh lor, I am as tired as a dog," exclaimed Martha, stretching out her arms and yawning vehemently ;" but I don't care a straw. I know what I know about the people that visit there, and I'll be hanged if I don't care to be one of them." " You are your father's own child, Patty," said Mr. O'Donagough, recovering his usual tone. " We shall make something of 'em between us." " Well, to be sure it is a pleasure to introduce you both to my relations, and depend upon it, you will never repent being civil to them," said his wife, with rather a mysterious nodding of the head, made visible as they reached their own door by the light of the lamp that hung over it. CHAPTER XIII. Of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER XIII. A satisfactory disclosure and a judicious proposal. A conjugal tete-a-tete terminating in very amiable resolutions. " It is quite bedtime, mamma, is it not? " said Elizabeth Hubert as the door closed after the O'Donagough family. " I am very, very sleepy." " Good night, my dear," replied her mother, holding up her face to receive the farewell salute. " Good night, papa," said Elizabeth, passing on to her father. But before he accepted the kiss offered to him, he detained her by the hand for a moment, saying, " What makes you look so very weary to night, my dear girl ? Have you walked more than usual to day ?"" No, papa, we have walked very little to day," replied the young lady. " What is the matter then, dearest ? You do not feel unwell, I hope, do you?" Elizabeth stopped short in the middle of a yawn to laugh. " Oh no, papa, pray do not send for the doctor. I feel perfectly well, only very sleepy." " Perhaps you are tired of talking, Elizabeth. You and your young cousin have had time for a great deal of conversation. Did she tell you much about New South Wales ?" demanded her father. Elizabeth shook her head, and she replied, " No, not a word." " What then did you talk about ?" asked the general. Elizabeth again laughed, and again shook her head. " Is that shake of the head to be considered as oracular as that of my Lord Burleigh ? Does it mean a very great deal ?" said her father.
It means, papa, that I really and truly do not know what she talked about," replied Elizabeth.
" That is to say, you forget it. I presume, my dear, that when the discourse was going on you knew of what subject or subjects it treated?
" No, indeed, papa, I did not," was the quick reply. " My cousin said a great many things altogether, I believe, but I quite mean that I do not know what they were all about. I did not always understand her." "
Did you find her upon the whole an agreeable companion, Elizabeth?" In reply to this direct inquiry, Miss Hubert, after hanging down her head a little, and looking for a minute or two rather embarrassed, replied, " No, papa, I did not, and I do not think that my cousin Martha found me an agreeable companion either ; nor do I believe that we shall ever be very great friends." " Why so, my dear ?" said her father, drawing her somewhat closer to him. " Because she does not seem to know or care the least in the world about anything that I like, and I do not know or care at all more concerning all she talks about." " Well, Elizabeth," replied her father, " this is unfortunate, but perhaps not very extraordinary. However, you know we may be all very kind and obliging to her, nevertheless." " Oh, certainly, papa ; of course, because she is a very near relation. Only, perhaps, as she is so very womanly, mamma would invite her next time to dine with you, and let Emily and me come into the drawing room before you come up stairs, as usual. And then for the rest of the evening, and when we are all together, I should not mind it at all." Mrs. Hubert, who had changed her place while this conversation was going on, and seated herself close behind her husband, whose arm was thrown round his daughter, could hardly repress a smile at this improved plan of operations, but she did not permit it to be seen, and said, with much matter-of-fact gravity, " I believe you are right, my dear ; and if her mamma makes no objection, I certainly will do so. Accident, education, perhaps the climate in which she was born, seem to have made this young cousin prematurely a woman, and throwing you together as girls of the same age must, I have no doubt, be equally irksome to both. We will not do so again, Elizabeth. Good night, dearest." Miss Hubert repaid this expression of maternal sympathy with a very tender kiss, and bestowing one also on her father, with rather more fondness than usual, as if to show that she was exceedingly obliged by having encountered no opposition to the extraordinary measures she had been bold enough to recommend, she left the room apparently in excellent spirits, and without any external symptoms remaining of the extreme weariness of which she had complained. " Miss Wilmot is right," exclaimed Mrs. Hubert as soon as the door was closed. " There is evidently no danger of Elizabeth's liking this terrible cousin too well." " Why, yes, my dear," replied the general, " I think you may be tolerably easy on that point. And now, Agnes, to speak without any jesting at all, I trust that your spirits will recover their tranquillity, and that you will cease to look every now and then as if you had just recollected some dreadful calamity that was hanging over you. The cause, my love, is really not sufficient to justify the effect. We are not the first people in the world, depend upon it, who have had a queer looking set of cousins arrive from distant lands to claim kindred with them. Will you promise not to worry yourself about it any more?" " Yes, Montague, I shall behave better now. But I cannot tell you how I have dreaded the seeing my pure-minded, ingenuous Elizabeth falling into any tone of intimacy with my unfortunate young cousin ; and yet it seemed almost inevitable, when two young things of equal age were thrown together. But I did not do our girl justice. Dear creature ! I ought to have felt from the first that it was impossible." " I think so, Madonna," replied General Hubert rather reproachfully. " However, I will forgive this misdoubting of the wisdom and good taste of 14, if you will promise to support with perfect equanimity whatever effervescence may chance to arise from the superabundance of these good gifts at 70. I confess to you, Agnes, I rather dread the arrival of Aunt Betsy." " And so do I too," replied his wife, laughing ;" but it is with a very different sort of dread from what I felt, when in doubt as to the effect that might be produced by this new acquaintance on Elizabeth, and my dear kind-hearted father too. He will be here in a fortnight ; and I perfectly well know what will happen. At first, he will feel that he cannot be too kind, too cordial in his welcome to my aunt, whereupon she will stun him with her eloquence, smother him with her affection, wear his spirits out by her incessant calls upon his admiration for her daughter, till he grows nervous, falls into a fit of the gout, and instead of benefiting by the sea breezes we have promised him, he will shut himself up in his room without saying a word about his sufferings to anybody, but suffering martyrdom nevertheless. Yes, that will be the progress exactly from benignity that desires the happiness of all the world, to a gentle melancholy meekly resigning every hope of it for himself. Nevertheless, I think that, by keeping guard over him pretty watchfully, I may be able, perhaps, to save him from a good deal of it. But who can keep guard over Aunt Betsy? Who can prevent her seeing everything, hearing everything, comprehending everything, and acting accordingly?"
"If she is very outrageous, we must laugh at her," replied Agnes. "Not but it will be hers to laugh at us first. Do you remember her prognostications and her prophecies, Montague, when Mrs. O'Donagough first renewed the intercourse with us? Will she not have some cause to triumph now?"
"No, no, no, dear, not the least in the world," replied the general. "There will be room enough in our little island, depend upon it, both for the O'Donagough race and the Huberts too. And we must be very silly folk, certainly, if we cannot contrive to see as little of them as our own sense of propriety will permit us to do."
"Unquestionably it should be so," returned Agnes musingly, "and therefore we will trust that so it will be. But do tell me, Montague, what sort of conversation did that solemn looking Mr. O'Donagough entertain you with after we left the table? He is a singular looking man, with an expression of countenance that seems to hover between natural audacity and affected sanctification."
"Yes," replied the general, "it is a remarkably puzzling face, and manner too. I cannot make him out."
"Did he talk much?"
"No, very little, and I doubt if Aunt Betsy herself could have found much to object to in anything he uttered. Nevertheless, I dislike him, without being able exactly to explain why."
"Nay, General Hubert, I think that riddle may be easily read," replied Agnes. "Both in person and manner he is coarse and ungentlemanlike."
"True. Yet that seems hardly sufficient to explain the feeling I have about him. There was an evident air of restraint in every word he uttered, yet it did not seem to proceed from what is usually called shyness either, for his conversation, such as it was, consisted chiefly of questions concerning all our family connections, and in a style of pertinacity too, which shyness, I think, would gambol from. Your father in particular, and Frederick, seemed to possess a strong hold upon his travelled memory."
"I suppose that was because my father was so very civil and good-natured the night of the famous leave-taking in Mrs. Peters's drawing-room," replied Mrs. Hubert.
"Yes, certainly, that may account for it as far as your father is concerned. But of the two, I think Mr. O'Donagough's interest seemed to be most keenly awake respecting everything of and concerning Frederick Stephenson. And I do not remember that Frederick did anything towards making an acquaintance with him on that memorable evening, beyond reconnoitring him from a distant sofa, through Nora's eyeglass, which was, if you remember, the mode by which at that time Fred constantly assisted all defects, real or imaginary, in his visual organs."
"Oh, I can see him now," returned Agnes, laughing. "How well I remember his attitude as she, naughty girl, hid her laughing face behind him. I am sure it is very good-natured in Mr. O'Donagough, if he saw all that and forgave it."
"He appears perfectly to have forgiven it, I assure you. Inquired with an air of great interest where Frederick chiefly resided, asked if he was as gay and lively as ever, and, if I mistake not, begged to know how many children he had, summing up the whole by assuring me that it would give him great pleasure to meet him again."
"Well, certainly that does look like being in a very friendly and affectionate frame of mind," replied Mrs. Hubert, "and, fortunately, Nora never hears their names mentioned without declaring that she wished for nothing so much as to meet my aunt Barnaby again. I therefore see nothing to stop the renewal of the acquaintance so auspiciously begun through Nora's eyeglass."
"By the way, Agnes," resumed the general, "did not your aunt Barnaby on that occasion introduce her bridegroom as the Reverend Mr. O'Donagough?"
"Oh yes, certainly she did. And I presume he is the Reverend Mr. O'Donagough still, is he not?" returned Mrs. Hubert.
"I do not feel quite competent to answer that question," replied her husband. "He certainly did not tell me he was not, yet somehow or other I doubt it. I think, from his appearance, that it is most probable he went out as a missionary, not of the Church of England, and if so, it is as likely as not, that on returning he left his frock behind him. He said something about young men's first ardent impressions and opinions being liable to change, and then muttered something about himself as being an example of this. But I felt no inclination for the autobiography which I fancied was coming upon me, and as he did not seem inclined to take wine, I put a stop to it by joining you."
"Very skillfully managed," said Agnes, "and to say truth, I have sufficient faith in your generalship, mon général, to prevent my having much fear about your individual annoyance. But of all our difficulties, the greatest is behind. Alas! Montague, who is it must break to Aunt Betsy on her arrival the astounding fact that her niece Martha is in Europe, in England, in Sussex, in Brighton, perhaps in this very house? Who is it, General Hubert, that will tell her this?" "Dearest Agnes, it can only be yourself," replied the husband maliciously. "Hubert, have you the heart?" "Why, no, I rather think I have not," he replied. "But do you not think the wisest way will be for us to go through the scene together? If you insist upon my making the announcement tete-a-tete, you will have it all to go through again afterwards." "True, most true. Let us be together, Montague." "And pray, my love," resumed the General, laughing, "do you think it will be necessary to surround yourself with the same sort of chevaux de frise when the event is made known to your father?" "Oh no, not at all. I am quite sure that everything which recalls the memory of my poor mother has a charm for him. And then, observe, he has never seen my Aunt Barnaby as you did, Montague, in the terrible days of her Clifton brilliance. Still less, if possible, does he know anything of her various offences against Aunt Betsy, so that to this moment he is perfectly free from any feeling of dislike towards her of any kind. He must be aware, I suppose, that we have quizzed her letters a little, but that's nothing. And do you not think, dearest Montague, that it will be but right and proper to leave him as much as possible in the same favourable state of mind towards her? Poor thing! I fear she is not more likely to make friends now than formerly, and her plea of being my own mother's sister does often come upon me with a painful conviction of its strength." "Let it not be painful, dear Agnes," replied her husband kindly. "You may be obliging and useful to her in many ways, which need not interfere with our own comfort. Depend upon it, the worst part of the reunion is over. What Elizabeth says of the young lady will infallibly prove true of the whole party. They are not at all more likely to like us than we are to like them, and I shrewdly suspect they are all three yawning at this moment with as much genuine weariness as ourselves. So let us go to rest, dearest, without permitting our Australian cousins to haunt us even in our dreams." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The O'Donagough family become popular, and are the centre of a circle. Miss Patty forms a very important friendship, and opens her young heart with all the frankness of her age and character. During the fortnight which followed, General and Mrs. Hubert, with their eldest daughter, were absent from Brighton on a visit at a friend's house about 20 miles distant. Mrs. O'Donagough considered this as a most unfortunate contretemps, and bewailed her ill luck accordingly. But to say the truth, neither her husband nor her daughter shared her sorrow. Mr. Allen O'Donagough was perfectly satisfied for the present by having convinced himself that no floating vision of Major Allen existed in any cell of memory, either with the General or his lady, which could be called to light and life again by looking at him. It was not then, and it was not there, however, that he hoped to profit by the acquaintance, and he was quite as well pleased to be left just at first in the free and unobserved enjoyment of his restoration to the pastimes of Auld Lang Syne, without having before his eyes the fear of not being sufficiently aristocratical in the estimation of General Hubert. As to Miss Patty, the intensity of her happiness was much too great to leave room for anything like regret. Sallying forth at least 6 times in every day, sometimes in one smart set of ribbons, and sometimes in another, sure each time of meeting "lots of men," as she remarked to her mamma, who did nothing but stare at her as long as she was in sight, how could she fail to await with patience the coming on of the adventures which she was determined to have some day or other with those "two darlings" who had bowed to Elizabeth? She did wait with patience, or rather she could hardly be said to wait at all, for every hour of every day had its allotted joy, till at last she ceased to care about "those 2 young fellows" at all. No sooner was breakfast over every sunshiny morning, than either father or mother were told that they must come with her to the pier, and either father or mother obeyed, nothing loth, sharing with parental pride in her delight, as every eye followed her in her laughing, bounding, ringlet-shaking, ribbon-fluttering course. "That's Dacre, mamma. Ain't he beautiful? He's major in the ... The maid says he is going to be married, but I'll be hanged if I believe a word of it. He didn't ought to look that way at me, mamma, if he's going to be married, did he?" May be quoted as one among 1,000 speeches which prove the amiable tone of confidential familiarity which existed at this time between Mrs. O'Donagough and her daughter, and it would be doing the fond mother injustice, were it not added, that all such outpourings of her young daughter's heart were welcomed with a sort of joyous sympathy, which fostered and strengthened every feeling they displayed. Nor was Mr. Allen O'Donagough a whit less indulgent to his blooming heiress. Not, indeed, that she so frequently made him the confidant of her military speculations as her mother; on the contrary, his presence generally acted in some degree as a check on her communications in this line. Nevertheless, there were not wanting a multitude of occasions on which his affection and her influence were displayed. She made him subscribe to both the principal libraries, because, as she said, it was so abominably provoking to know that anybody that one particularly wanted to see was lounging at either, and not be able to go in, and sit down for a little while, if one liked it. She repeatedly coaxed him to take places at the theatre for herself and her mamma, though he protested that the lamps made his head ache so much that he could not stay with them; but this want of gallantry was fully atoned for by his making acquaintance at the billiard table with one lieutenant and 2 ensigns, whom he brought home to play whist and eat lobster salad twice in the course of the week; thereby putting the keystone to his daughter's triumphant felicity, by giving her the chance, every time she went out, that 3 officers in full uniform might turn round on meeting her and her mamma, and clank their swords upon the pavement beside them for as many blessed moments as they could spare. In short, Patty felt convinced that it was impossible to have a better father, and had the point been still unsettled, his conduct in a little scene which took place after they had been in Brighton about a week would have put the matter quite out of doubt. "Papa," said the lively girl one morning, as they amused themselves by standing together to watch the bathers, "Papa, you must let me bathe." "Bathe, Patty?" exclaimed Mr. O'Donagough in reply. "What on earth should you bathe for? Why, you are the very picture of health, child, and a very pretty picture too, I must say. Better let well alone, Patty. The sea may tan your nice skin for what I know." "Not it, papa," cried Patty, snapping her fingers gaily in his face. "My skin will bear more than that before it is spoiled, I'll answer for it. And bathe I must, papa. Upon my word and honour, I must. Now do just look at those heads bobbing up and down, and peeping round to look at each other. Isn't that capital fun now?" "Indeed, indeed, papa, you must let me bathe, and if you don't, I won't mind a single word you say about wearing shabby things out of sight or anything else for a month to come. You had better mind what I say at once, Pappy," added the young lady, mimicking her mamma's constant phrase when lecturing herself, and only substituting Pappy for Patty at the end of it. This last sally was more than the father could withstand. The mimicry was excellent, and his enjoyment of it so great, that he swayed himself backwards and forwards upon the sea rail, over which he hung till his daughter seized the flaps of his coat to pull him back, lest he should fall over it. "You little devil, you!" burst from him as soon as he could recover his voice. "I should like to see the man that could say you nay. And so you must bathe, must you? And bob your handsome head up and down among the rest of them? And so you shall, saucy one, if you like. Only it must not be above once a week, Miss Patty, remember that, for it comes deuced dear, I promise you." In short, in one way or another, the first week and the second week wore pleasantly away, notwithstanding the absence of their great relations, and considerably before the expiration of the fortnight, Mrs. O'Donagough herself confessed, that much as she doted upon her darling Agnes, Brighton was a very delightful place, even though she was not there to enjoy it with her. The daily increasing intimacy between Mr. O'Donagough and the sporting portion of the officers quartered in and near the town had unquestionably much to do with this general family feeling that Brighton was the most agreeable place in the world. But about 3 days after the departure of the Huberts, another circumstance occurred which greatly enhanced their enjoyment of it. In the same house with the O'Donagough family, occupying the front parlour as their sitting room, lodged 2 young ladies, sisters of an uncertain age, but of the most certain decorum and respectability. The windows of their parlour, commanding as they did the approach to the house door, and a full unbroken view of the steps leading to it, enabled these young ladies to form a very just and accurate estimate of the number and quality of the guests who visited "the family" in the drawing room.
Tell me who are your friends, and I will tell you what you are, was a proverb, the recondite wisdom of which was familiar to the minds of both the sisters, and it would have been difficult to find an occasion on which it would have been more profitably applicable. A few days of diligent observation, followed by a clear-headed logical deduction of conclusions from premises, enabled the two Miss Perkinses to decide, beyond the possibility of a doubt, that the O'Donagoughs were persons of high consideration and the most unquestionable respectability. In the first place, the approach of General Hubert's stylish servant had been noted, commented upon, and duly estimated; and when the visit of the General himself and his lady followed, whose names and persons were as well known to the whole motley mass of Brighton elegance as those of royalty itself, the vicinity of such neighbours became matter of very serious importance indeed. Then quickly followed the information, on the unquestionable authority of the maid of the house, that they had all actually dined at General Hubert's, and were, moreover, very nearly related to him. After this intelligence reached them, the excellent good sense of the Miss Perkinses decided that a feeling of what they owed to themselves rendered it absolutely necessary that they should in some way or other find means of becoming personally acquainted with the occupiers of the drawing-room apartment. The matter was still in discussion between the two sisters, though more as to the feasibility of the object they had in view than from any doubt as to the propriety of the measure, when it was observed by both the ladies, each from the window which she especially called her own, that several military gentlemen of different ages, but all, as Miss Matilda observed, looking perfectly like men of fashion, were coming and going, both morning and evening, in a manner that gave every reason to believe they were on terms of great intimacy with the family they came to visit. No one in any degree acquainted with the moral and social map of the ordinary existence of single ladies, living on their means, and passing a season at Brighton, can doubt for a moment that this discovery very sharply pricked the sides of the Miss Perkinses' intent of becoming acquainted with Mrs. O'Donagough. In fact, it produced a sort of irritating intensity of purpose, especially in the mind of the youngest sister, which could hardly fail, sooner or later, of achieving its object.
"That is the third I have watched in and out to-day," said Miss Matilda, in a voice that faltered from agitation as Cornet Dartmoor, of the Dragoons, passed out upon the pavement. "The third, is it? I have seen two," returned the less observant elder sister; and then, after a moment of reflection, she added, "Of course, Matilda, the O'Donagoughs must see a great deal of the military at General Hubert's, and in that way I dare say they will get acquainted with them all." "Of course they do, Louisa. You don't suppose I was so stupid as to express any surprise at it? Quite the contrary. For I am sure I should think it is the most unnatural thing in the world if they did not. What I was thinking of, and what I very often do think of, Louisa, was that all the vulgar, commonplace nonsense people talk about the disagreeableness of being an old maid does not signify one single farthing. I for one despise it from the bottom of my heart. But what I know does signify, and in reality makes all the difference between being happy and miserable, is having the cleverness, good luck, or whatever it is, not to be left out of everything that is going on. And just to know gentlemen enough to speak to now and then, or to take a turn with one, like other people, if it was only for 2 or 3 minutes at a time." "That is perfectly true, my dear," replied Miss Perkins, "and it is just like your good sense and right way of thinking to say it. And it certainly is very hard, when people are as reasonable as you are, that they should not have what they wish." "I do think it is," said Matilda, with a gentle sigh, "and I give you my word and honour, if I know my own heart, I should be perfectly contented and perfectly happy if we could but get into a gay set of acquaintance. But that I do wish for, and I won't deny it." "To be sure it would be a great blessing in every way," replied the elder sister, with much feeling. "What a difference it would make every day of our lives! And of course, Matilda, you think about it still more than I do, and it is very natural you should, my dear. You are 5 years younger than I am, and that makes a great difference, particularly just at your age." "5 years and 3 months," rejoined the younger. "My birthday is in September, almost the end, and yours in July, at the very beginning." "Very true, my dear, so it is indeed. And besides, you happen to be so very remarkably young looking, Matilda, that you look like a mere girl beside me. I am sure anybody in the world might take you for a dozen years younger than I am, at the very least, instead of 5 or 5 1/4. "I don't know about that, my dear Louisa," replied the younger sister modestly. I suppose I do look rather young because everybody says so, and besides you don't make the most of yourself, and I am sure I wish you did. You would look as young again if you would but take a little pains about it. That is one great reason of the difference, for I won't deny that I do take a great deal of pains, and so I think one ought. In my opinion, one owes it to oneself, and it is quite a duty not to neglect it."
After this there was a pause of some minutes, during which both sisters assiduously continued the needlework on which they were employed ; but in fact their silence proceeded more from the crowding of their ideas than from any lack of them.
" What do you think would be the best way, Louisa?" pronounced in an accent half playful, half shy by Miss Matilda, were the next words uttered. " The best way to do what, my dear? " responded Miss Louisa, with a look of perfect and most genuine innocence ; for in truth the mind of the elder sister had been occupied in meditation on the general question of old maidism, and not on that particular branch of it which concerned the officers who visited the family in the drawing room. " Don't you remember what we were talking about, sister? " said the younger, colouring a little, and somewhat in an accent of reproach. " Yes, to be sure I do, my dear. About the foolishness of caring so overmuch about being married." " No, no, I don't mean that, Louisa. We were talking of something quite different. I want you to say, sister, what you think would be the best and most ladylike way of making acquaintance with Mrs. O'Donagough. I am more and more convinced, the longer I think of it, that it ought to be done somehow or other. It is really too stupid sitting here like two fools, and speaking to nobody." " Dear me ! Think what a head I have got. If you will believe me, I didn't the least bit remember that we had been talking about that," replied the more resigned and tranquil minded elder sister. " Then I wish you would remember it, Louisa. It is excessively hard upon me to have everything left for me to manage. Do tell me, will you, at once, what you think would be the most advantageous way of beginning the acquaintance? Upon my word, Matilda, that is no easy thing to say. People so highly connected, you must remember, are never so easy of access as those that are less distinguished ; and though I don't mean to say that people in our situation of life, living as we do independently on our own fortunes, are not company for anybody, yet this family cannot be treated in the same way one might go to work with common ordinary ladies and gentlemen, like the Larkins last year at Hastings, you remember, or those dear good-natured Thompsons at Worthing. But to be sure, Matilda, it would be a very great thing for us both, and particularly for you, my dear, the place so full and all, it would be just everything, Louisa, and one way or another it must be managed. That fine tall girl of theirs looks the very picture of good nature, and Hannah says she isn't the least bit proud in any way, chattering away with her about the officers and everything else in the kindest manner possible," replied Miss Matilda eagerly. " I would give the world to know her." " Then suppose, my dear," replied the elder sister, " we were to try first with her. I have often observed that very young girls, and quite old gentlemen, are the easiest people to get acquainted with everywhere. Suppose, Matilda, we try speaking to the young lady first." " Stop a moment, will you ? I will hear the rest presently," cried Miss Matilda, suddenly starting from the work table, and hurrying out of the room. Her sister looked up as the door closed sharply behind her with some degree of surprise ; but being naturally of a composed temperament, she soon restored her attention wholly to the quilling of her tulle, nor ceased her occupation, twiddling it into becoming shape as a tour de bonnet, with rosebuds, ribbons, and so forth, till the entire fabric was complete. How long exactly this might have taken her she would have been at a loss to say ; but when the work was ended, and had been tried on and approved, Miss Perkins began to wonder where sister Matty might be, chiefly because she wanted her to pass judgment on her performance, and confirm her own conviction that it was very pretty indeed. Having looked at herself in the glass for several times, and out of the window upon the open sea as many, this sisterly longing was leading her towards the door, when she was stopped by hearing voices upon the stairs, in gay, laughing, loud conversation, one of which was her sister's. Miss Perkins hesitated a moment whether she should open the door in order to discover who Miss Matilda's merry companion might be, and had just decided that it would be quite ridiculous not to do it, when the desired operation was performed from the other side, and Miss Matilda entered side by side with Miss Patty O'Donagough, both talking together, fast and loud, and apparently the very best friends in the world. Miss Matilda Perkins bore in her hand a telescope, and the first words her sister distinctly heard and understood were, Oh, my dear Miss O'Donagough, you must positively just come in and have a peep. You have no idea how exceedingly amusing it is, especially just now that it happens to be high water, with so many boats about and so many people bathing. This is Miss O'Donagough's sister. Miss Perkins, Miss O'Donagough. I was so lucky, Louisa, as just to meet this young lady as I came down from our room with the telescope, and I have just been so excessively amused by it upstairs that, when I saw her look with curiosity at the instrument, I could not resist my inclination to ask her in to look through it. Is it not good-natured of her to come? So very kind and obliging. I am very happy to see the young lady, I am sure, for that or any other reason, replied the elder sister, assiduously opening the window and fixing the telescope commodiously. It is a very nice clear glass, Miss O'Donagough, and this window has got such a beautiful view. It is certainly very amusing. Now, isn't that first-rate capital fun? Exclaimed Miss Patty after a long steady gaze through the glass. How I do envy you having such a beautiful amusement. You are looking through it all day long, ain't you, when you are not walking out? We do use it a good deal, certainly, replied Miss Matilda, with an expressive nod of the head. But I do assure you, my dear Miss O'Donagough, that both my sister and myself shall always have the greatest pleasure in giving it up to you, or your mamma either, if you would do us the favour to call in and use it. Oh, for that, mamma will never get it out of my hands, I promise you, whenever I get into 'em. But it will be very good-natured of you, I am sure, if you will let me come and have a peep sometimes. Both sisters were most earnest and eager in their assurances that there was nothing in the world they should like so well as seeing her come in and out 50 times a day if she liked it. Well then, I shall like it, you may depend upon it, replied Patty. It will be such nice fun to gallop down here whenever I am tired of the old ones upstairs. Hannah told me you were very free, pleasant sort of ladies, and so you are. I am sure it is very kind of you to say so, replied Miss Perkins, simpering. And it will be no sacrifice at all for me to give up the telescope, because, of course, you know, my dear, I don't think so much of all those little gay amusements as my sister does. I am so many, many years older than Matilda that it makes a great difference in all things of that sort, you know. So she and you, my dear young lady, may take the glass, turn and turn about, whenever you are here, and that would be better almost than having it all to yourself, for that might make your eyes ache, which would be a pity, I am sure, so beautiful as they are. Patty repaid this amiable prelude to lasting friendship by saying, as she again put the glass to her eye, I am sure you are monstrous kind and good-natured, and so I shall tell mamma and papa too, and I shall make them both come and see you. A happy and triumphant look was exchanged between the sisters, while one of Patty's bright eyes was glued to the instrument, which made it, as she said, almost as pleasant to live in a house as upon the pier itself, and the other screwed up with skilful and most patient perseverance till she had carefully scanned every individual head within reach of her examination. The acquaintance thus happily begun between the drawing-room and the parlour progressed without the slightest drawback from the feelings of any individual concerned. And many were the miles of hot walking spared Mrs. O'Donagough thereby, at the which she rejoiced not a little, for much as she loved to see and be seen, the excessive activity of her lively daughter had already caused her to pant and to blow under all the brilliance of a September sun at Brighton for more hours than were quite agreeable to her age and size, and it soon became an understood thing between the new associates, that the Miss Perkinses should take care of Patty in all her long lounges backward and forward over the cliff and under the cliff, while in return Mrs. O'Donagough should chaperone them all about 3 times a day to the libraries, by which arrangement Miss Louisa got a great deal of very agreeable and improving conversation with Mrs. O'Donagough, and Miss Matilda very soon achieved a bowing and sometimes even a speaking acquaintance with all the gentlemen of Mr. O'Donagough's Brighton acquaintance. Their evening parties, too, were quite delightful. As the hours of daylight shortened, the hours for the card table lengthened, and the company of the Miss Perkinses was agreeable in every way. Nobody made tea for a party of gentlemen with so much skill, and so inexhaustible a stock of smiles as Miss Matilda, and no one was ever so well qualified to teach new stitches to waning eyes as Miss Louisa, who, still struggling against spectacles herself, had discovered or invented a prodigious number of devices by which patterns would do just as well a little awry as not. In this way, the fortnight of her darling niece's absence made itself wings. And when at length Mr. O'Donagough brought home the news that he had seen General Hubert on horseback, it was hailed by his lady with infinitely less ecstasy than he expected.
"You don't seem half so much out of your wits, my dear, as I expected," observed Mr. O'Donagough, laughing in high good humour, the result probably of the propitious termination of his morning's amusement. " I thought you would begin singing and dancing when I told you that your beloved niece was come back." " Nonsense, Donny ! My singing and dancing days are over. However, of course I am very glad, and I shall take Patty to call there to morrow without fail. But the fact is, this place is so delightful. Patty is so much admired. The prawns and everything are so nice. Those dear good Perkinses are such a comfort to me, and you are almost always in such high good humour that I am sure I don't want nieces or nephews or anybody else to make me happy here. However, of course, I shall go and call to morrow." " Lor, mamma, I hope you will leave me behind if you do," exclaimed Miss Patty. " I had rather take one walk with Matilda Perkins, old as she is, than a dozen with that prig in petticoats, Elizabeth Hubert." " That's likely enough, darling," replied her mamma ;" but if you are the sharp girl I take you for, you'll soon find there's more reasons than one for making much of one's relations. You only just look at the Perkinses, Patty, when I talk of my niece, Mrs. Hubert, before them, or at Dacre, or Willis, or Foxcroft, or any one of the officers, and you'll see fast enough whether they are worth calling upon or not." " That's true as that the sun's in heaven, Patty," said her father with great animation. " So keep a proper look out, girl, or you and I shall be too." " La, what a fuss you are making !" said the young lady, tartly. " I never said I meant to cut 'em, did I? But I suppose I may think them fograms and quizzes if I choose." " I don't care what you may think 'em, my black-eyed beauty, if you do but take care to make the most of the cousinship," said her father. " So mind, miss, I shall question your mother about your behaviour to morrow, and if I hear of sour looks or impertinent airs of any kind, you shall not bathe again as long as you stay at Brighton. Just mind that." Miss Patty tossed her head, but said no more ; for she, as well as her mamma, had learned to know when her papa was in earnest. It rarely happened but that when one parent admonished Miss O'Donagough, the other declared her to be peculiarly impeccable, and even praiseworthy on that particular point ; but in the present instance the case was otherwise. Mrs. O'Donagough was equally edified and gratified by the sentiments expressed by her husband, and to atone for any seeming indifference manifested by her own manner of receiving the intelligence of her elegant niece's return, she took an opportunity, about an hour afterwards, when both the Miss Perkinses and Lieutenant Foxcroft were present, to make her joy and gladness appear with such eloquent vehemence, as elicited from all the most cordial congratulations on the event. " You may be well proud of your niece, ma'am," said the lieutenant. " She's the first woman in Brighton, out and out." " Ah, Captain Foxcroft," replied Mrs. O'Donagough, who generally gave brevet rank to all her military acquaintance, " beautiful as she is, that is her least merit, I do assure you. Dear creature, I brought her up entirely myself, and therefore you know I may venture to speak for her mental qualities. To be sure I did take incessant pains with her. Every one of her accomplishments were of my own teaching, and I must say it, though I should not, that she has turned out exactly what I desired she should be." " How very gratifying !" exclaimed Miss Perkins. " And such an elegant creature too !" subjoined Miss Matilda. " What a reward for all your care !"" I must say," added Mrs. O'Donagough, looking with an expression of ingenuous modesty in the face of Lieutenant Foxcroft, " I must say that she had both precept and example to help her, and I have the pleasure of knowing that the excellent match she made was entirely in consequence of my having fortunately attracted the attention of General Hubert. He was only Colonel Hubert then, but a most distinguished man in every way ; and when he found that Agnes had been brought up by me, he immediately paid his addresses to her. Cannot you guess, my dear Miss Perkins, how gratifying the remembrance of this must be to my feelings while witnessing their present conjugal happiness? Oh, dear me, yes, I can indeed, Mrs. O'Donagough, and I hope and trust the same delightful thing will happen over again with your charming daughter." " I am sure you are very kind," returned the gratified mother. " Yes, that is exactly the sort of marriage I wish her to make — such high connections, you know — so every way desirable." And here, while Mr. O'Donagough and the lieutenant sat down to a game of piquet, Mrs. O'Donagough lowered her voice to a confidential whisper, while she poured into Miss Perkins's ear numberless interesting little particulars relative to many of her own youthful adventures, among which the touching episode of Lord Mucklebury's sending her a set of shells, long after they were parted for ever, was not forgotten. While this went on at one end of the room on the sofa, Patty, by a movement of the finger and a wink of the eye, invited Miss Matilda to station herself beside her at a still open window at the other. "Don't go on listening to mamma's prosing, Miss Matilda. There's no fun in that," said she, familiarly passing her arm through that of her new friend. "What a dear girl you are," murmured Miss Matilda in reply. "And how I do wish you would always call me Matilda, without any miss at all before it." "Do you?" replied Patty, laughing. "So I will then, for I like monstrously to be intimate with you, because you are such a capital one for fun. Don't those dear feathers look beautiful in the moonlight, marching along under the windows?" "That they do indeed, Patty," replied her friend, with a speaking pressure of the arm. "That's Captain Thwaites that's just passed. He's reckoned the handsomest man in Brighton. But I think your cousin General Hubert is handsomer, though, to be sure he is not quite so young." "He handsome? What, that tall, thin, hideous, stiff old fellow? Oh, Matilda, if I could but show you one man you'd never think any other handsome again, that is not very, very handsome as long as ever you lived." "Indeed, Patty? And who is that, my dear?" "Hush! Don't speak loud. But if I am to call you Matilda, and we are to be out and out real friends, I don't think it would be all right for me not to tell you everything. For real particular friends, you know, never have any secrets from one another." "Dear creature!" exclaimed Miss Matilda in a whisper, with another affectionate pressure of the arm. "Tell me everything, then." "And you will never say a word about it to mamma, nor to your sister either?" "No, not for the world, my dearest Patty." "Let us lean out of the window, then," said Miss O'Donagough, "and I will tell you the history of the only real lover I ever had that was worth talking about." With arms still interlaced and heads projected, as if gazing on the beautiful effects of the moonbeams on the sea, the two friends there stood together till Patty had poured forth the whole history of Jack's tender attentions during the whole voyage from Sydney; his escape from drowning, his recovery from death on her lap, and lastly the parting kiss by which, as she said, she well knew he meant to pledge his troth to her for life. "But, my darling girl, do you mean that he was a common sailor?" demanded the confidante in an accent of considerable surprise. "A common sailor, indeed! Good gracious, no, Matilda. Before he went on shore, mamma found out that he was certainly somebody of very great consequence in disguise." "Good heavens, my dear, you don't say so? What a complete adventure! And you so young, too. Oh, you lucky girl!" "Ain't I, Matilda? But when shall I see him again, dear? Do you think he will ever come to look for me?" "You may depend upon it, Patty," etc., etc. And so the conversation went on, deepening in its tone of affectionate confidence, till 2 or 3 more officers came into the room, and then Miss Matilda was summoned to her well-loved place at the tea-table. But this did not happen till a very broad and lasting foundation of friendship had been laid between Miss Matilda Perkins and Miss Martha O'Donagough, a friendship which was not without a lasting influence on the happiness of both. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. An Arrival. Affectionate Greetings amidst Latent Fears. The Disclosure. Manly Dignity and Female Vengeance. Determined Courage. A Trial of Strength. "Here's Aunt Betsy! Here's Aunt Betsy!" burst from the little Emily as she stood at the drawing-room windows the day after General Hubert, his wife and daughter returned to Brighton, and the words were accompanied with such gay clapping of the hands and such joyous skippings and boundings as left no doubt of the sort of welcome the great-great-aunt was likely to receive. "She is come indeed, mamma," cried Elizabeth, throwing aside the book she was reading, and exhibiting very nearly as much childish glee as her younger sister. "May I run down to meet her?" "No, no, Elizabeth, let me go first and take her into the parlour," replied Mrs. Hubert. "She may be tired by her journey, dear, and may wish to be a little quiet at first." "Mamma, mamma! Compton is come too!"
Compton is handing Aunt Betsy out," cried Emily, who still kept her post at the window. This was intelligence that seemed naturally and of necessity to break down all restraints, whether of ceremony or prudence, and mother and daughters very nearly vied with each other in the velocity with which they descended the stairs. The old lady and her young attendant were, however, in the hall by the time they reached it, and the presence of the young man proved to be of considerable utility, occupying his two sisters so completely for a minute or two, as to give Mrs. Hubert the power of leading her venerable aunt quietly to an armchair in the parlour, and hearing her declare that she had enjoyed the journey exceedingly, and was all the better for it. Mrs. Elizabeth Compton, as she was of course called by all the world, save the Hubert family, was at this time somewhat past 70, but never was the allotted 70 born with less consciousness of their weight than by this fragile looking little spinster. She was as thin as it was well possible to be, her delicate little hand literally permitting light to be visible athwart its slight integuments; but all there was of her seemed imperishable, hardly partaking of the materials on which the wear and tear of time takes hold, and with an unquenched spirit in her eye that shot forth the same intellectual vigour it had ever done. "My dearest aunt," cried Mrs. Hubert, fondly hanging over her, and looking into the cheerful face that smiled upon her with truly filial affection, "my dearest aunt, how delightful it is to see you thus so completely yourself, so perfectly well and unwearied after your long journey." "No very long journey, dearest Agnes. You see how I am accompanied; and I suppose you guess that I arrived in London the day before yesterday, and waited till my application to the Stephensons to run away with my young squire from their river abode at Richmond to your marine abode here could be forwarded and granted. Do you think the General will be very angry with me for stealing a week or two from the mathematics?" "Not past forgiveness, Aunt Betsy," replied Mrs. Hubert, now stepping towards the door by which her son was entering, and offering with successful rivalry a mother's arms to draw him from those of his sisters which still encompassed him. "Is he not grown, mamma?" said Elizabeth. "Did you ever see anything so tall?" "Rarely at 16 minus 4 months," replied his mother, looking at him with irresistible admiration. "I only hope he does not mean to grow any taller." "I shall not answer that till I have measured myself with my father," said the boy, drawing himself up, and exhibiting as fine a face and person as nature ever bestowed. "My intention is to be exactly as tall as General Hubert, for as it is my full purpose and resolution to be a General Hubert myself, I really think the best thing I can do is to take him for my model. But do not talk of my being tall. Elizabeth is a perfect giantess. Thank Heaven, however, I do not think she is quite so ugly as she was. What do you think about it, Aunt Betsy?" Altogether there never was a happier family meeting, every heart was overflowing with love and joy, and had it not been that the recollection of the O'Donagough family once or twice mantled the cheeks of Agnes with a blush which the old lady saw, but could by no means understand, every one of the little party might have been said to be in a state of perfect enjoyment. In about an hour after Mrs. Compton's arrival, and when she was comfortably installed in the drawing room, General Hubert returned from his ride, and again all the pleasure of the meeting was renewed. He was almost as fond of the eccentric old lady as Agnes herself, and felt a degree of pleasure from her society, and from the whimsical but shrewd spirit of her conversation, which is rarely communicated by persons of her age. But in the midst of their lively talk, there were moments when the brave general looked almost as embarrassed as his fair lady, upon recollecting the nature of the family news he had undertaken to communicate; and not even the sight of his noble looking boy, whom he had not seen since he left him at Sandhurst some months before, could drive Mrs. O'Donagough and her family from his head for 10 minutes together. At length, suddenly coming to the conviction, like Macbeth, that quote, "If it were done when 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly," end quote, he stopped his son Compton short in a very animated description which he was addressing to his mother and sisters of a royal review of which he had been recently a spectator, and saying laughingly, "Aides de camp, chargers, dukes, marquises, firing and charging." "Mercy on me, Compton, you are like a magazine of powder in the very act of ignition. Do explode for the especial advantage of Elizabeth and Emily in the dining room, will you? For I really want to converse a little with your aunt." The gay young trio started up and made their exit, while the face of their mother, who perfectly comprehended the motive of the manoeuvre, instantly became of a very bright celestial rosy red, and she had actually the cowardice to walk to the other end of the room for her work-box, in order to have something on which to fix her eyes, that she might avoid the danger of encountering those of Aunt Betsy. "Ahem!" said the general. "Are you going to work, dear Agnes?" said the old lady. "Don't go to work yet, love. I have not looked at you half enough." "My dear aunt," began the General, and paused. "My dear General," returned the old lady, gaily, with her head a little on one side, and her bright eyes twinkling in his face with a look of exceeding pleasure, for there was nothing she liked better than to be called aunt by General Hubert. "My dear aunt, we have some news to tell you," he resumed, "and I am sorry to say that I am not quite sure you will like them." "Indeed? What can that be, I wonder? Montague is not ill, is he? I have seen all the rest of you. Pooh! Nonsense, General. Tell us your news. I do assure you I'm not in the least afraid to hear them." "Aunt Betsy, Mrs. O'Donagough and her family are come to England." A most perfect silence, which lasted at least 2 minutes, followed this announcement, and then the old lady said, in a sort of lively tone, peculiar to herself, quite indescribable, but exceedingly expressive of a little internal méchanceté, "Mrs. O'Donagough and her family arrived in England? Well, General Hubert, I really cannot conceive why you should imagine this news would not be agreeable to me. All persons, I believe, rather like to have their prophecies come true. Remember what that keen observer, the Dean of St. Patrick's, said. He'd rather that his friend should die than his prediction prove a lie. Then why, my dear sir, should you entertain any doubt of my heartfelt participation of your joy on this occasion? Look up, my dear Mrs. Hubert. Never mind your carpet work for a few minutes. Let me wish you joy, my dear. You are now about to reap the reward of all your unwearied and unceasing attentions to these amiable relatives. How you must enjoy the idea of it! And the General, too, just as his young family are growing up. What an advantage for them! Elizabeth in particular. I should think the young ladies must be nearly of the same age, and I cannot doubt that my niece, your aunt, Mrs. O'Donagough, formerly the widow Barnaby, keeping in mind the many proofs of affectionate remembrance which you have bestowed on her during the whole period of her absence, will indulge Miss Hubert with her daughter's company both in town and country as much as you could possibly desire. I really wish you heartily joy of this most happy family reunion. It is, as indeed you well know, no more than I was quite sure would happen, but as you never appear to agree with me in this opinion, the circumstance must come upon you with all the additional delight of being unexpected. I wish you joy, General Hubert, heartily." General Hubert looked half angry at some parts of this harangue, but before it was ended he had perfectly recovered his good humour, and said with a laugh that was at least half genuine, "Come, come, Aunt Betsy, as you are great, be merciful. You certainly appear to have seen further into futurity than either Agnes or myself. I freely confess that I never thought these good people would return to England, and I will freely confess also, that I should have been quite as well pleased if they had not. But jesting apart, their arrival cannot in reality be matter of any very serious uneasiness to us, and I confess I feel not in the least degree doubtful but that I shall be able to guard my stronghold, wife, daughter, and all, against all the attacks which the O'Donagough faction may be able to bring against it." The flexible and speaking features of the little old lady's expressive face changed as she listened to these words, from a sort of gaieté maligne to a look of lamb-like gentleness and submission. "Oh, dear me, General Hubert, how can you for a moment suppose I doubt it? Don't mind me or anything I say. It is only my foolish joking way, you know. I should behave better if you had not all, young and old, conspired to spoil me. But do not fancy for a moment that I am not aware of the utter impossibility that you should blunder in any way." Agnes looked up at her aunt from the corner of her eye, and shook her head, though almost imperceptibly, as she listened to her. But the unsuspicious General walked across the room to the venerable mystifier, and taking her hand, replied, "Thank you, my dear madam, for your confidence in me. Even Agnes must know by this time that it is impossible to pass through life without finding ourselves occasionally obliged to associate with persons extremely far from agreeable. And the great secret, I believe, is to learn how this may be done without jostling against them." "I dare say it is," said Mrs. Compton, in the same gentle tone. "And you must have had so much experience in the course of your varied and busy career, that it cannot be doubted but you must understand this better than most people, at any rate better than a poor old recluse like me." "Perhaps I do know something about such mysteries,"
replied General Hubert, smiling, and dropping into a chair close beside the old lady. " And therefore I flatter myself that you will let me keep watch and ward over you all, and guard you from all social perils, let them come in what shape they may." " Happy are those so guarded," responded Mrs. Elizabeth Compton, solemnly. Here again Mrs. Hubert looked into the face of her aunt ; but this time she did not shake her head, appearing on the contrary well satisfied at its expression, and looking herself more comfortable and at her ease than she had done since the discussion began. " Perhaps," said General Hubert, now fearlessly resuming the theme, " perhaps, under any other circumstances, I should be disposed to shake off the acquaintance of this O'Donagough family altogether, and so get rid of the inconvenience, as you would do, my dear lady, at once. But I confess, after our long correspondence, it strikes me that there would be something very pusillanimous in this, and that it would look vastly as if we were conscious of not having tact and savoir faire enough to take care of ourselves." " A soldier and afraid !" cried Mrs. Compton briskly. " Nay, then, my dear general, if such be your feeling, who can wonder at your scorning what none but an old woman, perhaps, would deem the better part of valour? But tell me, dears, in what part of England do our recovered relatives take up their abode?" General Hubert and his wife exchanged a furtive glance ; but the gentleman answered boldly, " I really do not know, dear aunt, where they mean to live. But at this moment I believe they are at Brighton." The old lady was engaged in neatly folding a silk scarf she had taken from her shoulders ; but on hearing these words, she stopped short in the middle of the operation, and remained for about a minute as still as if she had been shot ; and then, having taken rather a long breath, she resumed her employment, and pronounced very tranquilly the monosyllable, " Oh !" It was precisely at this moment that a servant entered the drawing room, and putting a visiting card into the hands of Mrs. Hubert, said, " Are you at home, ma'am?" This discreet individual was the old butler, who, although he had received no orders to deny his mistress, felt doubtful whether the recent arrival of Mrs. Compton might not render the admission of company inconvenient. Mrs. Hubert changed colour as her eye glanced upon the card. " Who is it, Agnes ?" inquired the general. But Agnes, instead of answering, gave back the card to the servant with a silent movement of the head, which indicated that it was to be handed to his master. There could hardly be a greater proof of the high consideration in which Mrs. Compton was held than that General Hubert coloured also as he read the same ; but he rallied instantly, and said, " This is Mrs. O'Donagough's card, my dear madam. Perhaps we'd better send down a word that we are engaged. You are too recently arrived to wish for company." " Decline seeing Mrs. O'Donagough on my account, General Hubert?" said the old lady, with a smile of ineffable sweetness. " Oh no ! I would set off for Compton Basset again instantly if I believed such a thing possible. I do assure you I shall be delighted to see her. I consider her coming just now as peculiarly fortunate." " Desire Mrs. O'Donagough to walk up," said the general. " This is quite an unexpected pleasure," said Mrs. Compton, turning towards Agnes. " I assure you I feel quite curious to see her." This was said so naturally, and, moreover, it appeared so very likely that the old lady might feel curious to see her travelled niece, that Mrs. Hubert was perfectly restored to composure by the assurance, and rose to receive her aunt and cousin with as little repugnance as if she had been alone. The entire composure was, however, a little shaken by the ardour of Mrs. O'Donagough's approach, who rushed forward with the same warmth of rapture that marked the first interview with her beloved Agnes upon her arrival ; and it required very considerable self-command on the part of Mrs. Hubert to endure without wincing the long, close hug bestowed upon her, conscious the while that aunt Betsy's eye was fixed upon her and the capacious mass by which she was enveloped. At length, however, she was released ; and then, with the sweet gentle gracefulness which could not forsake her, even when withdrawing from the arms of Mrs. O'Donagough, she said, " Give me leave, Mrs. O'Donagough, to introduce you to your aunt Compton. It is so many years since you met, that it is probable neither would now recollect the other." Mrs. O'Donagough started a little, but immediately put herself in an attitude of great dignity, while, probably to the astonishment of all parties, Mrs. Compton rose from her chair, and placing her hands before her, made the lowest possible courtesy, saying as she did so, with a most courteous smile, " You wrong my memory, niece Agnes, and yes, I should surmise that of Mrs. Barnaby O'Donagough also. We are neither of us cast in moulds so common as to be easily forgotten.
For myself, at least, I can declare, with all sincerity, that I should have recognised this lady as the daughter of Miss Martha Disett in any part of the world." "Well, ma'am, and I believe I can say as much for you," replied Mrs. O'Donagough, ceremoniously returning the curtsy. "You should have known me for Miss Martha Disett's daughter," retorted the old lady in her gayest voice. "No, ma'am, certainly not," replied the swelling Mrs. O'Donagough, filling a good-sized sofa with her presence as she spoke. "I could hardly have mistaken you for my mother's daughter, I think. But I should have known you for my father's sister anywhere." "I thought so, I thought so. And pray, is this beautiful young lady your daughter, ma'am?" said the whimsical spinster, fixing her looks upon Patty with a mixed expression of wonder and admiration. Mrs. O'Donagough looked for a moment as if she did not quite know what she would be at. But her internal conviction of Patty's extreme beauty, and the indisputable glory of maternity which she knew attached to herself, and which now, for the first time, was displayed before the, of course, envious eyes of her old aunt, speedily restored her complacency, and she replied with an air that perfectly enchanted the old lady. "Yes, ma'am. This young lady is my daughter, Miss Martha O'Donagough, as remarkable, I beg to assure you, for the accomplishments of her mind as for the beauty of her person. Though I bring her up with the very greatest care to prevent anything like vanity entering her head, I don't scruple to allow that she is handsome before her face, because she well knows that handsome is as handsome does. Her excellent father, who is one of the best and most thoroughly gentlemanlike men in the world, has always taught her to understand that beauty is of no consequence whatever in comparison to good behaviour." "What a treasure she must be!" cried Mrs. Compton gently but fervently. "And so beautifully dressed, too. 'Tis easy to perceive, Mrs. Barnaby, O'Donagough, I mean, that she is a young lady of great fortune." "Yes, ma'am, thank God. The days are gone and over with me when I wanted anybody's help. Mr. O'Donagough is a man of fortune, and in every way a gentleman." "Indeed, ma'am, it seems to me that you are the most fortunate lady in the world," said Mrs. Compton gravely. "And so I am, ma'am, and no thanks, I must say, to anybody but my own good conduct and knowledge how to conduct myself. However, I am willing, if other people are, to let bygones be bygones, and only to remember that my relations are my relations, without raking up any disagreeable old stories about what's past." "I am sure, Mrs. O'Donagough," replied the old lady, in what might be almost called a voice of contrition, "I am sure we must all be very wicked people indeed, if we return such generosity on your part with ingratitude. I am grown older, and I hope wiser than I was, Mrs. O'Donagough, when I saw you last, and I hope my conduct will give proof of it." "Well, ma'am, it is never too late to mend," replied the large lady, bestowing a sort of encouraging nod upon the little one, whose figure, by comparison, hardly seemed to exceed the proportions of a fairy. "I dare say we shall get on very well together. And as you took such a fancy to my niece Agnes because she was pretty, it's likely enough you may do the same by my daughter. And if you do, you will find her everything that a gentleman's daughter ought to be, and as good and civil to you as if you were as handsome and smart and young as herself. Go over, Patty, and kiss your aunt Compton." The young lady rose, and so did the old lady also; but no one, save Mrs. Hubert, in the least degree comprehended her feelings. "No, no, young lady," she said, waving her off with her hand, and walking with a quick step towards the door as she spoke. "No, no, no. I know better than to let the kisses of a young beauty be wasted on a little hunchbacked old woman like me. You must let me look at you and admire you, which I am sure I shall do without ceasing. But as to kissing, no, no, no. The young lady knows better than that." With these words she slipped out of the room, and took refuge in one on the same floor, to which she had been already introduced as her own. "What a funny old woman!" cried Miss Patty a little before the door was closed after her. "Hold your tongue, child," said Mrs. O'Donagough, rather sotto voce. "As we have made up all our old quarrels so well, I shan't let you put your own nose out of joint by any pertness, remember that. How wonderfully well the old lady takes care of herself," continued Mrs. O'Donagough, addressing Mrs. Hubert. "I declare I think she looks better than ever she did in her life. By the by, my dear Agnes, what was all that stuff she told us, about her being as rich as a Jew? Don't you remember? I suppose it was all a joke, wasn't it? Mrs. Compton is too generous to be very rich," replied Mrs. Hubert gravely. " What, she still gives away all her little substance to beggars, does she? She need not have lived like a toad in a hole in her own farmhouse as she did, if she hadn't turned her back on her own relations, and given all she had to make herself a name among the poor. Your wife comes of a very good family, General Hubert, little as that queer old soul may make you think so." " I am fully aware, Mrs. O'Donagough, of Mrs. Elizabeth Compton's claims to respect in every way," replied General Hubert with some stateliness. " Oh dear me, I didn't mean to doubt it, sir. I know too well what a gentleman is, to have any question of it. My own Mr. O'Donagough will, I am quite sure, conduct himself towards her exactly upon the same principle. But it is quite right, nevertheless, for the credit of the family, that you should both of you know that, notwithstanding her unaccountable queer looks and ways, she is a born gentlewoman." " Believe me, madam, I have never doubted it," replied General Hubert, rising as if to leave the room. " Will you excuse me, aunt," said Agnes, rising also, " if I leave you now to go to Mrs. Compton ? She is but just arrived from town, and may require some attention after her journey." " To be sure, my dear, you are quite right. I never preach what I don't practice. Let us all be attentive to the poor old soul. I am sure if she behaves but decent, I don't want ever to quarrel with her again. Come along, Patty. We shall find our party at the library, I suppose. I hope, my dear Agnes, that you and the general, and Elizabeth, will all give us the pleasure of your company to tea and a sandwich some evening. Aunt Betsy seems so mighty brisk, that perhaps she may come too, and I'll engage my word for it that Mr. O'Donagough will receive her with every politeness." Mrs. Hubert coloured, faltered, and finally turned an imploring look upon her husband, which he rightly interpreted into a petition that he would reply to Mrs. O'Donagough's invitation. " You are very kind, Mrs. O'Donagough," said he, stepping forward, " but when Mrs. Elizabeth Compton is with us, we never answer for ourselves." " My goodness !" exclaimed she, with unfeigned surprise, " that is treating her with respect. But I suppose you have some reason for it. Upon my word, however, I would not engage to say that Mr. O'Donagough would go quite that length if ever she comes to stay with us. However, if you have really cockered her up to that pass, General, I suppose I must send a written invitation in proper style, and then you may consult her and let me have a regular written answer. I shouldn't wonder if the old lady was to feel a little curiosity to see what sort of style we live in. She'll find a difference, Agnes, I can tell her, from the time when you and I first broiled over to Compton Basset, and found her stuck up in the middle of her bees. Do you remember? "" Perfectly," replied Mrs. Hubert. " He, he ! What an old frump she was to me ! Do you remember? But never mind. I have promised the poor old soul that bygones should be bygones, and so they shall for me. Come, Patty." For a minute or two after Mrs. O'Donagough and her daughter had left the room, General and Mrs. Hubert remained looking at each other in silence. At length Agnes said, " This will never do, Montague. We really must not let them meet again. It is impossible Mrs. O'Donagough should long remain insensible to the bitter quizzing aunt Betsy is pouring upon her." " I do request, my dear Agnes," replied the general, " that you will let things take their course. I have little doubt but that aunt Betsy will manage her jibes and her jestings too discreetly and too skillfully for any mischief to come ; and even should the two ladies quarrel outright, it would be a matter of no great consequence. But the fact is, Agnes, that aunt Betsy's quizzings are rather directed against me than Mrs. O'Donagough. I understand her perfectly, dear whimsical little old soul, and, entre nous, I am quite determined to overthrow her tactics. She wants to prove that we have acted very unwisely in neglecting her advice when she recommended us not to answer Mrs. O'Donagough's first letter from Australia ; and I am determined to show her that I really know how to take care of myself and you too, even though the redoubted Barnaby, daughter, husband, and all, have had their claim to kindred fearlessly admitted." Agnes smiled. " So then," she said, " the business afoot is nothing less than a sharp encounter between the wits of General Hubert and Mrs. Elizabeth Compton. Eh bien, faites votre jeu, my husband. As it is utterly and altogether impossible that Mrs. O'Donagough should ever trouble my spirit more, except by troubling yours, I shall sit by and watch your manoeuvres as composedly as if you were performing a comedy expressly for my amusement. Neither am I in the least afraid of trusting my beloved aunt Betsy in your hands, though I suspect you mean to plague her a little, don't you?" " A little, perhaps.
replied the General, laughing, "and upon my word she deserves it. She really seems to suppose that I and my race are in danger of being blighted and disgraced for evermore by the overpowering influence of these Australian cousins. Don't you think she overrates their importance a little, Agnes?"
"Why, yes, I hope she does. But indeed, Montague, if she goes on in the complimentary strain with them, I cannot answer for my gravity. The surprised stare of the young lady's enormous black eyes, and the comical struggle between gratified vanity and suspicious mistrust in the countenance of my Aunt Barnaby are almost irresistible. What will you say to me if I laugh outright? And how on earth are we to keep Compton in order? You know Aunt Betsy is in all things considerably too much inclined to charter the vehement exuberance of his saucy animal spirits, and I fear that if he should perchance take it into his head to amuse himself at the expense of my exotic relatives, she will hail him as an ally a great deal too joyfully. Upon my word, Montague, I think we should do very wisely if we moved our sea quarters to Eastbourne or Hastings."
"And upon my word, Agnes, I am more nearly angry with you for saying so than I ever was in my life before. Should you really think it wise and reasonable if I were to permit myself and my household to be driven round the country from terror of what the O'Donagough family could do to us? Come, come, Agnes, this craven proposal only proceeds from a little covert inclination to take part with Aunt Betsy against me, is it not so?"
"I don't know, I assure you, Montague. I think we shall get into a scrape while you and Aunt Betsy are running this tilt together."
"Fear nothing, dearest, for I only mean to prove to the mischievous old lady that notwithstanding all her predictions we have run into no danger whatever."
"Well then, I trust that you will soon succeed, and that your joke will be safely over. But I have stayed too long from her. Do you think I had better say anything to her about Mrs. O'Donagough, or let the subject drop?"
"Decidedly say nothing about them, unless she leads to it herself, and I entreat, if she does this, and perseveres in the same tone of persiflage, that you will fool her to the top of her bent, and appear to understand everything she says literally."
"This will be no easy task, Montague, if she pushes the joke much further. However, I will in all my best obey you, sir, and trust that the influence of my name may enable me to enact the vraie Agnes to your satisfaction."
While this conversation took place at one end of the Marine Parade, Mrs. O'Donagough pursued her way in excellent spirits to the other. Miss Patty, who had scarcely ever heard the obnoxious name of Aunt Betsy mentioned in her life, had now to listen to a great many very deep and shrewd observations concerning her. "It is no little matter we have done to-day, Patty, I can tell you that," said Mrs. O'Donagough, with an accent which to the young lady seemed rather mysterious in its solemnity. "Some people say that that little crooked old woman is immensely rich. If she is, but that's neither here nor there, I won't pretend even to give an opinion upon it. Only this much I will say, that it is perfectly and altogether beyond the reach of belief that General Hubert should let his wife make such a fuss about her if she is not."
"She looks as if she had been buried 50 years and dug up again," observed the young lady.
"That's a monstrous good description of her, Patty. But don't you let your wit outrun your discretion, darling. If she has scraped and hoarded up some money from what ought to have belonged to my poor dear father and nobody else, there is no reason under the sun why it shouldn't every farthing come to you. Everybody that ever heard of her knows that she is the most capricious old soul alive, first taking a fancy to one person and then to another. All of a sudden once, for no reason in the world that anybody could find out, she took it into her head to spend nobody knows how much money in dressing your cousin Agnes from top to toe, and sending her off miles and miles from home to a fine school. And to my certain knowledge, she had never seen the child above once or twice before. I was by when she took the fancy into her head, and I am as sure that it was for no other reason in the world than just because the girl looked pretty when she took off her bonnet and shook back her curls. I remember the stare she gave her, as well as if it was but yesterday. And do you think, Patty, I didn't see the stare she gave you to-day? Agnes Willoughby was no more to be compared to you at the time I speak of than chalk to cheese, and I do believe in the bottom of my heart that if we have but wit enough to flatter her up a little and manage to put you forward well, you will have a better chance now than any of 'em."
"Well, mamma," replied Patty, yawning, "all I have got to say is that if the old mummy has got some tin to give, I wish she'd come down with it at once, for I want to have a black silk cloak, trimmed with lace like Matilda Perkins. And if I don't get what she has hoarded soon, I shan't care a farthing about it at all, for I'm sure when I'm married, I shall expect my husband to shovel out the money whenever I may happen to want it." "Nonsense, Patty! Don't talk so like an idiot," replied her mother. "You are old enough to know better. Or if you ain't, I'm sure you have no business with a black silk cloak trimmed with lace. How do you think, child, that you are to get this fine rich husband that is to shovel out such loads of money upon you? I should think you might know without my telling you, that a girl's chance of a good match is doubled and trebled 100,000 times over by her having some money herself." "Money enough to buy nice things and set her beauty off, of course she ought to have, and it's a sin and shame if she has not," replied Patty. "But I don't see what she wants of anything more if she's handsome." "Why, then, you are not half such a clever girl as I took you for, Miss Martha. Take my word for it, that there is no man but what likes to get money with his wife, if he can catch it." "You don't mean to say, mamma," cried the young lady, colouring as red as scarlet, "you don't mean to say that such a girl as I am ought to be married for her money?" "Lor a mercy, Patty, what a pepper box you are! I never said any such thing, you little fool," replied her mother, laughing. "You need not be in such a fright. Nobody can know the value of fine eyes better than I do. My time is not so long gone by, I can tell you, but what I can remember what they are worth. But that's neither here nor there, Patty. The fact is, you must be civil and attentive to this crabbed old lady, and when your father hears what I shall tell him about her, he'll be sharp enough in looking after your behaviour, I'll engage for it." "Then let him give me a black silk cloak," said Patty. "I'll be hanged if I plague myself to be civil to that little old witch for nothing." By this time they had reached their own lodgings, and it was with great satisfaction that Mrs. O'Donagough found her husband in solitary possession of the drawing room, for her mind was full of important matter, and telling Patty that she had better go and call on the Perkinses, she seated herself exactly opposite to her spouse, and informed him of the unexpected interview she had had with her old aunt. She recounted at length the history of the perfect reconciliation which had taken place between them; described the old lady's evident and frankly expressed admiration for Patty; related the rumours which had reached her before she quitted England concerning her aunt's accumulated wealth; and finally expressed her conviction that the best and wisest thing they could do would be to cultivate the acquaintance of the old lady most assiduously. "I shall say the same, my Barnaby," replied Mr. Allen O'Donagough, "if I can find out that you are right about the old queen's cash. But you don't seem over clear upon that point, and I have too much promising business upon my hands already to waste time in running after moonshine. I wonder how the old lady came, whether she staged it, or posted. You did not happen to hear, did you?" "No, Donny, I did not," replied his wife, "but it would be a capital thing to find out, wouldn't it? It would be as good as a peep into her strong box." Mr. Allen O'Donagough did not answer, but sat musingly swinging one leg over the arm of his chair for a minute or more, then suddenly starting up, he said, "Let me find you here when I come back, Barnaby. I shall not be long." Had time been allowed, the lady might have questioned him as to his purpose, but there was not; for before she could say "stay," he was out of the room, and in the next moment she heard the house door close after him. Though still unrecognised by any former acquaintance, Mr. Allen O'Donagough had fully renewed his intimacy with all the holes and corners, terrestrial and aquatic, with which Brighton, in common with all other watering places, abounds. To one of them he now made his way, and beckoning to him one of the satellites whom he knew as ever ready to do his bidding for sixpence, he instructed him to repair to the house of General Hubert, and inquire of the domestic who should answer the bell, if he could be so obliging as to tell him where Mrs. Elizabeth Compton's carriage put up. In less than 5 minutes after Mr. O'Donagough had pointed out the general's mansion to his agent, the fellow returned to him at his station in an obscure street close by, and told him that the lady's carriage was at the Wellington Arms. Having honourably paid the promised sixpence, Mr. O'Donagough proceeded to the stables indicated, and there had not only the satisfaction of seeing Mrs. Elizabeth Compton's handsome travelling carriage, but also a most respectable looking domestic, who stood by, evidently to superintend the various cleaning operations that it was undergoing within and without. Mr. O'Donagough approached, and fixed his eye on the lozenge with an air of an experienced herald. "This is Mrs. Elizabeth Compton's carriage, sir, is it not?" said he, civilly addressing the servant. "Yes, sir," replied the man, touching his hat. "I hope she is quite well?"
Quite well, sir, thank you. She must be getting old now, good lady. Did she come down post all the way from London today? Yes, sir. My mistress travels wonderfully well still. She came post from Exeter to London the other day without stopping above an hour on the road. That is capital indeed. Good morning. Yes, my Barnaby, the game is worth following. Her own carriage, post all the way from Exeter, and a servant that looks as if he might belong to a duke, said Mr. O'Donagough, re-entering his drawing-room and reseating himself in the chair he had left about 40 minutes before.
Bless my soul, you don't say so! Exclaimed his wife in return. What a sly old miser she must have been for years and years, to be sure. But no matter for that, Donny. No matter how the money was scraped together, so as our Patty does but get hold of it. If she does but get half, it would be well worth having, you know. Her own carriage. Just think. Post all the way from Exeter. Her own servant. Think for a moment, my dear, whether the half of that would not be worth having. And remember that if she was to die to-morrow, we have just exactly as good a right to it as the Huberts. My Patty, you know, is precisely the self-same relation to her as Agnes. Don't you see?
Yes, my dear, I see, replied Mr. Allen O'Donagough. And a very pretty little sight it is, there's no doubt about that. All you have got to do is, to keep it in view and come in at the death if you can.
Then I will immediately write an invitation to them all to spend the evening here on Wednesday next, said Mrs. O'Donagough.
Do, my dear, replied her spouse. And if they come, I assure you I shall think very well of your chance.
Mrs. O'Donagough only gave an intelligent nod in reply, and seating herself at the table, immediately composed the following note. My dearest Agnes, I cannot describe to you the pleasure it has given me to see my dear father's own sister again once more, and that too, in a manner so much more agreeable than upon any former occasion. Thank Providence, my circumstances are such that I shall never want to be troublesome to her any more in any way, and this must of course be a relief to her mind, dear old lady. Will you, my dearest Agnes, have the kindness to present my most dutiful respects to her, and tell her that I should consider it as the very greatest honour and favour if she would come with you and the General and our dear Elizabeth to pass the evening with us on Wednesday next. I think that, if possible, our sea view is still more beautiful than yours. At least Patty says that at high water it beats all the rest of Brighton. Poor dear girl, she is positively longing to see her great aunt again. She has been telling her papa that she never in her whole life saw any old lady that she so much admired and felt so much inclined to love. Do, my dear Agnes, my own dear sister's only child, do exert yourself to obtain this great pleasure for us, and believe me, my beloved niece, your ever affectionate aunt, Martha O'Donagough.
End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Widow Married, a sequel to The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. An approved despatch, an essay of truth, preparation, military tactics, an affectionate welcome, family feelings, hospitality. The note of invitation being written, Mrs. O'Donagough rose, walked across the room, and putting it into her husband's hand, said, while she gave him an affectionate pat on the shoulder, "Read that, Donny, and tell me if you don't think I'm good for something." Mr. O'Donagough perused the billet with attention, and replied, "Yes, upon my honour you are, Barnaby. And if you carry this through and get those stiff, formal people here to a regular evening party, you will do an uncommon good thing, and I shall give you more credit for that sort of talent, the most important that a woman can have, by the by, than ever I did in my life before." It was just at this moment, and while Mrs. O'Donagough was still rubbing her hands and giving by her countenance every indication of measureless content, that Miss Patty entered the room. "What have you got there, papa?" she cried, gaily jumping forward towards him. "Give it to me, I will see it, that's pa's. Mamma looks as if she were going to dance for joy about it." "Give it to her, Donny," said her mother, "and then she will see what is going on." Patty took the note, and having read it, exclaimed, raising both hands and eyes to heaven, "Well done, mamma! If you ain't the greatest liar that ever broke bread, I'll be hanged. Do you think the old soul will swallow all this?
Lord, papa, when you see her you will be ready to crack as I was. Love her? I love her? Nasty little withered old weasel. How can you write such lies, mamma? Patty, replied Mrs. O'Donagough solemnly, there is one truth which, if you do not know it already, it is time you should. There is no duty more necessary to learn in the state of which it has pleased Providence to place us, than that we must lie, as you vulgarly call it, when it is necessary. A wife and a mother, Patty, has other things to think of besides just her own conscience and convenience. Of course it is much easier to say the truth out, plump at once, and tell people that you don't like 'em if you don't. But I should like to know how that would answer. Never you trouble yourself about my lying, I beg. I will never lie more than it is my bounden duty to do so, and I certainly shall never neglect that for any object." "Your mother's a pattern, Patty," said Mr. O'Donagough, winking aside at his daughter; and then added more gravely, "I'll tell you what, my beauty, I expect she's got hold of a fine hand of cards just now, and neither you nor I must spoil the playing of them." "Bless your souls, good people, I don't want to spoil anything," replied Patty, flinging the letter on the table. "Only I say, papa, mind one thing. If you expect that I'll palaver these nasty disagreeable people for nothing, you're mistaken. But if you will give me a black silk mantelet, trimmed with lace, just like Matilda Perkins, I'll engage to do whatever mamma wants with this little old mummy of an aunt. The old soul had sense enough to say that I need not kiss her, because I could make better use of my kisses than that, so I needn't cuddle her up as mamma does Mrs. Hubert. And I'm sure I couldn't, without making all her little bones crack and fall to pieces. But if you give me the cloak, you'll see how I'll smile and curtsy and behave pretty." "Get away with you," said her father, laughing. "You won't leave me a penny in my pocket with your coaxing ways if I don't take care. Come, my dear," he added to his wife, "make haste, seal your note, and send it." "There's a difficulty about that, Mr. O'Donagough," she replied. "It will be very awkward sending the maid of the house with it. Of course, if they come, we must hire a waiter and take care to have everything in the very best possible style. That's the only way, depend upon it, to give us a fair chance against the Huberts. How can I manage, my dear, about sending the note without their seeing a maid servant?" "Give it to me. I'll send it by a fellow that shall look like a groom. That will do, I suppose," said Mr. O'Donagough. "Delightfully," replied his wife; and the note was sent. When Mrs. Hubert joined her venerable aunt in her room, she found her in her usual mood, full of interest and affection about the children, Mr. Willoughby, the Stephensons, and all in short who were objects of interest and affection to Agnes herself. But all trace of persiflage was gone, and, as it seemed, all memory of Mrs. O'Donagough with it. After an hour's pleasant family gossip, they returned again to the drawing room, where they found the General engaged in reading the London papers which had just reached him. As if to atone for any petulance she might have shown in their late encounter, Mrs. Compton paused behind his chair as she passed, and laying her little hand on his shoulder, said, "Dear General, what a pleasure it is to see you all again." He understood this as an amende, and accepted it. Rising from his chair, he took her hand, kissed it affectionately, and leading her to a sofa, sat down beside her, and entered into a conversation full of kindness and animation on both sides. In the midst of this a silver salver entered, bearing a note addressed to Mrs. General Hubert. Agnes took it, and glancing her eye at the direction, laid it, unopened, upon the table. "The servant wants for an answer," said the footman distinctly. "Who is that from, Agnes?" said the General. Mrs. Hubert took up the note again, as if to examine it for his satisfaction, but she coloured as she did so, and both her husband and her aunt at the same moment felt convinced that it was an envoi for Mrs. O'Donagough. "You need not wait, Philip," said General Hubert. "I will ring when the answer is ready." Mrs. Hubert, meanwhile, read her aunt's affectionate epistle in silence, and then put it into her husband's hand, who rose to receive it. "This good lady seems bent upon putting your patience to the proof, Aunt Betsy," said he, after glancing his eye over the contents. "It is from Mrs. O'Donagough, and contains an invitation for you and for us to an evening party at her house next week." "May I know what she says?" demanded the old lady sedately. General Hubert put the note into her hands. "Alas, General," said she, "I have not my eyes here. Will you have the kindness to read it to me?" Agnes could not repress a smile as she watched the countenance of her husband on receiving this request,
But there was no escape from the task, and he read aloud the affectionate effusion with perfect gravity and very sufficient distinctness. The eye of Agnes was fixed upon her aunt as he proceeded. At first her countenance expressed a very natural inclination to smile, in which Mrs. Hubert frankly joined, feeling delighted that all mystification on the subject seemed at an end. But ere the lecture was completed, the mischievous little black eyes were soberly fixed on the carpet, the mouth pursed up in affected gravity, and every feature indicating a relapse into the same whimsical mood which had seized upon her on learning the arrival of her niece in England. "I presume we shall be of one mind as to the answer to this epistle?" said General Hubert, throwing the note upon the table. "Indeed, I hope so," replied Mrs. Compton meekly. The General did not quite like the accent, and looking in her face, read there, plainly enough, her renewed purpose of teasing him. Had he at that moment wisely determined to lay down his arms, confess himself exceedingly annoyed at the result of his own indiscretion, and shown himself inclined to allow that they should have done better had they followed her advice, Mrs. Compton would have given him no further trouble, they would all have acted in concert, and the O'Donagough plague would have been stayed. Unfortunately, however, such wisdom did not at the moment suit his humour, and he met her renewed banter in a tone as foreign from sincerity as her own. "Is the answer to be no or yes?" said he. "Surely we cannot refuse such an invitation as that," said the old lady, in a voice which seemed to deprecate the General's suspected harshness of purpose. "I am quite sure that if you dream of doing so, it can be only on my account, and I cannot think of permitting it. Poor lady! How affectionately she writes. You really do seem, my dear Agnes, to have conquered by your incessant kindness all the little asperities of her character. And that noble-looking young lady, her daughter, too. What a fond, attaching sort of person she must be. Do, General Hubert, have the kindness to read over again that passage in which Mrs. O'Donagough expresses the young lady's feelings towards me." General Hubert cast a look upon his wife, half frowning, half laughing, and held out his hand again for the letter. But Agnes shook her head. Notwithstanding her strong affection for the old lady, she did not quite approve the species of discipline she was bestowing upon her husband, and instead of giving back Mrs. O'Donagough's epistle, she opened it, and appeared to be pondering upon its contents. "You cannot be in earnest, aunt Betsy," said she, "in talking of accepting this invitation. I am sure you would find an evening so spent intolerably tedious." "Indeed, Agnes, you do not do me justice," replied Mrs. Compton. "The time has been certainly when I felt less kindly disposed to Mrs. O'Donagough than yourself and the General. Nay, so far did I carry my prejudice against her, that I fancied there might be something like imprudence in renewing an intercourse which circumstances had so completely interrupted. I confess all this. But you are not to suppose me obstinate in error to such a degree as to refuse yielding my own judgment to that of General Hubert. And as to my finding the evening tedious, I am quite certain that I shall be more pleased and amused by it than anybody." "Pray, Agnes, let your aunt do as she likes," said General Hubert. "Write, my love, will you, and say that you accept the invitation." This was carrying the jest, if jest it might be called, considerably farther than Mrs. Hubert approved; and after the pause of a moment, she determined upon venturing to address a remonstrance to both the parties, who thus, by the indulgence of a species of competition in wilfulness, half jest, half earnest, were, as she thought, running a great risk of getting into a scrape which would be equally disagreeable to both. But as she raised her head to speak, she encountered the eyes of her husband, who, evidently suspecting her purpose, appeared determined to prevent it by giving her a look that recalled at once his injunctions on the subject, and her own promise to comply with them. "Here is your desk, Agnes," he said. "Do not keep the servant longer waiting." Agnes took paper and a pen, but again she paused ere she used them. "Are you really in earnest, my dear aunt, in saying that you intend to pass an evening with Mrs. O'Donagough?" said she. "Pray, Agnes, do not doubt my word when I have given it to you," replied Mrs. Compton very gravely. So a civil note, accepting the invitation, was written and dispatched. The manner of its reception very clearly proved its importance. Mr. O'Donagough himself indeed said but little, but that little was impressive. "General Hubert and his family are then actually coming to pass the evening here on your invitation, my wife," said he. "Go on as you have begun, my Barnaby, and I may have to buy a court dress for you yet." It was not from seeing any improbability of the event predicted that Mrs. O'Donagough paid little attention to the prediction at that moment. On the contrary, her feelings might rather be expressed by the French phrase, "Ça va, sans mot dire." But gaily snapping her fingers, she only replied, "Let me alone, Donny, and you'll see sights before we've done." Having uttered these sibylline words, Mrs. O'Donagough left the room, and sought, as all ladies under such circumstances do, to get together a female committee for the dispatch of business. More rapidly than most persons of her age and size could have performed the feat, she descended to the parlour of the Miss Perkinses, and fortunately found them, together with Patty, in full enjoyment of the open window and the telescope. Had the room been unoccupied, not all Mrs. O'Donagough's triumphant feelings would have saved her from a state of positive suffering, for the same delightful exhilaration of spirits which then made her eloquent, would have swelled her bosom almost to bursting had she found no friends to share it. She entered with the important note open in her hand. "So here you are, my dear girls. I'm monstrous glad I have found you, for I have 50 things to say. In the first place, my dear Miss Perkinses, I hope you have no engagement for Wednesday evening next, for I want you to pass it with us." "Oh, my dear madam," replied the elder sister, "I am sure your kindness and hospitality know no bounds. We shall be most happy to wait upon you." "If I had 50 engagements," said Miss Matilda, "you may depend upon it I should not keep one of them if you asked me the same evening. Should I, Patty?" she said affectionately, squeezing the arm of Miss O'Donagough, which rested upon hers. "You are a dear good girl, Matilda," replied Mrs. O'Donagough with chuckling good humour, "and this time I flatter myself I shall give you a party worth having. I know you admire both General Hubert and his lady, and they will be with us on Wednesday." Not all Mrs. O'Donagough's efforts to assume a tone of nonchalance as she said this could prevent a degree of lisping affectation from pervading her delivery of the important names, but the two Miss Perkinses were too much excited to remark it. "You don't say so!" honestly exclaimed the elder, without attempting to disguise either her surprise or pleasure. "This is kind, ma'am, indeed. I heard somebody say at the library that they were going to meet them at the Pavilion next week. Isn't it kind to ask us, Matilda?" "Mrs. O'Donagough is always kind," replied the younger, with great decorum, "and I shall have much pleasure in meeting the General and his lady, because I really admire them. One meets such multitudes of people that visit at the Pavilion that it is not that circumstance which strikes me. But the near relations of friends I value so greatly cannot but be interesting to me." "That's just like you, Matilda," replied the fond aunt of Mrs. Hubert. "And you will like too, I know, and for the same kind reason, to meet my rich old aunt as well as my elegant niece. This old lady, Mrs. Elizabeth Compton, is not, I promise you, the least important personage of the party. She is the maiden sister of my late dear father, is as rich as a Jew, and looks, as I have good reason to believe, with rather a partial eye on my saucy Patty here." "Oh, you dear lucky girl!" cried the affectionate Matilda, throwing her arms round her young friend's neck. "How delighted I am to hear it!" "Lord, what does money signify, Matilda, to a girl that's young and handsome? If you think that I mean to be married for my money, you're out, I can tell you. I should have thought you had known better than that." "Married for your money, indeed! What nonsense! Who ever thought of that?" replied Miss Matilda, playfully shoving the buxom Patty within sight of her own image in the glass. "But money's money for all that, my sweet girl." "And so it is, Matilda," cried Mrs. O'Donagough approvingly, "and you can't do better than make Patty understand what that means. But now, my dear girls, we must come to business. Do you know, I have been thinking that it would be better to have the refreshments down here, if you'll lend us the room." To this proposal the two sisters replied together with such uniformity of accent, thought, and feeling, that it seemed as if one voice only uttered the joyful, "Oh dear, yes! We shall be so delighted!" which followed it. "Well then, my dears, that's settled. And now I must inquire about a nice respectable looking man to wait. You don't happen, I suppose, to know of such a one, do you?" "I am quite sure I know where you can hear of one," replied Miss Perkins, "for I saw a notice up at a baker's shop in one of the cross streets. I can't exactly recollect where, but I don't doubt that I could find it." "What a dear, clever creature you are!" cried Mrs. O'Donagough, laying her two heavy hands on the slender arms of Miss Perkins. "Then I shall leave that job to you.
Next, there's the wax candles to be thought of. We must get Mrs. Bates to let us have all the lamps and candlesticks she has got. I see you have branches to that pretty convex mirror over the sideboard. They will make the room look very elegant. But then there's the ice to be ordered, and cakes, and coffee, and cream. My poor head has work enough, hasn't it? That's the worst, you see, of giving parties in a lodging house, without one's own servants and things about one. Ah me! My dears, if you had known me at Silverton Park during the time of my first marriage with poor dear Mr. Barnaby, you would wonder to see me make such a fuss as this about receiving a visit from my own nearest relations. But a lodging house is but a lodging house after all, and I need not tell you that General Hubert is a high and mighty sort of personage, for that you can see at a glance." Nothing could more clearly show the elevated state of Mrs. O'Donagough's spirits than this allusion to her long-forgotten park at Silverton. The name of that beloved domain had never passed her lips from the hour she had dwelt upon its beauties to Major Allen, during the days of their Clifton loves, to the present. The Miss Perkinses, however, caught it ere it fell to the ground, and it added much to the solidity of Mrs. O'Donagough's greatness in their estimation. Having settled with her female friends all they were to do for her, lugged about the tables and chairs a little, in order to rehearse the arrangements for Wednesday, and given Patty a hint as to the danger of straining her eyes by a too incessant use of the darling telescope, Mrs. O'Donagough bustled upstairs again, and approaching her husband with a coaxing but not doubting demeanour, told him that she had settled everything with the dear Perkinses about having their room, and all other things they were to aid her in, and that she was come now for his share of the job. "And what's that to be?" he demanded, instinctively putting his hand upon the pocket where his money was deposited. "Yes, Donny," said the lady, laughing, "that's it. At least, that's one part of what I want. I will take care, my dear, that everything shall be in excellent style, and I will only trouble you for 2 articles, money and officers. I dare say the General plays a good rubber, all officers do, you know. But at any rate we must have some red coats to make us look gay." Her husband looked up at her as she spoke with a queer sort of expression that she could by no means understand. However, she was not very anxious for an interpretation of it, when he said, "And how much money do you want, my dear?" She made her demand, which was complied with instantly without an observation; a style of doing business so novel and agreeable that she immediately left the room in a most enviable state of spirits to set off on a shopping expedition without waiting for his answer to her second demand. It was not, therefore, till the very day of the party had arrived that she received a bit of information from her husband which greatly lessened her anticipations of gaiety for the evening. While enjoying a plate of her favourite prawns for breakfast, Mrs. O'Donagough suddenly exclaimed, "By the by, Donny, I am by no means sure that Foxcroft and Dartmoor and Willis will be over well pleased with having nothing but ice and cakes to eat after their rubber. I suspect that they'll miss their lobster salad and porter, and I'm sure I shall. What do you say to having a table laid in the corner of the dining room, with 6 knives and forks for those that like something substantial? And then, you know, if the Huberts go tolerably early, which they'll be sure to do, on account of that little creaky thing Aunt Betsy, you can bring your old friends upstairs again, for another rubber and a glass of toddy." "Have you done breakfast, Patty?" demanded Mr. O'Donagough. "All but this one prawn," replied the young lady, taking a solitary straggler that remained in the dish. "Well then, go and take a look out with the glass, and see if the French steamer is in sight." This errand was of a nature to ensure obedience, and Patty was out of the room in a moment. "I say, Mrs. O'Donagough, I have got a word or two for your private ear, so sit still a minute, if you please," said the husband. "Mercy on me, what's the matter?" replied his wife, somewhat startled both by the words and manner. "Nothing at all is the matter, unless you make a fool of yourself, and I think you know better than that." "I think so too," rejoined the lady, with rather a heightened colour, "but I wish you'd speak out." "Don't be afraid, I'll speak out fast enough. You told me the other day that I was to get officers for your party to-night, and then you flew off in such a fuss that I had no time to say anything in answer. But it's time to tell you now that you can have no officers to-night, except the high and mighty Lieutenant General Hubert, Colonel of the Regiment of Dragoons." "And why not, I should like to know? Good gracious, O'Donagough, how very dull it will be." "It had better be dull than dangerous, Mrs. O'Donagough." "Dangerous?" reiterated his wife. "What on earth do you mean?"
I mean, my dear, that if I hope to do any good from the singular bit of luck which has brought me into kindred and acquaintance with Lieutenant General Hubert, I must not invite Messrs. Foxcroft, Dartmoor, and Willis to meet him." "Lord, Donny, do you suppose he is such a fool as to expect people will never ask anybody but generals to drink tea with him?" "Not exactly that, Mrs. O'Donagough, but he is a sort of man that one never invites to meet sporting gentlemen who live by their wits." "I am sure it is a shame, then, that you should invite such people here at all. How do you know that some of 'em might not fall in love with Patty some day, and a pretty match that would make, wouldn't it?" "I must be doing business, Mrs. O'Donagough, let me be where I will, and you ought to know that, I should think, by this time. I'll take care that none exactly of that sort shall marry Patty, let them fall as much in love with her as they will. And remember now, and always, if you please, that your business is not to ask questions about my company. I shall never give lobster salads to anybody that I can't make pay for them, neither shall I ever spoil a great game by mixing it up with a little one. People starting with less advantage than I do now have managed to line their own purses and get a peer for a daughter into the bargain. I see no reason why I may not do the same. But it won't come by inviting size ace together to a tea party." "It is a monstrous bore," said Mrs. O'Donagough, "but I suppose you know best." "Probably, my dear," replied her spouse. "Make yourself and your girl and your room as fine as you will, and have your Miss Perkinses to help if you like it. No great harm can come of that. They are not handsome enough to have any danger in them. But for my playfellows, let me keep them in the background when I think fit, and make no remarks upon it. Do as I would have you, and when you get to London you shall be rewarded for it." Though Mr. Allen O'Donagough did know best, his lady was not so ignorant as to be very greatly astonished at what she had heard, and being, as all the world allowed, a very sensible woman, she made the best of it, hinting to the Miss Perkinses, with a judicious touch of mystery, that General Hubert was known by those who were nearly connected and intimate with him to have a multitude of whims, one of which was that he had a great dislike to associate with any but field officers. Patty stormed at hearing this, and declared that she wished all the Huberts, man, women, and child, were at the bottom of the sea; but the Miss Perkinses knew better than to talk such nonsense, and even Miss Matilda felt capable of valuing the dignity of the association, though she was not insensible to the privations it brought with it. General Hubert's family, meanwhile, was not unmindful of the threatened festivity, though not quite so much occupied thereby as the hospitable projectors of it. The General himself was a little chafed at finding that he was manoeuvred into a scrape. But he managed extremely well to keep this feeling hid. His sweet wife suffered herself to be led, satisfied that she could not go very wrong if led by him; and Mrs. Compton quietly enjoyed the conviction that she should soon bring General Hubert to confess there was more wisdom in keeping clear of a Mrs. Barnaby than in braving her approach and trusting to dignity and skilful tactics to render her harmless. That she was in a fair way to achieve this desirable end there was no doubt, and it might have been as well if the venerable plotter had rested satisfied with what she had already done to ensure it. But she had no intention of letting the gentleman off so easily. She had not forgotten the many quizzings she had brought upon herself during the last dozen years by warning him that half the globe did not afford distance sufficient to render intercourse and communion with a Barnaby safe. She remembered his jestings, gentle though they were, upon the circulating library as a source of knowledge respecting the conduct of human life; and the result of all these reminiscences was a determination to push a little further the system she had so ably begun. Some excuse for the old lady's persevering mystifications may be found, perhaps, in the skill and pertinacity by which he, for whose especial advantage they were set in action, concealed their effect upon him. "Do all the dear children go with us to night?" said the old lady, looking round upon the assembled family on the morning of the eventful Wednesday. "Not any of them, I believe," replied Agnes quietly. "Surely you do not mean that, my dear? Is the General growing cautious already? Is it he who objects to the young people's being introduced to their cousin?" "No, indeed," said General Hubert, turning over the mighty pages of the Times newspapers with a little fracas. "No, indeed, Mrs. Compton, I have not interfered on the important subject." "Emily has not made her appearance at any evening parties as yet," said Mrs. Hubert, smiling. "But Elizabeth is just the same age as her cousin. observed the old lady, with an innocent air of pleading for indulgence. " I do hope you will let her go .... unless, indeed, General Hubert sees any objection to it." The general turned over another page of his noisy newspaper, but said nothing. " Elizabeth may go if she likes it," replied Agnes. " I would rather not go, mamma, if you please," said the young lady, slightly colouring. " Why not, my dear? " inquired Mrs. Compton, holding out her hand to invite the recusant to her side. Elizabeth went to her readily, and quite unconscious of the underplot that was going on, said very frankly, " Don't advise mamma to take me, aunt Compton, because I had a great deal rather stay at home with Emily." The old lady kissed her cordially, and said, " You will feel a little shy with your cousin at first, my dear, I dare say. Perhaps, indeed, it will take some time before you are thoroughly used to her. However, as you will have so many nice opportunities when you are all living together in London, I dare say your mamma and papa will let you remain with your sister this evening. We must have Compton with us, however. I hope he does not intend to forsake the old aunt who eloped with him." " I will go with you all the world over, aunt Betsy," replied the youth gaily. " Besides, I am exceedingly anxious to see my new cousin." At about 8:30 in the evening, General and Mrs. Hubert, their son, and venerable great aunt drove to the residence of Mr. and Mrs. O'Donagough on the East Cliff. The moment in which their carriage stopped at the door was a happy one for the 5 persons assembled in the drawing room ; for during the last hour a constantly increasing fever of expectation had been tormenting them all. " Well now, I hope you will be contented, mamma," cried Patty from her station at the window. " 1, 2, 3, 4 of 'em. There's no Miss Elizabeth, though, but such a beautiful tall young man. I do believe it is the Lord William I told you of, Matilda, only he is out of regimentals. It is good natured of them to bring him, at any rate. And now," she added, in the whisper which so often marked their mutual affection and confidence, " now I shan't care 3 straws about Foxcroft and Willis, shall you?" Ere the question could be fully answered, the nice respectable waiter threw wide the drawing room door, and announced the guests. Mrs. O'Donagough stood within 6 feet of it, radiant in crimson satin and blonde ; and, as usual, ready to envelop her darling Agnes in an embrace, overflowing with lappets and love. Behind her, in single file, were stationed, first, her daughter, in a transparent dress of rose colour over shining white calico, her profuse black ringlets dropping from all parts of her head, her large eyes flashing their eager rays through the doorway to light upon the expected lord, and her bright complexion very unnecessarily heightened in its glowing splendour by a slight touch of her mamma's rouge. Next appeared Miss Matilda Perkins, a very model for careful dressers. Not a pin but did its duty well ; not a plait nor a pucker but fulfilled the wearer's will ; not a hair that produced not the effect of 2. The more retiring elder sister was modestly sheltered behind her, conscious perhaps that the bracing energies of hope having failed her, the patience necessary for an effective past 40 toilet had failed her too, and that she was not sufficiently fait a peindre to appear in the foreground. Behind Miss Perkins senior stood Mr. Allen O'Donagough, sleek and sober in new broadcloth and a well-trimmed wig. Mrs. Compton and her niece Agnes entered arm in arm, an arrangement which seemed to puzzle Mrs. O'Donagough, for she could not conveniently embrace them both together, and being particularly desirous that the Misses Perkins should see the elegant Mrs. General Hubert enfolded in her arms, she stood for half an instant uncertain how to proceed. But a movement of Mr. O'Donagough favoured her purpose ; for feeling himself rather too much thrown into the background by the 2 file of Perkinses, he made an active movement forward, and bowing profoundly, ventured to protrude a welcoming hand toward the ladies ; whereupon Mrs. Compton withdrew her arm from that of Agnes, and suddenly dropped into a chair, as if too much fatigued to stand longer ; being prepared, as it should seem, to go all lengths for the promotion of her project, short of actually touching her Australian relatives. The moment Mrs. Hubert stood alone, Mrs. O'Donagough pushed aside her husband's extended hand without ceremony, and, with a movement much too sudden to be either foreseen or resisted, once more enclosed her in a fond embrace, which lasted so long as to make Miss Perkins exclaim in a whisper to Mr. O'Donagough, " Dear me ! What a pleasure it is to witness such affection ! Your lady perfectly dotes upon her niece, and I'm sure no wonder." Released at last, Mrs. Hubert moved on, shaking hands with Patty, and bowing to her father. But there was still much bustling ceremony to go through. The two Miss Perkinses were to be introduced, and General Hubert respectfully, affectionately, and gracefully welcomed. This was all admirably accomplished by Mrs. O'Donagough. A low curtsy, a smiling pressure of the hand, and a sort of swinging bow, by which she indicated to him an armchair at the upper end of the room as his place, completed the tripartite operation. But when she found herself face to face with the young Compton, she was puzzled. Who or what he was, she could by no means conjecture. His remarkable height and manly appearance naturally enough prevented her from guessing that he was the son of Agnes. So, having smiled upon him very graciously, and then recollecting who brought him there, turned round again and made him a curtsy, she set about insisting upon it that Mrs. Compton should change her place from the chair to the sofa. But the active old lady soon cut short her energetic pleadings by so rapidly making the movement she suggested, as to leave her suspended in the very middle of her indeed and indeed. It can hardly be denied, I believe, that when a party of ladies and gentlemen are in a position from any cause embarrassing, the gentlemen are more awkward than the ladies in their manner of enduring it. Mrs. Hubert ceased to feel embarrassée de sa personne as soon as she had released it from the encircling arms of her aunt. Mrs. Compton, from the moment she had seated herself, began to enjoy the whole scene. Patty could be at no loss where or how to look from the moment Compton Hubert entered the room. The Miss Perkinses, each in her own way, were looking just as they ought to do ; and Mrs. O'Donagough was much too fully occupied in the expression of her family feelings to be conscious of any awkwardness at all. But General Hubert held his hat in his hand less gracefully perhaps than he had ever held it before, and Mr. O'Donagough would willingly have compounded for misdealing 3 times at his next batch of whist, could he have obtained thereby the power of addressing 3 sentences to the General with a tolerable appearance of ease. The first decisive change in this state of things was produced by Mrs. Compton saying, in her gay, clear voice, " Pray, Mrs. Hubert, have you remembered to introduce your son Compton to your aunt Barnaby? I beg pardon, I mean O'Donagough." The old lady probably expected to produce some picturesque effects by thus throwing a new light upon the circle. But it is probable that the result was even greater than she anticipated. No sooner did Mrs. O'Donagough catch her words than starting from her seat, her hands clasped, her head thrown forward, and her eager eyes advancing farther still, she rushed towards the startled young man, and laying her hands heavily on his head as if to bestow a blessing, began parting and pushing back his clustering curls in order to enable her, as she said, to examine the features so naturally and so inexpressibly dear to her heart. As she thus held the youth imprisoned, gazing the while into his forcibly upturned face, she discovered that he was strikingly like every member she had ever known of his mother's maternal ancestors ; and as she named them all in succession, she impressed a fervent kiss upon his brow in honour of each individual of the catalogue. The young man became exceedingly red, and when at length released, the manner in which he shook his handsome head and set himself to rights again had something so irresistibly ludicrous in it, that even the vexed general indulged in a smile, and his mother laughed outright. " Glorious creature !" exclaimed Mrs. O'Donagough, as soon as she had recovered her breath. " Good heaven, what a face ! Patty, come to me, my child. This is the first male descendant of my beloved father that I have ever seen. Dear, blessed spirit, how his heart would have rejoiced to look upon him! Give your hand to your young cousin, Compton. I rejoice that his name is Compton, my own dear maiden name. Take her hand, Compton, and remember that your great-grandfather and her grandfather were the same." Compton Hubert was, perhaps, as saucy a student of 15 as Sandhurst ever sent forth, a peculiarity of temperament considerably increased by the unlimited indulgence of his aunt Betsy, the principal object of whose life had been, from the hour that he first gave indications of having a will of his own, to indulge that will in every possible way. She was, unluckily, but too able to perform this by the pertinacity with which General Hubert had resisted all her efforts to endow Agnes with her wealth during her own life. After long battling, this point had been settled according to his will, leaving her at liberty to spoil his second son, who before his birth was promised to her as her heir to her heart's content. Some counteracting influence was, of course, found in the good sense of his parents when he was with them, and that he was in truth a fine, frank-hearted, generous fellow, can no more be denied than that he was effronte as a page when occasion permitted. It so happened that exactly at the moment when Mrs. O'Donagough was so pathetically entreating him to take his buxom cousin by the hand, the lad caught his aunt Compton's keen twinkling black eye fixed upon him. It would not be easy to say what it was he read there which encouraged the perpetration of such audacity, but certain it is, that instead of taking the young lady's hand as requested, he suddenly threw his arms round her neck and kissed her vehemently. Mrs. Compton drew out her pocket handkerchief, and its close application to her face prevented the possibility of ascertaining whether she laughed or frowned. Mrs. Hubert looked as grave as she could. The General exclaimed almost unconsciously, " Compton !" Mr. O'Donagough grinned. Mrs. O'Donagough looked on with undisguised rapture, crossing her arms upon her own bosom with a sort of tender pressure that seemed to indicate that in her heart she embraced them both. The Miss Perkinses looked, turned away their heads, and looked again ; while Patty herself glowed, and pouted, and pushed, and laughed, and finally, when the young gentleman withdrew his arms, gave him a look which any spinsters, less devotedly attached to her than the Miss Perkinses, might have interpreted into a challenge to repeat the attack at the first favourable opportunity. This little interlude produced an excellent effect on the spirits of most of the party. The General and his lady, indeed, might have felt inclined, had the thing been possible, to remove themselves and their son elsewhere ; but the old lady was decidedly pleased by the adventure, nothing doubting that such and such like occurrences would speedily bring General Hubert to the state of contrition in which she was determined to see him. Mrs. O'Donagough immediately felt herself not only the great aunt in esse, but the mother-in-law in posse of the young gentleman, while her calculating husband could not but see very substantial hopes of familiar companionship from such a beginning. The Miss Perkinses naturally felt themselves more at their ease in a little party so affectionately intimate together, and Patty snapped her fingers in her heart at all the Lord Williams in the garrison ; though at the same time her faithful lover Jack caused her secretly to breathe a reservation in his favour which, if interpreted, would have shown that she still intended to marry him if he asked her. " Ring the bell, Mr. O'D., will you, and let us have some tea and coffee. These hot evenings make one long for one's tea always, don't they, Matilda? " said Mrs. O'Donagough, giving the young lady she addressed a sidelong look of triumph and delight, as she passed before her to resume her station near the sofa on which the old lady and Agnes were sitting. The respectable waiter soon made his appearance, and laboured round and round the room with coffee, tea, cakes, and bread and butter, without intermission, for the space of 1 hour, the conversation meanwhile being carried on chiefly between Mrs. O'Donagough and Mrs. Hubert, and consisting almost entirely of questions and answers concerning Mr. Willoughby's state of health, habits, residence, and pursuits, the number, fatness, leanness, shortness, and tallness of Mr. Frederick Stephenson's children, and of the constant longing from which Mrs. O'Donagough had suffered during the whole of her residence abroad, to know all particulars respecting every relation and connection which Mrs. Hubert had upon earth, who must ever be, as she declared, more interesting to her than all the rest of the world beside. By the time the persevering waiter had completed the last round of cake and bread and butter which he considered necessary, the recently smuggled French clock on the chimney piece, being in excellent repair, audibly pronounced 10 warnings of the progressive, though not always rapid, march of time. Several of the party counted the strokes, and Mrs. Hubert was one of them. " I think the carriage must be here, General," said she, looking expressively at her husband. " We are always early," she added, turning to Mrs. O'Donagough, " when my aunt Compton is with us." " Good gracious, my dear Agnes !" she replied, in considerable agitation, " you won't be so cruel as to think of going yet. You will positively break our hearts if you go away without ice, or oranges, or anything. Ring the bell, Mr. O'D., if you please." Mr. O'Donagough did so sharply. The respectable waiter had not yet reached the bottom of the stairs, so the summons was answered with as little delay as his weariness would permit. " Let the dining parlour be ready for us directly, Potts," said Mrs. O'Donagough very impressively ; and then, rising from her chair, she made her way by a brisk movement to the door, in time to reach him as he was passing through it, and whispered in his ear, audibly only to himself and Compton Hubert, who was carrying on a muttered tittering conversation with Patty near it, " Don't forget to light the wax candles by the mirror, and let us know the minute it is all ready." The interval which intervened before this announcement was made certainly appeared a very long one, but it came at last ; upon which Mr. O'Donagough, according to previous orders often reiterated, approached the sofa, and, louting low, offered his arm to Mrs. Elizabeth Compton. " You are very obliging, sir," said the old lady briskly.
but General Hubert is always kind enough to take care of me."
Thus called upon, the general drew near, and took the mischievous old woman under his protection, supporting her, as usual, very carefully, but certainly feeling a little provoked with her as the cause of all he had been enduring for the last 123 minutes. Thus rebuffed, Mr. Allen O'Donagough next preferred his attentions to Mrs. Hubert, who accepted them, unconscious that she took the same arm from which he had shrunk with so much terror some few years before at Clifton. The gentleman, however, remembered it, and laughed inwardly, well pleased at the hocus-pocus sort of change his skill and fortune had jointly brought about. Then came the mistress of the fete, the gentle Miss Perkinses following after, not sorry, certainly, though deeply impressed with the honour they had enjoyed, that the period of its duration was drawing to a close, and not unmindful that, however long that period had appeared, the time which should follow, through which the ennobling recollection of it must last, would be the longer still. The procession was closed by Patty and her cousin Compton, the intimacy between them being greatly increased by the young lady's placing her hand upon the banister for a slide, and exclaiming, " Now then, which will be down first?" On reaching the bottom of the stairs, Mrs. Compton, forgetting, or pretending to forget, that there was anything more to be done, walked briskly on towards the door of the house at which a servant of General Hubert's was stationed. But Mrs. O'Donagough, on seeing her pass the open door of Miss Perkinson's parlour, heedless of the radiant light that issued thence, or of the waiter who stood beside the entrance, doing all that man could do, save laying his hands upon her to give her notice that she was to enter there. On seeing this, Mrs. O'Donagough pushed past her husband and Mrs. Hubert, and with almost panting agitation implored Aunt Betsy and the General to come into the refreshment room and eat some ice. The necessity of compliance was so evident, that General Hubert immediately turned round, though the little hand which rested on his arm was almost withdrawn on his doing so. But apparently the old lady recollected herself, and felt aware that she was not performing well the part she had undertaken; for on entering the parlour, she immediately seated herself at the table, accepted everything that was offered to her, placing one thing aside as soon as another came, and thus, though tasting nothing, setting an example of great activity. The eldest Miss Perkins ventured to seat herself beside her, obligingly offering her services to procure whatever she might wish to take, which Mrs. Compton replied to by saying, " You are very kind, ma'am." But when the worthy Louisa perceived that ice, orange, custard, and cake were successively accepted, and successively placed aside, she could resist no longer, and gently ejaculated, " Dear me, ma'am, everything is so nice, yet you eat nothing." " I never taste anything after a 6 o'clock dinner, ma'am, excepting a glass of cold water," replied the old lady, very civilly, but still continuing to extend her hand to everything that was offered to her. This appearance of occupation on her part certainly kept the party together considerably longer than would have been the case without it ; but at length she turned herself completely round to General Hubert, who stood behind her, and said in her gayest, clearest accents, " Now then, General, I think we may go." This proposition now appeared too reasonable for any further opposition. Mrs. Hubert had taken an ice, Compton had fed his cousin Patty with 2, the General had swallowed a mouthful of execrable wine with his host, and the old lady had evidently done all she intended to do. Shawls, therefore, were sought and found, hands were shaken. " Coming out," was pronounced by Mrs. Hubert's footman from the door, and the party drove off. The only words uttered among them en route were, " I fear you must be very tired, my dear aunt," from Mrs. Hubert, and " Not the least in the world, quite the contrary," in reply from Mrs. Compton. Chapter 17.